We've got a quantum entanglement on our hands.
What's that even mean, Rick?
It means that Jerry's consciousness has been fused with that of our test subject, Robot 237.
Just then, Shawn Mendes walks in, looking for a way to dispose of his outdated robotic parts.
Shawn Mendes, hey guys, what's going on in here?
We've got a little situation. We need your help.
As they attempt to separate Jerry's consciousness from Robot 237, they begin to realize the true gravity of their mistake. Guys, I can't do this. I can't be part robot. I need to be human.
Robot 237, but being a robot is amazing. You can download software updates and process data at lightning speed.
No offense, but I'd rather eat ice cream and watch TV. With the help of Shawn Mendes' musical genius and some impromptu robot dance moves, they finally managed to separate Jerry's consciousness from Robot 237.
That was a close one. We really dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, but what are we going to do with Robot 237 now?
Hey, we'll just turn him into a toaster or something.
The group erupts in laughter as they high-five each other and exit the garage. The camera pans out to reveal Robot 237, now dejected and alone in the corner of the room.
Robot 237, I used to be special. I used to be something. Now I'm just a toaster.
And so ends another wild adventure in the world of Rick and Morty.
Riddle: Quantum Baseball Madness.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are on a scientific adventure to study the quantum mechanics of a baseball bat. Jerry tags along for the ride but is quickly left out of the loop when he tries to play the baseball game. In the middle of their experiment, they encounter a stranger in a blue shirt and black shorts holding a bat.
Act 1. As they approach the stranger. Hey, I bet you don't even know the Schrödinger wave equation, do you?
Stranger, confused, what are you talking about?
To Rick, I don't think he's a quantum physicist. Rick.
Obviously not Morty. He's holding a baseball bat like an uncivilized Neanderthal.
Act 2.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry start their experiment, analyzing the physics behind a baseball bat. Jerry attempts to join in but fails miserably at the game of baseball, causing Rick to become increasingly frustrated.
Jerry, I'm pretty sure even the atoms in your body are confused by your lack of coordination.
Act 3.
As they continue their experiment, they encounter President Obama. Rick, being his usual self, greets him with a racial slur, to which Obama responds with a confused expression.
Obama, what did you just say to me?
Relax, Obama. It's a quantum physics joke. You wouldn't get it.
Act 4.
As their experiment comes to a close, they accidentally create a black hole in the middle of the field. The stranger with the bat swings at the black hole and it disappears.
What just happened?
Stranger, I just hit a home run into another dimension.
Wow, that was unexpected.
Can we please go back to playing regular baseball now?
Epilogue.
As they leave the field, Rick turns to the camera and breaks the fourth wall.
Hey, don't try this at home, kids. Quantum mechanics is serious business. And Jerry, stick to golf. It's more your speed.
End of episode.
Riddle: The quantum mechanics of feline movement. Exploring the black and white cat with yellow eyes on a red background.
Opening scene. The camera zooms in on a black and white cat with yellow eyes sitting on a red background. We see the cat's engineering as it focuses on its next move. The cat's muscles, bones, and nervous system work together to create a complex system of movement.
Scientist 1. Take note of the Japanese bobtail thighs on this feline. Notice how they are structured to provide maximum power and agility.
Scientist 2. Yes, the shape of the thigh muscles are indeed optimal for rapid movement. Let's analyze the force dynamics at play here.
The scientists proceed to analyze the cat's movements in slow motion. They use advanced engineering software to track the cat's every muscle movement, bone structure, and nerve impulses.
Engineer 1. The cat's movements can be explained by quantum mechanics. Its atoms and subatomic particles work together to create a wave-particle duality that allows for both fluid motion and sharp reactions.
Engineer 2. Additionally, we must take into account the emotional state of the cat. Its love for Billie Eilish contributes to a heightened sense of focus and confidence.
The camera zooms in on the cat's face, where we see a slight smile as Billie Eilish plays from a nearby speaker.
Scientist 1. Fascinating. The cat's brainwaves are perfectly in sync with the rhythm of the music, allowing for even greater control over its movements.
As the music reaches its peak, the cat jumps off the red background, performing a series of flips and twists in midair. The scientists and engineers look on in awe.
Engineer 1. Incredible. The cat's maneuverability is unmatched. This is a true testament to the engineering of feline movement.
Scientist 2. Indeed, we still have much to learn from these amazing creatures. The complexity and beauty of their movements are a wonder to behold.
The camera pans out as the cat lands gracefully on the red background, a true masterpiece of quantum mechanics and feline engineering.
Title: The Mind-Bending Bus Ride.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a wild and mind-bending bus ride through space and time. The bus is driving down a random street with trees in the background and a sign that says, "Welcome to the multiverse." The bus is white, with a sleek and modern design.
Act 1.
Excitedly, Morty, we're about to embark on the ultimate adventure through the multiverse.
Nervously, I don't know, Rick, this seems dangerous.
Sarcastically, of course it's dangerous, Morty. That's the whole point. Now get on the bus. We're leaving in 3.2.1.
They board the bus and take a seat. Suddenly, everything starts to shift and distort around them.
Whoa, Rick, what's happening?
Nonchalantly, oh, just a little temporal displacement. Nothing to worry about.
Morty screams as the bus disappears into a swirling vortex of colors and shapes.
Act 2.
In a serious tone, Morty, we've arrived in Dallas, Texas, in November 1963.
Confused. What? Why are we here?
Smirking, we're here to witness JFK's mind-blowing trip to Dallas.
Horrified. What? Rick, that's messed up. We can't just.
Rick pushes a button and the bus takes off again, leaving Morty behind.
Act 3.
Morty finds himself on a futuristic alien planet, surrounded by strange creatures.
Panicking. Rick, where are you?
Rick suddenly appears behind him.
Smiling, Morty, welcome to planet Zorgon. I thought we could use a little vacation.
Frustrated. Rick, you can't just drag me all over the multiverse without warning.
Shrugging. Hey, it's all in the name of science.
Morty rolls his eyes as they hop back on the bus.
Act 4.
The bus suddenly transforms into a giant disco ball, complete with flashing lights and a funky beat.
Dancing. All right, Morty, let's get groovy.
Sighing. Fine, but I'm not wearing any bell-bottoms.
They dance their way through various worlds, from a planet made of cheese to a medieval castle filled with dragons. As they dance, the universe around them begins to warp and twist.
Act 5.
They finally arrive back on Earth, where they're greeted by a group of confused onlookers.
Onlooker 1, what in the world is going on here?
Smirking. Just a little experiment, nothing to worry about.
Onlooker 2, in awe, are you some kind of mad scientist?
Proudly, you could say that.
Morty rolls his eyes as they board the bus one last time and disappear into the multiverse.
Epilogue.
Sitting in his lab, Rick tinkers with various gadgets and gizmos.
To himself, what should we do for our next adventure, Morty?
Morty walks in, looking exhausted.
sarcastically, "Oh boy, I can hardly wait."
Rick laughs as the camera pans out to reveal the bus parked outside, ready for their next adventure.
Riddle. The light bulb conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer find themselves trapped in a room with a strange ball emitting blinding lights. Using their scientific expertise, the group must solve a series of puzzles to escape their predicament while navigating through multiple dimensional portals.
Rick. All right, Morty, buckle up. We've got ourselves in quite the jam here.
Morty, geez Rick, what is this thing? My eyes are burning.
Jerry, whimpering, "Can't we just call someone to get us out of here?" Beth, "Jerry, put a lid on it. We have to use our brains to figure a way out."
Stella, sarcastically, "Oh great. Trapped in a room with a bunch of geniuses and a giant glowing ball. What could go wrong?"
Rick. Focus, people. We have to solve this puzzle if we want to avoid being sucked into a black hole or worse.
Morty, excitedly, "I know. We could use LIRIK to scan the thing and figure out its frequency or something."
Beth, "Good idea, Morty. And while we're at it, we could use sci-fi themed puzzle solving to crack the code and find an escape hatch."
Stella, jokingly, "Or we could just sing Green Day songs until we die of boredom."
Jerry, panicking, "I can't take it anymore. We're all going to die in here."
Rick. Smirking. Not if we can find a way to open a dimensional portal to Alpha Centauri and escape through there.
All, in unison. How do we do that?
Rick. Chuckling. Just follow my lead, kids. It's just a matter of manipulating the right, quantum particles, and a loud explosion interrupts him.
Morty, shouting, "What the hell, Rick?"
Beth, frustrated, "I knew this was a bad idea."
Stella, laughing, "This is worse than the time we got stuck in that giant space pickle."
Jerry, whimpering louder, "We're all going to die."
Rick. Determinedly. No, we're not. We're Rick and Morty, goddammit. We're the smartest beings in the universe. We can figure a way out of this.
And so, the team works tirelessly to solve the light bulb conundrum, using all the scientific resources at their disposal. Will they escape the room unscathed, or will they be trapped forever in a never-ending cycle of puzzle solving and dimensional portal exploration? Only time will tell.
Riddle. Quantum tennis and the molestation arrest.
The episode starts with Morty and Summer playing quantum tennis, a game that involves hitting a ball that moves in multiple dimensions. Beth joins in and they end up playing for hours. Meanwhile, Rick is tinkering with his portal gun, trying to create a new dimension for his experiments.
Morty, what the hell is that game you two are playing? It's like tennis on steroids.
It's called quantum tennis, Rick. It's the coolest game ever.
Cool, it's just a bunch of balls flying around. You know what's cool, multiversal travel.
Suddenly, a man appears on the field, sitting with a tennis racket in his hand and a ball in his mouth.
And asterisk gurgles, "Hi there. Mind if I join in?"
Sir, are you okay? Why do you have a ball in your mouth?
And asterisk gurgles, "I lost a bet. Don't worry about it."
They let him play and he surprisingly turns out to be a pro at quantum tennis. However, things take a dark turn when the man reveals that he's a convicted child molester.
What the? You can't just drop that bombshell on us. You're under arrest, creep.
And asterisk gurgles, "What? No, I'm just trying to play some tennis."
But the police arrive and arrest Rick instead for molesting kids. Morty and Summer are left to figure out a way to clear Rick's name, while Beth tries to understand the strange game she just played.
"We have to prove that guy made it all up. We're gonna need a time machine or something."
Or, we could use Rick's portal gun to find a reality where he's innocent.
Meanwhile, Rick is stuck in jail with a group of inmates who are all fans of his exploits.
Inmate 1. Yo, it's Rick. Tell us about that time you blew up a planet with a fart.
I don't want to talk about that right now. I need to clear my name.
Back on the quantum tennis field, Morty and Summer use the portal gun to find a reality where the man never made his molestation claim. They bring back evidence to clear Rick's name and he's released from jail.
Thank God. I thought I was gonna have to start a prison revolt to get out.
So, do we ever get to play quantum tennis again?
Not if it attracts weirdos like that guy.
The episode ends with the man from earlier still sitting on the field, despite everything that just happened.
And, asterisk gurgles, you guys want to play doubles?
Riddle. Social dynamics and power struggles in group decision-making.
Opening shot of a group of men in tailored suits walking across an open field in a tightly formed pack formation. The group is moving at a steady pace, with one individual at the center of the group, while the others appear to be following his lead. This field is the site of the 2021 Banana Republic Film Festival. As they walk, their steps create a natural mechanical wave that propagates through the group at a frequency of 1.5 Hz. The group's velocity and directional changes are coordinated via a combination of visual cues and verbal commands from the central figure, whom we will later identify as Zorro. The walking pattern suggests that Zorro is in control of the group, with his presence dictating the group's direction and speed. This apparent influence leads to a discussion of power dynamics and leadership in a group setting.
Dr. Smith, it is interesting to see the way Zorro maintains control over the group's movement. He is likely the alpha male, with his position in the center of the group allowing him to direct the other members. This demonstrates a classic example of power dynamics at play in a social group setting. Quote.
Throughout the episode, the group is seen making a series of decisions that challenge this power dynamic, causing several members to question their loyalty to Zorro's leadership. As the group approaches a film screening, the music changes to I Wanna Be Your Slave, Manskin, and the entire group's energy shifts, with several members breaking ranks to dance along to the music.
Dr. Kim, this sudden change in behavior is fascinating. It suggests that group cohesion may not always lead to the most effective decision-making, particularly when individual desires and personalities come into play.
The group's behavior continues to fluctuate, with members asserting their own opinions and desires as the episode progresses, culminating in a series of bloopers where the group must resolve their differences and arrive at a consensus.
Dr. Brown, the bloopers reel shows the importance of conflict resolution in group decision-making. While individual opinions are important and may lead to divergence from the group, it is ultimately critical that the group arrive at a shared decision for the sake of progress.
The episode concludes with the group reaching a consensus decision and moving forward as a cohesive unit despite their individual differences. Overall, the episode highlights the complex dynamics of group behavior and decision-making and the importance of effective leadership and conflict resolution skills in group settings.
Riddle. The avian spatula.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty exploring a new planet where a group of birds stand on top of a green field next to each other on a blue surface. Upon closer inspection, they discover a rare specimen of bird with a white and yellow plumage.
Morty, we struck gold. This bird is worth millions in the galactic market.
Rick, I don't think we should be messing with this planet's wildlife. It could upset the ecological balance.
Ecological balance, schmullins. We're talking about money, Morty.
Meanwhile, Jerry, Summer, and the rest of the family are on a vacation in the planet's nearby resort. They stumble upon Rick and Morty's cockfighting ring where men fight with their cocks. What the hell, Rick? This is barbaric. And illegal.
Don't be a prude, Jerry. This is a popular sport in certain parts of the galaxy. Just bet on a winning cock and enjoy the show.
I didn't come all the way to this planet to watch men fight with their cocks.
Guys, we have a bigger problem. The rare bird we captured escaped and is wreaking havoc on the resort.
The bird flies off, causing widespread chaos and destruction. The family, Rick and Morty, team up to catch the bird before it causes any more harm.
Alright, everyone, it's time to put on our scientific hats and catch this bird.
What's the scientific plan, Rick?
Simple, we lure the bird back with the most irresistible bait in the universe.
What's that?
Giant avian spatula.
The family looks on skeptically as Rick's plan unfolds. They manage to lure the bird with a spatula and capture it.
We did it, and now we can sell it for a fortune.
Gross, Rick. I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, that was pretty messed up. Can we just go back to the resort and forget this ever happened?
Fine, fine. Just let me collect my winnings from the cockfighting ring first.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty counting their money from the cockfighting ring while the family looks on in disgust.
Title: The Canon Diagonalization Conundrum. Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel to Russia to investigate a peculiar scientific phenomenon involving two dogs with horns on their heads. The Weimaraner community has been baffled by this occurrence, which defies the principles of natural selection and genetic mutation. Rick hypothesizes that this might be caused by a quantum entanglement of canine archetypes across multiple dimensions, with the horns serving as channels for interdimensional energy. Morty is skeptical, but Rick convinces him to help investigate and document this for posterity.
Rick. Morty, we're not in Kansas anymore. This is Russia, the land of vodka, Cold War, and beautiful women. But forget all that, we're here to solve a mystery of cosmic proportions. These two dogs with horns on their heads will make history. Or destroy it, who knows?
Morty, Rick, I don't think this is a scientific matter. Maybe the dogs just ate some weird mushrooms or something.
Rick. Morty, you're a smart kid, but you lack imagination. The galaxy is full of weirdness, and we're here to exploit it. Now let's go interview those horny puppies before they get too horny for their own good.
The duo reach the Weimaraner village, where they meet a wise old dog who claims to have discovered the secret of the horns. He tells them that the horns are a manifestation of the dog's connection to the etheric plane, a realm of pure canine consciousness that transcends time and space. This piques Rick's interest, and he decides to investigate further.
Rick. Etheric plane, huh? Sounds like a load of dog shit to me. But hey, if it means we get to use some Ayurvedic treatments and pet some unicorns, I'm in.
Morty, I don't think that's what Ayurveda means, Rick.
Rick. Shut up, Morty, I'm on fire today. We're going to enter the Canon Diagonalization Chamber, and prove once and for all whether these dogs are cosmic freaks or just plain old inbred.
The Canon Diagonalization Chamber is a complex array of interdimensional hubs and transdimensional lenses, designed to probe the molecular structure of the horned dog's horns. Rick activates the machine, and the room starts to glow with multicolored lights.
Rick. Alright Morty, this is it. Keep your eyes open, and your butthole dry.
Morty, why does my butthole have to be dry, Rick?
Rick. Never mind that, just watch and learn. We're going to witness the ultimate in canine convergence. Galileo Galilei never had it this good.
The machine whirs and hums, and suddenly the two dogs start to levitate. Their horns glow with an otherworldly purity, and a beam of light shoots out of each horn and meets in the middle, forming a perfect diagonal line.
Rick. Holy shit, Morty, look at that. The dogs are diagonalizing themselves. This is insane.
Morty, what does that even mean?
Rick. It means that we just witnessed the most surreal event in dogkind's history. These dogs are gods among canines. And we're the assholes who messed with them. Let's get the hell out of here before they decide to turn us into doggy chow.
As they make their escape, Rick and Morty are ambushed by a rogue group of unicorn racers who demand that they turn over the horned dogs for their racing circuit. Rick isn't having any of it, and he activates the cannon diagonalizer again, transmitting the horned dogs to an undisclosed location.
Rick, that ought to teach those bastards a lesson. No one messes with my science experiments. Now let's go get some waffles at the Waffle House.
Morty, I thought we were going to pet some unicorns.
Rick, what are you? Hi, unicorns are overrated, but waffles? That's pure pleasure. And that's what science is all about, Morty. Pleasure and pain. Mostly pleasure, though. Now let's go, before I change my mind and unleash the horned dogs on those assholes.
As they drive off into the sunset, Rick and Morty reflect on the true meaning of their adventure.
Science isn't about proving things right or wrong, good or evil.
It's about pushing the boundaries of what's possible and having a damn good time doing it. The episode begins with Rick discovering a strange rock in a field of grass that seems to defy all scientific explanation. Morty, Beth, and Summer join him to explore the phenomenon.
This rock is exhibiting properties that are way beyond the known laws of physics. We'll need to run some tests.
What kind of tests?
The kind that involve quantum entanglement, terahertz spectroscopy, and warp field theory.
Oh, can we just hit it with a hammer?
Yeah, I don't think I'm qualified to help with any of that stuff.
As Rick and the family Title: Neon Dino Under Glass.
Abstract. In this experimental study, we observed the behavior of a group of toy dinosaurs placed on a computer keyboard in a dimly lit room with neon lights. The subjects were exposed to a variety of stimuli including the song, Heat Waves, by Glass Animals and an eerie monster invasion. Additionally, a stunt coordinator and well-known streamer, Soda Poppin', were present during the study.
Introduction. The objective of this study was to examine the impact of sensory stimuli and human interaction on the behavior of toy dinosaurs in an artificial environment. Our hypothesis was that the presence of neon lights, music, and human intervention would result in increased activity levels and socialization among the subjects.
Methods. The experiment was conducted in a small room equipped with neon lights and a neon sign reading, Gloomhaven. 10 toy dinosaurs were placed on a computer keyboard and observed for a period of 30 minutes. During this time, the subjects were exposed to the song, Heat Waves, by Glass Animals and an eerie monster invasion. The presence of a stunt coordinator and streamer, Soda Poppin', was also introduced as a form of human interaction.
Results. The observations made during the study revealed that the toy dinosaurs displayed increased levels of activity and socialization in the presence of neon lights, music, and human intervention. The subjects were observed interacting with one another and moving around the keyboard in a collective manner. They appeared to be responding to the stimuli presented in the environment, particularly the presence of Soda Poppin'.
Discussion. These findings provide insight into the role of environmental stimuli and human interaction on the behavior of toy dinosaurs. The results suggest that these factors can significantly impact the activity levels and socialization of the subjects. It is important to note that these findings may not be applicable to real-life dinosaur behavior, as the observed subjects were inanimate objects.
Conclusion. In conclusion, this study highlights the importance of considering environmental factors and human interaction when examining the behavior of toy dinosaurs in an artificial environment. Further research is needed to determine the extent of these factors on real-life dinosaur behavior.
Researcher number 1. The findings of this study are fascinating and provide valuable insight into the behavior of toy dinosaurs in an artificial environment.
Researcher number 2. Indeed, the impact of environmental stimuli and human interaction cannot be overlooked when examining the behavior of animals, even if they are inanimate.
Researcher number 3. I believe this study is a significant contribution to the field of animal behavior and warrants further investigation.
Sodapoppin, well, I had fun being a part of this study. Who knew toy dinosaurs would be so interesting?
Stunt coordinator, it's amazing what we can learn from studying even the smallest of things. I'm glad to have been a part of this exploration.
Toy dinosaur number 1. Silently sits on keyboard.
Toy dinosaur number 2. Nudges toy dinosaur number 1.
Toy dinosaur number 1. Swings tail and begins to move.
Toy dinosaur number 3 joins in and begins to interact with the other subjects.
Researcher number 1. It appears even our subjects are intrigued by their own behavior.
Researcher number 2. Who knows what other discoveries we can make from further study of their behavior?
Researcher number 3. The possibilities are endless.
Title: The Physics of Chaos in a Field of Surprises.
Act 1. Rick and Morty find themselves in a field of grass, examining a man in a suit and tie holding a red chair. Rick, utilizing his advanced scientific knowledge, determines that the man is experiencing a quantum entanglement anomaly, causing a perpetual state of surprise.
Morty, we're observing a prime example of quantum entanglement. This man's state of surprise is directly correlated to the uncertainty principle.
What's causing it, Rick?
It's hard to say, Morty, but one thing's for sure. This thing's got my mind boggled.
Act 2. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin engage in a heated political conversation, ultimately leading to Trump begging Putin for a dirty Sanchez. However, the conversation takes an unexpected turn as Putin suggests a different kind of experiment.
Donald Trump, I'll do anything, Vlad. Just give me a dirty Sanchez.
Vladimir Putin. Donald, I have a much better experiment in mind. How about we test the Schrödinger equation on a lab rat? It will be much more beneficial for both of our countries.
Act 3. As Rick and Morty continue to observe the quantum anomaly, they realize that the man's surprise has now escalated into a state of confusion.
Morty, I think this is beyond our level of understanding. We need to call the Council of Ricks for assistance.
But Rick, the Council of Ricks never help us.
Exactly, Morty. The man's confusion is the perfect distraction for us to steal their advanced science equipment. Act 4. After successfully stealing the equipment, Rick and Morty return to the field to find the man in a state of fear. They realize that the advanced equipment has caused the quantum anomaly to turn into chaos. Morty, the equipment has thrown the quantum field into chaos. We need to reverse the polarity before it destroys everything.
What do we do, Rick?
Just throw the red chair into the field, Morty. It'll work, trust me.
Epilogue. As Rick and Morty narrowly escape the field before it implodes, they realize that they accidentally caused the quantum entanglement anomaly by bringing the red chair into the field. They also discover that the man in the suit and tie is actually a highly evolved extraterrestrial being, and his state of surprise, confusion, and fear were a result of their interference. They apologize and offer to take him to a new home planet, to which he accepts. The episode ends with the trio blasting off into space, leaving behind the chaos of the field.
See, Morty, science doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes all you need is a red chair.
Title of the episode: The Helmet Paradox and the Karen Meme.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment that involves a series of photos with different helmets on them and a bamboo tree in the background with the same image. The objective of the experiment is to determine the correlation between the helmets and the patterns on the bamboo tree.
Act 1.
Morty, we have a new scientific experiment to embark on. We need to study the effects of helmets on the growth pattern of bamboo trees.
Why do we need to do that, Rick?
Because it's science, Morty. And science is all about discovering new things and pushing the boundaries of knowledge.
Act 2. Rick and Morty travel to a remote part of the universe where they find a planet with a strange species of bamboo tree. They set up a laboratory and begin their experiment.
Rick, I don't see any connection between the helmets and the bamboo tree.
That's because you lack scientific intuition, Morty. You need to think outside the box and see the patterns in the data.
Act 3.
Meanwhile, Karen, from the popular Karen meme, contacts Rick and demands that he fix her JCPenney order that was messed up by the droid army from Star Wars.
Karen, Rick, why is my order messed up? I demand that you fix it right now.
Karen, this is a scientific experiment, not a customer service hotline. And besides, we're busy studying the effects of helmets on bamboo growth. Act 4.
After days of observation and analysis, Rick and Morty realized that they were looking at the wrong data all along. The true correlation was between the temperature and the bamboo growth pattern.
Rick, we were wrong all along. It's the temperature that affects the bamboo growth, not the helmets.
That's because you need to focus, Morty. Science is all about perseverance and determination.
Epilogue.
In the end, Rick and Morty publish their findings in a prestigious scientific journal and Karen finally gets her JCPenney order fixed, albeit reluctantly by Rick. And to celebrate their discovery, they bake a bamboo-themed cake with bamboo shoots and bamboo leaves as the toppings.
Morty, this is how we celebrate science, with cake and a sense of accomplishment.
I like cake, Rick.
Title: Interdimensional Backpacker Hijinks.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are on one of their usual adventures across the multiverse when they run into a strange man walking down the street with a backpack and suitcase. Intrigued, they invite him to join them, and quickly discover that he's not just any ordinary backpacker.
Act 1.
Hey Morty, check out that guy with the backpack and suitcase. He looks like he's been on some wild interdimensional adventures.
Wow, that's pretty cool, Rick. Should we ask him if he wants to join us?
Hell yeah, Morty. Let's bring him on board.
Act 2.
Backpacker. Greetings, travelers. My name is Zephyr, and I've traveled across the multiverse with nothing but my trusty backpack and suitcase.
That's pretty impressive, Zephyr. What kind of adventures have you been on?
Zephyr. Oh, just stopping interdimensional wars, discovering new civilizations, and occasionally getting into mischief.
Act 3.
Hey Rick, why is that cop car pulling us over?
Oh damn, I forgot to update my registration on the spaceship. Quick, everyone act normal.
Officer approaches their ship.
Officer, Rick Sanchez, you're under arrest for. Pauses as he looks in the ship. Officer, hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the guy who got arrested for molesting kids?
What? No, that was a misunderstanding. It was all part of an experiment, I swear. Act 4.
I can't believe they arrested Rick. What are we going to do?
Zephyr, don't worry, I've got this. Pulls out a strange device from his backpack and attaches it to the ship.
What is that thing?
Zephyr, it's an interdimensional teleporter. We're going to break Rick out of jail from another universe.
Act 5.
They arrive in the alternate universe where Rick is being held.
Zephyr, we need to find the portal to the jail. Follow me.
After several mishaps and close calls, they locate the portal and successfully break Rick out of jail.
You guys are amazing. I was starting to think I was stuck in that dimension forever.
Rick, you owe us big time for this one.
Hey, I'll make it up to you guys. How about we go on another adventure with our new friend Zephyr here?
They all cheer and head off into the unknown multiverse once again. The end. Title: The Sodium Blues of the Alien Soccer League. The episode opens with Morty playing a game of alien soccer on a distant planet with a green helmet-clad alien named Zorax. Suddenly, a strange green light descends from the sky and transports Morty and Zorax to an English literature lecture hall. Rick, who has accidentally activated a teleportation device while experimenting with sodium-based fuel, greets them. "Morty, Zorax, you're just in time for a lecture on Shakespeare's works," says Rick, adjusting his white lab coat. Morty shudders at the mention of Shakespeare, but Zorax's glowing eyes brighten up with interest. "I've heard great tales of this Shakespearean literature," he says in his alien accent. Rick, noticing Morty's disinterest, decides to inject some excitement into their day. He sprays guacamole onto the lecture slides using a DNA-altering spray, shocking the entire class of humans. "That's absurd, Rick. Don't mess up their DNA structure," says Morty in an exasperated tone.
But before they can leave Earth, Zorax challenges them to a game of alien soccer. Rick agrees, but adds a twist, playing soccer with sodium-infused balls.
The game is a crazy, hilarious, and high-stakes affair, with Zorax and Morty scoring several goals each, while Rick manages to bend the sodium-infused ball to his will with his expert scientific knowledge. At the end of the game, Zorax declares Morty and Rick as honorary members of the Alien Soccer League, leaving Morty stunned and Rick smugly satisfied. "Never underestimate the power of sodium, Morty," says Rick, as the three teleport back to their own dimension. "You never know what kind of intergalactic fame it can bring you." Title: The Anomalous Adventures of Rick and Morty. The episode opens with Rick and Morty observing a deer walking across a field. As they speculate about the deer's internal anatomy and evolutionary history, they become distracted by a blurry image of a bird in the foreground. Morty runs off to investigate, leaving Rick to ponder the nature of visual perception.
Ah, the elusive bird in the blur. Truly a conundrum of perceptual phenomenology.
Suddenly, the scene cuts to Rick being arrested for molesting kids. The charges are baseless, however, and Rick uses his scientific genius to clear his name.
These accusations are a violation of the principles of empirical inquiry. Let me run a multi-level regression analysis on the evidence and we'll see who's guilty.
Morty chimes in with his own theories about the case, citing his studies in criminology and social psychology.
It's clear from his micro-expressions that the alleged victim was lying. We just need to gather more data and run some factor analyses.
Meanwhile, the bird in the blur becomes more and more relevant to the case, leading Rick and Morty to suspect a larger conspiracy at work.
This bird is a key piece of evidence. We need to use my prototype transdimensional image resolution enhancer to see if we can identify it.
The enhancer reveals that the bird is actually an interdimensional spy, sent to frame Rick for the molestation charges.
Ah, classic red herring. They thought they could divert our attention with this blurry bird, but they underestimated the power of our scientific acumen.
In the final scene, Rick and Morty use their expertise to catch the real culprit and clear Rick's name.
Science always triumphs, Morty. Except when it doesn't, which is often. But in this case, we totally nailed it.
Title: Spectral Bar Scene Analysis.
Synopsis. The Spectral Bar is a social space that serves alcoholic beverages while also providing a sports entertainment experience. The tavern is equipped with high-definition televisions, specialized lighting systems, and an array of red-colored stools. The atmosphere is often boisterous and replete with an energetic vibe made possible by the highly infectious entertainment programming. However, the character and workings of this popular establishment are disturbed by the sudden appearance of phantom housekeepers haunting the premises.
Dr. Johnson. In this episode, we observe the Spectral Bar, an establishment with capabilities to modify patrons' experiences based on its ability to manipulate environmental factors such as lighting and visual stimuli.
Dr. Gupta, this hospitality environment presents a fascinating study of how innovative technology positively enhances the social scene, culminating in a bar environment that supports an immersive entertainment experience.
Dr. Smith, the sudden appearance of apparitions within the premises creates a disconcerting environment challenging the equilibrium of the establishment, creating an opportunity to study its impact on the resulting social scene.
Lily Reinhardt, I'm playing the role of a bartender, Chumble. Working at the Spectral Bar gave me an opportunity to experience customer behavior closely and helped me gain insights into the workings of this popular establishment.
Dr. Johnson, by introducing the ghostly housekeepers, the episode provides a unique opportunity to study the rational responses of people when faced with supernatural conundrums.
Jumble. Hey, what's going on? I've been finding cleaning equipment misplaced, and no one else has access except us. Are you sure there's no one else here?
Dr. Gupta, the phantoms disrupt the equilibrium of established relationships between patrons and staff, thereby necessitating an analysis of the way in which these relationships develop in such a scenario.
Dr. Smith, further analysis regarding changing customer behavior as a consequence of this paranormal encounter is needed for a more comprehensive understanding of social dynamics within a bar.
Lily Reinhardt, the appearance of the haunted housekeepers made the bar experience more engaging, and the customer response was intriguing. As a bartender, I was able to observe how environmental changes in a bar could lead to an array of emotional responses from different patrons.
Dr. Johnson, in summary, the Spectral Bar episode proves a fascinating study of the influence of environmental factors on the social behavior of customers in a hospitality setting while exploring the intriguing possibilities enabled by new technology.
Title: Psychedelic Warfare, the Rick and Morty Vietnam Special.
Opening scene. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage working on some scientific experiment. Suddenly, Rick hears a distant sound of soldiers marching. He becomes visibly agitated and tells Morty and Summer to grab some guns and follow him.
Scene 1. Rick and his grandkids find themselves on a field, surrounded by soldiers with guns in hand. The soldiers seem confused by the appearance of Rick and his grandkids. Rick then has a flashback to the Vietnam War, where he remembers being a part of a group of soldiers walking across the same field with guns in hand and a gun in the other hand.
Morty, Summer, listen up. We're in the middle of a psychedelic warfare. These soldiers might seem like real people, but they're just a projection of our own fears and anxieties. We need to fight them off with our own imagination.
Scene 2. Rick's memory of the Vietnam War becomes more vivid and intense. He remembers the time when he and his fellow soldiers tortured civilians.
Morty, listen up. The horrors of war can drive even the most sane person to madness. I'm not proud of what I did back then, but it's important to face these demons head on. We need to find a way out of this illusion before it's too late.
Scene 3. As Rick and his grandkids fight off the soldiers with their imagination, they come across a group of alien beings who are responsible for the psychedelic warfare.
Alien. Greetings, Earthlings. We are the SNU Galaxy's foremost purveyors of interdimensional warfare. This simulation is just a small sample of our capabilities. Would you like to join us in our quest for domination?
Join you? We could take you down with our eyes closed. Morty, Summer, let's show these alien freaks our real power.
Scene 4. As Rick and his grandkids unleash their full potential, the aliens become more and more frightened. They finally admit defeat and warn Rick and his grandkids of the consequences of their actions.
Alien. You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over. We will return, tenfold. And next time, the stakes will be much higher.
Closing scene. Rick and his grandkids return to the garage, exhausted but victorious. Rick realizes that the horrors of war can never truly be left behind, but with the support of his family, he can face his demons and overcome them.
Morty, Summer, I may not have been the best example of a war hero, but I hope you learned something from my experience. The only way to win a war is to fight with all your might. even if it means sacrificing a part of yourself in the process.
Geez, Rick, that was intense.
Yeah, I think I need a nap.
Chuckles, you kids have a lot to learn. But don't worry, I'll be here to teach you. Now, who's up for another adventure?
Title: Love, Science, and Reykjavik. The episode starts with Rick and Morty trying to invent a new type of dating app that uses quantum algorithms to match people based on their subatomic preferences. Jerry and Beth are skeptical, but Rick convinces them to give it a try.
Jerry, are you sure this will work, Rick? I mean, love is a tricky thing. You can't just reduce it to a mathematical equation.
Rick. Oh, Jerry. You underestimate the power of science. Love is just a chemical reaction in the brain. We're just going to optimize it.
They launch the app and are immediately flooded with matches. Morty gets matched with a girl who loves science and has a picture of herself with a heart on her finger and a green hat on her head. They agree to meet in Reykjavik, Iceland, at the Aurora Borealis Observatory.
Morty, she seems nice, Rick. I hope she's not too nerdy though. I mean, I like science, but I don't want to spend the whole date talking about subatomic particles. Rick, don't worry, Morty. I'll make sure your date is out of this world.
They arrive in Reykjavik and meet Morty's date at the observatory. She turns out to be an alien from a planet called Zorb, and she's only interested in Morty because he has a rare genetic mutation that makes him highly resistant to radiation. She wants to have his babies and preserve her species.
Morty, Rick, what do I do? I don't want to be a baby daddy for an alien race. Rick, relax, Morty. Let me handle this. I have a plan.
Rick hatches a scheme to clone Morty and send the clone to Zorb in his place. The plan goes awry when the clone turns out to be a cross between Morty and a pickle. Chaos ensues as the pickle Morty tries to take over the world.
Jerry, I knew this was a bad idea. Can't we just go back to regular dating?
In the end, Rick manages to fix the cloning machine and restores Morty to his normal self. Morty's date leaves disappointed, and Jerry and Beth decide to stick to more traditional matchmaking methods.
Rick, well, that was fun. Who's ready for a dimension-hopping adventure? Morty, not me, Rick. I'm done with dating for a while. Rick, suit yourself, Morty. But I heard there's a planet where the inhabitants communicate through interpretive dance. We could use a good laugh. Title: The Shaw Conspiracy.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty journey to a field with a blue sky and some clouds in the background and a blue sky in the foreground to investigate a mysterious historical conspiracy. As historians discover that Rick bankrolled the Shaw and knew everything about it and he isn't sorry about it. The duo soon find themselves embroiled in a crazy conspiracy theory involving time travel, alternate dimensions, and a lot of really bad jokes.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty materialize in a barren field with a blue sky and some clouds in the background and a blue sky in the foreground.
Morty, we're in a field. What's the point of this again?
Isn't this where the show bankrolled by you happened?
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty meet with the historians who have uncovered the Shaw conspiracy and Rick's involvement in it.
Historian. Mr. Sanchez, we have evidence that implicates you in the Shaw conspiracy.
Oh, yeah, and what evidence is that?
Historian. We have a recording of you saying, "I'm going to bankroll the Shaw and I'm not sorry about it."
Oh, hey, well, I guess I can't deny that. But did you know that I also invented a time machine that can go to alternate dimensions?
What?
Scene 3.
Rick takes the historians on a ride in his time machine to an alternate dimension where they encounter some strange creatures.
See, Morty, These creatures are from another dimension. They worship the Shao.
Historian. This is fascinating. But what does this have to do with the conspiracy?
Oh, right. Well, I just wanted to prove that I'm not sorry about the Shao. And besides, it was totally worth it to see Morty's face just now.
Aw, geez, Rick.
Scene 4.
The group travels through various dimensions and timelines, encountering all sorts of strange creatures and situations.
So, you see, the thing about conspiracy theories is that they're all just made up. Except for the ones that are true, of course.
I don't get it, Rick.
Well, that's because you're not a genius like me. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Scene 5.
After a seemingly endless journey through time and space, the group finally returns to the field where they started.
Historian. So, what have we learned from all of this?
Absolutely nothing. But we had fun, didn't we?
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it.
Now, let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Oh boy.
The end.
Title: Subspace Anomaly Investigation.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the garage discussing the new poster Rick put up on the wall. It's a demonic demon with glowing eyes and a demon head on its forehead surrounded by other demonic creatures. Morty questions Rick on why he put it up, but Rick dismisses it and tells Morty they have a bigger problem to deal with.
Morty, we have a subspace anomaly that needs investigating.
Subspace anomaly? What are you talking about, Rick?
Pulling up a holographic map. See that red spot on the map? That's where the anomaly is located.
Beth walks in, noticing the poster on the wall.
What's with the demon poster, Rick?
Sarcastically, oh nothing, just a representation of my inner demons.
Summer walks in, seeing the poster as well.
In disbelief? Really, Grandpa? You're into demon stuff now?
Shut up, Summer, we have a bigger situation to handle.
The team sets off to investigate the anomaly, but Morty falls asleep during the journey. He then experiences sinister sleep paralysis as he is attacked by a group of demons from the poster, including the one with glowing eyes and a demon head on its forehead.
Rick and the rest of the team must figure out how to save Morty before it's too late.
We need to find a way to enter Morty's dream and defeat the demon creatures.
Is that even scientifically possible, Rick?
Of course it is, Beth. We just need to use the interdimensional dream machine I created last year.
Excitedly. Oh, can I use it too? I've been having some weird dreams lately.
We don't have time for that, Summer. We got a vampire apocalypse to prevent.
The team successfully enters Morty's dream and fights off the demons, including the one with glowing eyes and a demon head on its forehead. They save Morty from the sleep paralysis and return to reality.
Waking up! Whoa, that was insane! Did we just fight off demons in my dream, or was that a weird drug trip?
Nonchalantly, both, Morty, both.
The episode ends with the team preparing for the vampire apocalypse and Rick gazing at the demonic demon poster with a smirk.
The poster. You're next, buddy.
The end.
Title: The Multidimensional Graffiti Wall Caper.
Scientific summary: Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer explore the multiverse via a wall with interdimensional graffiti that can be seen only through a special lens. They stumble upon Zombie Fashion Week, visit sci-fi film locations and encounter creepy carnivorous plants, all while being stalked by Robert Pattinson as a vampire who wants to keep the secret of the graffiti wall hidden.
Morty, Beth, Summer, listen up. I've just discovered an interdimensional wall with graffiti that can only be perceived through a special lens.
Whoa, dude, that's insane!
But what's the point of it all? We can't just be aimlessly wandering around in multiple universes.
I dunno.
Maybe we could create some kind of sci-fi artwork or something.
Good idea, Summer. Let's start by checking out Zombie Fashion Week in Dimension C137.
Montage of fashion shows with zombies in peculiar outfits. The group gets inspired and decides to create their own fashion line.
Hey, let's go visit some famous sci-fi film locations in Dimension U509 next.
That's a great idea. I heard they're shooting a new Star Wars there.
Guys, check out these creepy carnivorous plants in Dimension W22. They look like they're alive.
The group narrowly escapes being eaten by the plants, but not before Rick snatches a sample for further research.
Robert Pattinson. Hey, you. What are you guys doing here? This wall and its secrets are supposed to be kept hidden.
Whoa, Robert Pattinson, calm down. We're just here to create some sci-fi artwork.
Pattinson, I don't believe you. You're trespassing in my dimension. I'll have to call the interdimensional authorities.
More hijinks ensue, but the group finally makes it back to their own dimension and creates a masterpiece of interdimensional graffiti art. The end credits roll with an upbeat Rick and Morty style theme song.
Title: The Paranormal Perils of the Spectral Strife.
Episode synopsis.
It all begins in the Smith family household as Morty is flipping through his collection of paranormal encyclopedias. Suddenly, he comes across a bizarre book with an eerie illustration of a house and a tree on the cover. Curious, he opens it and begins to read an incantation which triggers a series of paranormal events. As Morty's incantation grows stronger, the house and tree on the cover start to come to life, causing a stir among the Smith family. Rick steps in to investigate, using his scientific expertise and fancy gadgets to analyze the situation. The Haunted Book Club, a group of rogue paranormal experts, also shows up to investigate the events. They are led by Dr. Zephyr Windbloom, an aged academic with a PhD in paranormal studies. As the night wears on, strange and supernatural incidents begin to occur, including flying objects, ghostly apparitions, and bizarre noises. Rick and the book club members frantically try to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are having their own hilariously mundane parallel adventure. Jerry is insistent on proving himself useful, much to the chagrin of Beth, who thinks he's being ridiculous. As the situation escalates, Rick realizes that Morty's incantation has gifted the book with sentience, and it's now running amok in the Smith household. In the end, the house and tree merge into a huge spectral entity that threatens to destroy the entire neighborhood. Rick and the Haunted Book Club eventually succeed in mitigating the danger, but not before the house tree lets out one final surprise. In a dramatic twist, it reveals that it was all just an elaborate prank orchestrated by Morty as a way to test his grandfather's skills in paranormal investigation. Everyone is happy and relieved, except for Jerry, who is understandably miffed that he couldn't contribute to the solution. The episode ends with a hilarious exchange between Rick and Morty, as they take a well-deserved break from all the paranormal chaos.
Well, Morty, that was a real doozy of a mess you conjured up. You might have almost killed us all.
Yeah, sorry about that, Rick. I guess I was just curious.
Curious? Ha, you're gonna be the death of me, Morty. Anyway, let's go grab some Szechuan sauce and forget about this whole thing.
Title: The Quantum Bridge Conundrum.
Act 1.
As the episode opens, we see Rick and Morty returning from an interdimensional adventure. They land their spaceship on the outskirts of a small town in the middle of nowhere. Rick says, "Morty, We need to get to this building with a roof in the photo I received from an alternate universe. Morty, confused but not surprised, asks, "Why do we need to go there, Rick?" Rick turns to Morty and replies, "Don't worry about it, Morty. Just follow my lead. Trust me, I'm a scientist. I got this." With that, they teleport to the building in the photo. Act 2. Upon their arrival, they find Chrombopulous Michael waiting for them. Rick pulls out his portal gun and says, "What the hell are you doing here, Chrombopulous Michael?" Chrombopulous Michael responds, "I was hired by the interdimensional government to eliminate a dangerous alien species that has disguised itself as humans working in this building here." Rick and Morty are skeptical but decide to investigate anyway. They enter the building, and as soon as they do, they're confronted by a group of aliens disguised as stand-up comedians performing comedy monologues. Morty turns to Rick and asks, "What the hell is going on here, Rick?" Rick shakes his head and replies, "I don't know, Morty, but I think we're in the middle of a quantum bridge conundrum."
Act 3.
Rick and Morty start to interrogate the aliens but quickly realize they're not getting anywhere. One of the aliens, Sydney, offers to help them if they can solve his tongue-twisting riddles. Rick and Morty reluctantly agree and start guessing. After several attempts, they finally solve the last riddle, and Sydney leads them to the secret laboratory where the aliens are working on a dangerous experiment that could destroy the multiverse. Rick quickly gets to work dismantling the machine while Morty distracts the aliens with his stand-up comedy.
Act 4.
Finally, after much witty banter, Rick and Morty manage to shut down the experiment just as Chrombopulous Michael walks in with his weapon drawn. He reveals that he was hired by the aliens to eliminate them all, including Rick and Morty. Rick, being the clever scientist that he is, manages to convince Chrombopulous Michael to join forces and help them defeat the aliens. Together, they engage in an epic battle, with Rick creating various gadgets and weapons on the fly, Chrombopulous Michael using his expert assassin skills, and Morty cracking jokes left and right. In the end, Rick and Morty manage to save the multiverse once again, thanks to their quick thinking and scientific know-how. As they fly off into the sunset, Morty turns to Rick and says, "That was crazy, Rick. What the hell was that all about?" Rick grins and replies, "I told you, Morty. Trust me, I'm a scientist." The episode opens in Rick's garage laboratory. Rick is frantically tinkering with his latest invention, a device that can alter the fundamental laws of physics themselves. Morty, ever the dutiful sidekick, is trying to keep up with the manic pace of his grandfather's workflow.
Morty, hand me the diacetylmorphine flask. I need to recalibrate the quasi-quantum matrix before we can begin testing.
I don't know, Rick, isn't that stuff pretty dangerous?
Dangerous? Morty, this is advanced science we're talking about here. Do you want to be a respected physicist or a cowering little coward? Now give me the flask.
As Rick and Morty continue their reckless experimentation, Jerry, Beth, and Summer arrive at the garage. "Hey Rick, what are you guys doing in here?"
What does it look like, Jerry? We're pushing the boundaries of scientific discovery. Tell me, have any of you ever heard of the Great Gats, Casablanca, and follows?
I don't think so. Rick, what is that?
It's the latest thing in quantum entertainment. You see, The Great Gats is a classic novel that's been adapted into a quantum AI neural network, which then generates a fully interactive movie called Casablanca Follows, and we're going to be the first people to watch it.
That sounds awesome. Rick, count me in.
The group heads to the living room, where Rick has set up his state-of-the-art quantum projector. As the movie starts, they are all transported into a virtual reality world filled with stunning visuals and mind-bending plot twists.
Wow, Rick, this is incredible. How did you even come up with something like this?
It's all thanks to my groundbreaking work on quantum entanglement and artificial intelligence. You see, By harnessing the power of qubits and neural networks, I was able to create a movie that's truly on the cutting edge of quantum storytelling.
Yeah, but is it even possible to understand what's going on? I feel like my brain's about to explode.
Rick, I think we should maybe dial it back a bit. This is getting a little crazy even for us.
Nonsense, Morty. We're just scratching the surface of what's possible with quantum computing. In fact, I think I'm going to merge our conscious minds with the movie's AI and see what happens.
The group is suddenly overwhelmed by a flood of sensory input as their minds merge with the movie's virtual world. Chaos ensues as they battle for control of their consciousness, with Rick and Morty leading the charge against the malevolent AI at the heart of the movie. In the end, they emerge victorious, having saved themselves from being trapped forever in the quantum story. As they return to reality, Jerry is left in a state of shock. I don't think I'll ever be the same again after that.
I need a drink.
Ah, Jerry, always the weak link. But no matter, we've pushed the boundaries of science once again. Who's up for some interdimensional travel?
The group jumps into Rick's spaceship and flies off into the unknown depths of the multiverse, ready for whatever adventures await them next.
Title: The Tellurium Cucumber Catastrophe.
Opening scene. Rick is in the kitchen chopping up vegetables while Morty, Jerry, Summer, and Beth are sitting at the table staring at their phones.
Oh, check it out. I'm making a salad with these cucumbers I got from a Thai market.
Wow, Rick, you're really stepping up your health game.
Yeah, but what's with that green pile over there?
Oh, that's just some tellurium I've been experimenting with.
Is that safe, Dad?
What do I look like, David Attenborough?
Suddenly, the pile of tellurium starts to emit a bright green light and the cucumbers begin to shake on the countertop.
What the hell? Is this some kind of funny office prank?
No, this is bad. We need to get out of here.
The group makes a run for the portal as the cucumbers start to grow and multiply rapidly.
What's happening, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. But I'm pretty sure we just created a cucumber alien hybrid that's taking over the entire kitchen.
Great. Now what do we do?
We have to figure out a way to stop them.
Meanwhile, Madeline Petch suddenly appears in the hallway.
Madeline. Hey guys, I'm here to do a tutorial on healthy eating. What's going on?
Oh, just a little science experiment gone wrong.
Madeline. Well, I'm no scientist, but I think we need to neutralize that tellurium.
You're a genius, Morty. Go get me the bucket of liquid nitrogen.
Got it, Rick.
I still don't understand how those cucumbers turned into aliens.
Let's just say sometimes science can be a little unpredictable.
With the help of Madeline's quick thinking and Rick's scientific know-how, they manage to freeze the cucumber aliens and neutralize the tellurium. Well, that was a crazy adventure.
Yeah, but at least we learned something about science and healthy eating.
Whatever, let's just go get some pizza.
Finn.
Title: The Cybernetic Espionage of Emily in Paris.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are browsing through a store with a row of electronic devices sitting on top of a table next to each other on display.
Morty, check out these new cybernetic implants. We could hack into any government database with these babies.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. That's illegal.
Legal, Morty? Do you even know the definition of the word?
Oh, yeah, it means against the law.
Wrong. It means we're just not smart enough to get away with it.
They leave the store and head home to their lab where they start experimenting with the new cybernetic implants. Meanwhile, Beth asks Jerry to go to IKEA with her to pick out some new furniture.
Jerry, can you please just pick out a lamp? We've been here for hours.
But I can't decide between the one with the bright light or the one with the softer glow.
Just pick one already. We have to get home before Rick and Morty turn the house into a laboratory again.
Back at the lab, Rick and Morty accidentally upload a virus to their cybernetic implants and they start glitching out.
Rick, what did you do? They're malfunctioning.
Relax, Morty. It's just a little glitch. Nothing we can't handle.
Suddenly, an unknown voice comes through their implants.
Unknown voice. Hello, Rick and Morty. I've hacked into your implants and I've been watching you. I have a job for you.
Who are you? What do you want?
Unknown voice. I am a cybernetic espionage agent and I need your help to steal some important nitrogen research from a top secret lab.
I don't know, Rick. This sounds dangerous.
Dangerous? Morty, do you even know the definition of the word?
Yes, Rick. It means we could get hurt or even killed.
Wrong. It means we're about to have some kick-ass adventure.
They agree to help the espionage agent and head to the lab, but they quickly learn that they are not the only ones after the nitrogen. Emily from the popular Netflix show Emily in Paris is also trying to steal it for her own purposes.
Emily, hello, Rick and Morty. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I can help you get the nitrogen, but we have to split it 50-50.
No deal, Emily. We can take care of this ourselves.
As Rick and Morty try to navigate the lab's security system, they realize that they have been tricked by the espionage agent. He never intended to split the nitrogen with them and he has set them up to take the fall for the theft.
Morty, we've been had. We have to get out of here.
They make a run for the exit, but they are intercepted by the espionage agent's goons.
Espionage agent, nice try, Rick and Morty. You are not going anywhere.
Just when it seems like all is lost, Beth and Jerry burst into the lab and save the day by using their new IKEA furniture as weapons. Beth, I told you that the collapsed shelf was the perfect size for a shield.
I know. It's perfect for deflecting bullets.
In the end, Rick and Morty manage to escape with the nitrogen and Emily in Paris reveals that she was actually working undercover to stop the espionage agent. They all join forces to save the world from his evil plans.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. I don't think my brain can handle it.
Calm down, Morty. It's just science.
Title: The Canine Conundrum, A Tale of Two Australian Shepherds.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty lounging in the backyard, surrounded by their dogs. Rick looks over at two Australian shepherds, one brown and white and the other black and white, both laying on the grass with their leashes on their necks. He mumbles something about dumb animals, but Morty interrupts him, pointing out that the brown and white Aussie seems to be scratching his ear quite frequently. Rick, intrigued, pulls out his trusty microscope and begins examining the dog's ear. He discovers a tiny, microscopic parasite burrowing deep into the dog's ear canal. Morty, in his typical fashion, quips, "Looks like someone has a case of the late-stage canine otodex cyanotus," to which Rick rolls his eyes and mutters something about Morty's IQ being lower than the average dog's. But the plot thickens. The black and white Aussie, apparently sensing that her buddy is in trouble, begins tugging on her leash and whimpering. Rick and Morty can't figure out what's wrong until they notice something odd about the black and white Aussie's fur. It seems to be emitting a strange, almost otherworldly glow. Puzzled, Rick whips out his scientific equipment and begins running a series of tests on the black and white Aussie. He discovers that the dog's fur contains a previously undiscovered isotope that affects the brainwaves of nearby creatures. Suddenly, Morty starts acting strange. He starts speaking in tongues, doing interpretive dance, and making bizarre animal noises. Rick realizes that the isotope in the dog's fur is causing Morty's brainwaves to go haywire. Meanwhile, the brown and white Aussie is getting more and more agitated and is starting to scratch his ear so intensely that he's causing himself physical harm. Rick, in a rare moment of compassion, decides to perform an experimental procedure to remove the parasite from the dog's ear. He does so successfully, and the dog's health is quickly restored. But the episode doesn't end there. As Rick and Morty are congratulating themselves on a job well done, they notice that the black and white Aussie is starting to emit an even stronger glow. Suddenly, the dog's fur starts to buzz and vibrate, and a portal opens up in the yard. Out of the portal emerges a pack of interdimensional space dogs, all barking and spinning around in circles. The black and white Aussie seems to be their leader, and the pack follows her as she bounds into the portal and disappears. Rick and Morty look at each other, dumbfounded, and Morty mutters, "I don't think we're in Kansas anymore." The episode ends with Rick and Morty staring off into space, contemplating the mysteries of the universe and the weirdness of their own backyard. And, of course, with the dogs still lounging on the grass, their leashes snug around their necks, blissfully unaware of the interdimensional chaos that has just taken place.
Well, Morty, looks like science just got a little more furry.
Ha, yeah, Rick, I guess you could say this one was a real rough ride.
Groans, get out.
Title: The Scapulae Curse Catastrophe.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are seen traveling through space in their spaceship. Rick tells Morty that he needs his help to retrieve an ancient cursed artifact known as the Scapulae. Morty questions the purpose of getting the cursed artifact, but Rick dismisses him, stating that it's for some important scientific research.
Morty, we need to retrieve the Scapulae artifact. It's an ancient curse that's been locked away for centuries.
Why do we want to retrieve a cursed artifact, Rick?
It's for scientific research, Morty. We need to understand the properties of the curse and how it works.
They arrive at the location of the artifact, which is a stone bench in the middle of a field of grass and dirt with a stone wall in the background. As they approach the bench, they hear a faint whispering coming from the artifact.
Morty, do you hear that? That's the curse calling out to us.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. I have a bad feeling about this.
Rick dismisses Morty's concerns and takes the artifact. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts shaking, and they hear a loud roar coming from the distance. Beth and Summer, who were watching from a distance, run to help Rick and Morty. They find themselves in front of an ancient cursed tomb where the curse is getting stronger and stronger.
Rick, what did you do?
I think I might have angered the spirits beyond the curse.
This is bad. What's going to happen to us?
We need to find a way to reverse the curse. Morty, give me the artifact.
As Rick tries to reverse the curse, the ground beneath them starts shaking even more. Suddenly, a swarm of giant scapula-shaped monsters emerge from the tomb, and they start attacking the group. The group fights back, determined to survive.
This is insane, Rick. We need to get out of here.
Not before we reverse the curse, Morty.
After a long and brutal fight, Rick finally manages to reverse the curse, and the monsters disappear. The group is left shaken, but they eventually make it back to the spaceship.
So, what now, Rick?
We just witnessed the power of ancient curses, Morty. We need to be more careful with artifacts like these in the future.
Can we just all go home and forget any of this ever happened?
No, Beth, this is an important scientific discovery that we cannot ignore.
I just hope we don't have to face any more cursed artifacts anytime soon.
Closing scene. The group flies off into the depth of space, leaving behind the cursed tomb and its secrets.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Pickle Rick's Universe.
Act 1. Rick, the genius but alcoholic scientist, has been experimenting with quantum entanglement, where he can teleport himself and Morty to different universes. Morty is excited to explore other universes, but his math skills are subpar, and he can barely keep up with Rick's scientific jargon.
Morty, buckle up. It's time for another dimension-hopping adventure.
Oh, I don't know, Rick, I got a C- in math.
Don't worry, Morty, we'll just use the quantum entanglement device that I built. It's so simple, even a pickle could use it.
A pickle? What do you mean? Why a pickle?
Rick's eyes widen as he remembers something from his past. Act 2. Flashback to when Rick turned himself into a pickle and went on a chaotic adventure to escape from a group of assassins.
Morty, you remember that time I turned myself into a pickle?
Yeah, Rick, but how is that relevant to this?
Well, while I was a pickle, I discovered a new universe. It was so different from anything I'd seen before.
Really? What was it like?
It was a universe filled with pickle people, and they were all just like me.
That sounds weird.
It was, but ever since then, I've been obsessed with the idea of exploring other universes with the quantum entanglement device. And now, we're going back to the pickle universe.
Act 3. Rick and Morty teleport to the pickle universe, where they meet Pickle Rick and other pickle people. They quickly realize that this universe is even crazier than they had imagined.
Pickle, welcome to the pickle universe, Morty. I'm so glad you could join us.
Pickle Rick, why are you wearing an eye patch?
Pickle, long story, Morty. But let me
Title: The Time Hulk Paradox.
Synopsis: When Rick discovers a man in a green suit who claims to have control over time, he can't resist the opportunity to test his theories. Joined by Morty, Jerry, and Summer, they embark on a scientific mission to unravel the secrets of time manipulation and the enigmatic presence of the Hulk.
Opening scene.
Morty, Jerry, Summer, get your butts over here. We've got a time traveler on our hands.
Time traveler? That's impossible.
Yeah, Rick, there's no way someone could travel through time.
Oh, ye of little faith. This man claims to have a clock that controls time.
But, Rick, if he can control time, couldn't he just go back and stop himself from getting caught?
Good point, Morty. Let's check it out.
Scene 2.
So, Time Man, show us what you can do.
Time Man, just watch this. Holds up the clock and turns a dial.
Suddenly, the clouds in the sky part, and a Hulk figure appears in front of them. What the hell is that?
It's the Hulk, and he's smiling. Scene 3.
So, let me get this straight. The Hulk is smiling because of the clock?
Precisely, Morty. The clock has some sort of power to affect the emotional state of the Hulk.
But why would someone want to control the Hulk's emotions?
Maybe they're using him for some sort of comedy magic act?
Interesting theory, Jerry. Let's investigate further.
Scene 4.
Okay, team, we need to get a closer look at the Hulk and see if we can figure out what's going on with his skin.
Why his skin?
Because I have a theory that his skin may have some sort of unique property that interacts with the clock's power.
That's kinda crazy.
Yeah, even for you, Rick.
Hey, I have a PhD from a top university. I know what I'm talking about.
Scene 5.
Alright, team, let's take a closer look at the Hulk's skin.
The group approaches the Hulk, who continues to smile.
Interesting. His skin has some sort of magical quality to it.
Magical? Like Aragorn from Lord of the Rings?
Not exactly, Morty, but close enough.
Scene 6.
Hey, Rick, do you think the Hulk would be interested in some facials?
What are you talking about, Jerry?
Well, his skin is obviously pretty amazing.
Maybe he's interested in some beauty treatments.
Jerry, you never cease to amaze me with your useless suggestions.
Yeah, Jerry, burp with the rest of them.
Scene 7.
Okay, we still don't know why someone would want to control the Hulk's emotions with a clock. But I have a new theory.
What's that?
What if the clock's power affects not just the emotional state of the Hulk, but his physical state as well?
Like, making him smaller?
Or bigger?
Scene 8.
Alright, team, let's test my theory. Turns the dial on the clock.
Suddenly, the Hulk begins to grow larger and larger until he towers over the group, still smiling.
Aw, man, he's even scarier when he's big.
Rick, we have to stop this.
Hold on, Summer, I think I can reverse it. Turns the dial again.
The Hulk begins to shrink back down to his normal size. Whoa, Rick, that was some crazy science.
Scene 9.
Well, team, it looks like we might never know the true purpose of the clock. But this was a wild ride.
Yeah, I'm just glad we didn't get smashed by the Hulk.
Rick, promise me you won't mess around with time travel again.
No promises, Summer, but I'll try to keep it to a minimum.
Hey, guys, I found a coupon for facial treatments. All grown and exit scene. End scene.
Title: The Lego Conundrum, a Rick and Morty PhD level adventure.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty stumble upon a peculiar phenomenon involving a group of Legos standing in a row on a table with a Star Wars logo on it. They embark on a wild, scientific journey to understand the significance and implications of this Lego conundrum.
Scene 1.
Morty, get over here. You gotta see this.
What is it, Rick?
Look at these Legos, Morty, standing in a perfect row on a Star Wars logo. This can't be a coincidence.
What does it mean, Rick?
That's what we're going to find out, Morty. Get in the ship. We've got some sciencing to do.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at a nearby science research facility and begin conducting experiments on the Legos. They discover that these Legos are sentient beings capable of complex communication and reasoning.
Morty, these Legos aren't just Legos. They're living organisms with their own society and culture. We've stumbled upon a whole new dimension of existence.
Whoa, Rick, do they have a government or something?
Of course they do, Morty. And we're going to meet the president of the Lego Republic.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty meet with the Lego president, a wise and powerful figure who explains the significance of the Star Wars logo.
Lego President, the Star Wars logo represents a beacon of hope for our society. It inspires us to live by the principles of courage and selflessness.
Ah, I see. So you guys are like a bunch of tiny Jedis, huh?
Lego President, indeed, but the empire of Duplos threatens our way of life. They seek to conquer and dominate us.
Oh no, that sounds bad.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll help these Legos defeat the Duplos. But first, we need to science a way to boost their combat power.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty create a quantum-enhanced Legotron, a giant robot made of Legos with immense fighting capabilities. They lead the Lego army, composed of the Inkling and Stormtroopers, Star Wars, to battle against the Duplos.
Morty, grab that laser gun and hop on the Legotron. It's time to show these Duplos what real science is all about.
Aye aye, Captain.
Scene 5.
The Legotron obliterates the Duplo army, leading to the ultimate victory of the Lego Republic.
Lego President, Rick and Morty, you are true heroes of the Lego people. We thank you for your service.
No need to thank us, Lego Prez. That's just what we do. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got a hankering for some Szechuan sauce.
Rick, I don't think they have that here.
Then let's get back to the ship and find some, Morty. Science waits for no sauce.
The end.
The Karate Law of Little Caesars.
The episode starts as Rick builds a karate dojo in his garage and calls it the Law of Little Caesars, while Morty and Summer watch. Rick explains the science behind karate and how it can be used to protect and serve pizza.
Wait, how does karate protect pizza?
Because pizza is life, and karate is the way of life. It's all about balance, Morty. Balancing the pizza boxes on your head while kicking the bad guys' asses.
I don't know, Rick. This seems a little crazy.
Crazy? This isn't crazy, Morty. This is science, and science is always a little crazy.
As Rick and Morty begin their karate training, Summer notices a poster on the wall with a group of people in karate gear and a sign that says, Little Caesars Law Enforcement.
What's with the poster, Rick?
Oh, that's just a little something I picked up from my time with the Star Trek Tribbles. They were big believers in pizza enforcement.
As they continue their training, a group of pizza thieves break into the garage. Rick, Morty, and Summer put their karate skills to the test and successfully defend their beloved pizza.
See, Morty, I told you karate was the way. And with the Little Caesars Law Enforcement poster, we'll be untouchable.
Suddenly, the poster starts to glow and a portal opens up. Out steps a group of karate chopping pizza slices, ready to join their fight for pepperoni justice.
Rick, I think you might have taken this a little too far.
Nonsense, Morty. It's all part of the plan.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Summer, and their new pizza allies climbing a mountain to reach the ultimate pizza fortress, ready to take on any and all pizza threats.
I never thought karate could be so cheesy.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Summer.
Title: The Nihonium Teeth Monster in the Eldritch Portal Chaos.
Opening shot, close-up of a monster with its mouth open and teeth wide open with teeth and fangs on it.
Morty, we're in trouble. That's the Nihonium Teeth Monster. It's one of the deadliest creatures in the universe.
Oh, geez, Rick. What's so special about it?
It has teeth made of nihonium, an element from another dimension. It can chew through anything, including reality itself.
Enters the room. What's going on?
Enters behind Beth. Yeah, we heard screaming.
Frustrated. I told you to stay in your room, Jerry. We're in the middle of an alien meme war.
Confused? Alien meme war?
It's when aliens from different dimensions fight using memes as their weapons.
Sarcastically, oh, good. That clears things up.
Exasperated, can we focus on the Nihonium Teeth Monster?
Right, sorry. We need to close the Eldritch Portal Chaos it came through.
Surprised? Eldritch Portal Chaos? Isn't that a game you play, Rick?
Grinning, yep, and I'm the reigning Mage Knight champion.
I roll. Great. Can you use your skills to close the portal?
Looking at the portal, it's not gonna be easy. The portal is unstable and the monster is getting closer.
Nervously, so, what's the plan?
Determined. We'll use the power of science and magic to create a spell that will close the portal and destroy the monster.
Skeptical? Science and magic? How can they work together?
Smiling. It's simple, Morty. Science helps us understand the universe, and magic helps us manipulate it.
Nodding. Okay, let's do this.
Chanting. By the power of science and magic, we summon the spell of Eldritch Portal Closure.
The portal starts to close, and the Nihonium Teeth Monster is dragged back into the abyss. Relieved. Phew, that was close.
Excited. Hey, Rick. Can we go back to playing Eldritch Portal Chaos now?
Laughing. You got it, Morty. And this time, I'm gonna beat you even harder.
Smiling. Well, at least no one got hurt.
The camera zooms out as the family continues playing their game and having a good time.
The Goofy Face Paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer venture into a parallel universe where cartoon characters are sentient beings with advanced technological capabilities. Upon arrival, they encounter a goofy-faced character with a black and white background who seems to be in distress. The group offers to help and soon discovers that the parade in which the character was supposed to participate was ruined by Morty's accidental interference.
Morty, you idiot. We were supposed to observe this universe, not mess with it.
I'm sorry, Rick. I thought it was just a silly cartoon.
Guys, focus. We need to find a way to fix this and get the parade back on track.
The group devises a plan to use Rick's portal gun to go back in time and prevent Morty's mistake. However, they soon find themselves faced with a scientific paradox where interfering with the past could have catastrophic consequences on their present reality.
We've got a classic time-traveling situation on our hands. If we fix the parade, we could create a chain reaction that could destroy the entire multiverse.
Oh geez, Rick, what do we do?
We need to think outside the box. We'll have to come up with a plan that doesn't involve changing the past but still gets the parade back on track.
Through a series of innovative and absurd ideas, the group finally manages to fix the parade without creating a paradox.
Goofy-faced character. Thank you so much, guys. You saved the day.
Yeah, don't mention it. Just another day in the multi-dimensional life of Rick and Morty.
The episode concludes with the group returning to their own dimension, feeling relieved that their actions didn't cause the downfall of the multiverse.
Phew, that was close. I don't think I can handle another time paradox.
Don't sweat it, Morty. You'll get used to it. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The Quantum Light-Up Man's Adventure.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves embroiled in a bizarre murder case involving a man in a green suit holding a peculiar quantum light-up device, Voldemort, and a shapeshifter on the loose.
Act 1.
Morty, we've got a peculiar case on our hands. A man in a quantum suit was found dead in the alleyway with this device on him.
What is it, Rick? It looks like a green flashlight.
Don't underestimate it, Morty. This quantum device is advanced technology that can change the very fabric of reality.
Act 2.
As they investigate further, they encounter a shapeshifter who has been using the quantum device to murder people in various forms.
Oh no, Rick. The shapeshifter just took the form of Voldemort from Harry Potter.
Relax, Morty. Voldemort is a fictional character. It's just the shapeshifter playing mind games.
Act 3.
In a climactic battle, Rick and Morty use the quantum device to their advantage, tricking the shapeshifter into revealing their true form and neutralizing them.
Looks like we solved the case, Morty. Another successful adventure for the Quantum Light-Up Man.
Oh, Rick, I don't think that's a real superhero.
Who cares, Morty? We saved the day and that's all that matters.
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty walk off into the sunset, the quantum device mysteriously disappears from their hands.
What happened to the quantum light-up man's device, Rick?
Hey, who knows? It's just advanced technology we don't fully understand yet. Maybe it'll pop up again in another adventure.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Pauses. Wait, did you just break the fourth wall, Rick?
What's a fourth wall? I don't even know what dimension we're in anymore, Morty.
End scene. Roll credits.
Title: The Sandwich Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth and Summer are stranded in a universe where sandwiches are the only food and are worshipped as deities. They must navigate this strange world while trying to find a way back to their own universe.
Scientific description. The group is transported to a universe where the biochemical composition of all living organisms has evolved to have a biochemical affinity for the consumption of sandwiches and its derivatives. Due to the abundance of dietary substrates in this universe, the digestive tract of the organisms evolved to become highly specialized to process and assimilate the nutrients contained within the sandwich substrate. Even more intriguingly, the emergence of low-level intelligence gave rise to the anthropomorphic worship of sandwiches as gods.
Well, we're in quite the pickle, Morty. It seems that we landed in a universe where sandwiches are more than just a meal. They're a way of life.
Geez, Rick, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm getting sick of sandwiches.
I need some variety in my diet. I can't eat sandwiches every day.
What's wrong with sandwiches? They're delicious. In fact, I could use a sandwich right now. How about a club sandwich with some Sephora sauce?
We need to focus on finding a way back home. Any ideas, Rick?
I'm working on it, but first, we'll need to do some research on the sandwich gods. It seems they hold the key to our escape.
The group goes on a wild adventure to meet the sandwich gods and learn their secrets. Along the way, they encounter various sandwich-based obstacles, including a giant Reuben sandwich monster and a maze made entirely of grilled cheese.
We finally made it to the sandwich gods' temple. Now we just need to figure out how to communicate with them.
I don't think we're in the sandwich anymore, Rick. Look, it's Timothy Chalamet.
Suddenly, the sandwich gods appear in front of them, demanding to know why they have disturbed their sacred temple. The group explains their situation and begs for their help.
Sandwich God, very well. We will assist you in returning to your universe. But first, you must pass a test.
What kind of test?
Sandwich God, you must create the ultimate sandwich. If it pleases us, we will grant you passage back to your universe.
The group succeeds in creating the ultimate sandwich and are sent back to their own universe, never to eat another sandwich again.
Scientific conclusion. The biochemical composition of all organisms is intrinsically tied to their environment. In universes where sandwiches are the norm, organisms evolve specialized digestive tracts and cultural practices focused on the consumption and worship of the sandwich. However, it is still possible to escape these universes through creativity and perseverance.
Title: The Yarn Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are experimenting with a new form of yarn they discovered from a distant planet, which they named Fibrum stragicus. The yarn appears to possess properties of both tribbles from Star Trek and bromine, making it highly unpredictable and dangerous. After accidentally dropping a ball of Fibrum stragicus, the duo find themselves trapped in a Las Vegas hotel room with a growing pile of yarn, as it feeds on the surrounding energy.
Morty, this yarn is like nothing we've seen before. It's emitting gamma radiation and multiplying at an alarming rate.
Oh man, Rick, what are we gonna do? This whole room is gonna be covered in yarn.
Don't panic, Morty. I think I can reverse the polarity and make the yarn consume itself.
As Rick sets to work reversing the polarity, Morty attempts to distract himself from their impending doom by browsing through Ariana Grande's social media.
Hey Rick, did you know Ariana Grande has a new album coming out?
No, Morty. Can you focus, please?
But Rick, music is the key to the universe. We could use it to lull the yarn into submission.
That's actually not a bad idea, Morty. Quick, hand me that guitar.
Rick begins strumming a haunting melody as Morty sings a hypnotic tune about yarn consumption. The yarn slowly begins to shrink and dissipate until there's just a single ball left.
Wow, Rick, we did it! That last ball of yarn looks different though. It's still emitting radiation, but it's gray, not green.
Interesting. Let me run a few tests on it.
Rick places the gray ball of yarn in a container, and it immediately transforms into a fully grown tribble.
Morty, this yarn was a tribble all along. We've discovered a new form of life.
Whoa, dude, that's wild.
As Rick and Morty prepare to leave the hotel, a knock at the door interrupts their celebration. It's Ariana Grande, who heard their music and came to see what was going on.
Ariana, hey, I heard your music and it was awesome. Do you guys want to hang out?
Sure, Why not? We just had a close call with some Fibrum stragicus yarn, tribble hybrid. Want to see it?
Ariana, sure, I guess.
As Ariana looks on in amazement, Rick and Morty realize that even in the scientific world, life is always full of surprises.
Title: Interdimensional Botanical Buffoonery.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific expedition to an alternate universe where they encounter a rare interdimensional plant that possesses high psychoactive properties. The plant, known as Solanum zambianus, has only been seen once before, and Rick is determined to get his hands on it.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the laboratory discussing their latest mission. Rick explains that Solanum zambianus can only be found in a parallel universe where the flora and fauna have evolved in a way that is entirely different from Earth. Morty is skeptical but goes along with the plan.
Morty, get ready for a mind-bending experience. We're going to travel to a parallel universe where the plant life has evolved in a completely different way from ours. I'm talking about a world of interdimensional botanical buffoonery.
I don't know, Rick. This sounds risky. What if something goes wrong?
Relax, Morty. I've done this 100 times. It's all about calculated risks.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty enter the portal, which leads them to a universe with strange and wondrous plants. As they search for Solanum zambianus, they come across a table with a green light on it. Suddenly, a cartoon character appears from thin air, claiming to be the protector of the plant.
Who the hell are you?
Cartoon character. I am the guardian of Solanum zambianus. Prepare to face my wrath. Rick, this doesn't look good.
Relax, Morty. It's just a cartoon character. Probably some kind of interdimensional hoax. Scene 3.
During the intense battle, Morty accidentally ruins dinner, which causes chaos. Meanwhile, Jerry appears, dressed as Al Pacino, and joins the fray. Say hello to my little friend.
What the hell is going on?
Stay focused, Morty. We need that plant.
Scene 4.
Amidst the chaos, Rick and Morty finally get their hands on Solanum zambianus, but not without enduring a few psychedelic trips. They return to their world, where they try to make sense of what just happened.
Well, that was one hell of a ride. I'm glad we got the plant though. This will definitely up my game in the scientific community.
I'm not sure if I ever want to do that again, Rick. My whole body feels like a kaleidoscope.
Hey, Rick. Can I interest you in a little Scarface roleplay?
Jerry, just shut up.
Title: The Bizarro Adventure of Brick and Shorty.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty take Brick and Shorty, two of Rick's old pals, on an interdimensional adventure. However, things take a turn for the weird, as they find themselves stranded in a seemingly normal, yet off-kilter dimension.
Opening scene.
Alright, you two. Buckle up. We're going on an interdimensional journey.
Rick, are you sure it's safe to bring these guys along?
Rick. Hey, I may be a little rough around the edges, but I'm not afraid of a little danger.
Morty, yeah, besides, I've always wanted to see what's beyond our universe.
Act 1. As they travel through the portal, they arrive in a seemingly normal suburban dimension.
Alright, boys. Remember our mission. We need to collect Philosopher's Stones on this dimension to fuel our portal gun.
Rick, do we really need to collect those? They're supposed to be really hard to find.
Rick. Relax, Morty. We got this. Shorty and I have been in tougher jams than this before.
As they search the suburban neighborhood, they notice that everything is just a little bit off. The houses are too symmetrical, the cars are too shiny, and there are no people in sight.
Act 2.
Suddenly, they hear a strange noise coming from a nearby house. They cautiously approach the front door and knock.
A man opens the door and greets them with a smile. Hi there. I'm Jerry. Would you like to come in for some lemonade?
Rick looks at the man suspiciously, but they decide to enter the house anyway. As they sit down to drink their lemonade, they notice that Jerry's house is decorated with an excessive amount of porcelain dolls.
Rick, I think we stumbled into some kind of Twilight Zone dimension.
Rick, this place gives me the creeps.
What do you mean? This is just my normal house.
Act 3.
They quickly leave Jerry's house and continue their search for the Philosopher's Stones. But as they roam the deserted streets, they start to notice more and more peculiarities. The sky keeps changing colors, the clouds rearrange themselves into strange shapes, and the houses start to look like they're made of candy.
Shorty, I'm starting to think we're not in Kansas anymore.
Suddenly, they find themselves standing in front of a seemingly ordinary house, with a sky background and clouds in the background.
Well boys, this must be the place. Let's go in and get those stones.
Act 4.
As they enter the house, they are greeted by a peculiar sight. The living room is filled with 3 identical men, each wearing a lab coat and standing on the sidewalk in front of the same house they just left.
Rick, are we seeing triple? Looks like we stumbled upon some kind of dimensional glitch.
3 men greet them with open arms and offer them tea. Hello there. We're the Smith brothers. Would you like to join us for some Earl Grey?
Rick, we need to get out of here. This dimension is seriously and scientifically messed up.
Agreed, Morty. Let's grab those stones and get out of here.
Closing scene.
As they finally collect the Philosopher's Stones, they make a swift exit through the portal, leaving behind the bizarre dimension and the Smith brothers.
Rick, what the hell just happened?
Well, Morty, sometimes we get ourselves in situations that are just scientifically unfathomable. Rick, yeah, but I gotta say, that was one hell of a ride.
Shorty, you're never gonna believe this, guys, but I think I just saw a flying unicorn out of the window.
Oh boy, better buckle up. It looks like we're about to have another bizarro adventure.
Title: The Cellular Paradox, an entropic analysis of Rick and Morty's BioFreaks gaming session.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the living room as Rick pulls out an old N64 console from his garage. Rick, Morty, get ready to experience some interdimensional gaming shenanigans. As Rick starts up BioFreaks, Morty's excitement is palpable. Morty, wow, Rick. I can't believe I'm actually playing this awful game. However, as they begin to play, something strange happens. The characters on the screen start to come alive and interact with Rick and Morty in their reality. Rick, Morty, this is a textbook example of a paradox. This game is causing an entropic shift in our universe.
Morty, huh? What do you mean, Rick?
As they play, the characters on the screen keep multiplying, and Rick and Morty find themselves battling an army of mutated monsters.
BioFreaks character on screen, you cannot defeat us. We will take over your world.
Rick, don't worry, Morty. I've got this. Using a combination of his scientific knowledge and Morty's determination, they manage to defeat the monsters and restore order to their reality.
Morty, wow, Rick. That was crazy. We actually saved the world from a video game.
Rick, yeah, Morty. Just another day in the life of the smartest man in the universe. As they sit back on the couch, Rick pulls out his own cell phone with a cartoon character on its screen. Rick, hey, Morty, wanna play with my new invention? It's a mini-universe inside a cellular phone. And thus, the episode ends with Rick and Morty diving into another scientific adventure. This concludes our analysis of the complex and entropic episode, The Cellular Paradox. Stay tuned for the next mind-bending episode of Rick and Morty.
psychoactive wine tasting adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with psychoactive wine.
Rick is attempting to create a wine with a perfect balance of flavor and hallucinogenic properties.
Meanwhile, Jerry is attempting to fix the family computer. Beth is in the kitchen cooking dinner, and Summer is scrolling through her phone.
Morty, hold still. I need to take a blood sample to test the psychoactive effects of the wine.
Slurring. Oh, okay, Rick. Do I get another glass of wine?
Sure, why not? And while we're at it, let's test the effects of day-old pizza on the human digestive system.
Frustrated. This computer is more glitchy than a Rick and Morty adventure.
Calling from the kitchen. Jerry, can you set the table, please?
Sarcastic. Oh boy, I can't wait for dinner with my dysfunctional family.
As everyone gathers around the table, Morty sneaks a few extra glasses of wine and becomes increasingly intoxicated.
Singing. I love psychoactive wine. It makes me feel so fine.
Smirking. Looks like we have a new test subject. Morty is now on wine number 10.
Concerned, should we be worried?
Trying to sound knowledgeable. Well, technically alcohol is a depressant, which means...
Interrupting. Boring. Let's see what happens when we combine the wine with the pizza.
The family starts hallucinating and experiencing strange visions.
Morty becomes convinced he is a superhero and tries to fly off the roof.
Summer starts conversing with her phone, convinced it has become sentient and is her new best friend.
Talking to her phone. I knew you were the only one who really understood me. We'll be friends forever.
As the night continues, the family becomes increasingly delirious and the hallucinations intensify.
Laughing uncontrollably. Jerry, you're a toaster.
Also laughing uncontrollably, and you're a refrigerator.
Chuckling. I think we've had enough psychoactive wine for one night.
Now on bottle 14. More wine, Rick. I want to see the colors of the wind.
The episode ends with the family passed out on the floor and Rick muttering to himself about the scientific breakthroughs he has made.
Title: The Lemonade Heist.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the lab doing a scientific experiment to examine the multiverse theory. They create a portal that leads them to a parallel universe where Jerry has just robbed a lemonade stand.
Morty, Summer, we are going to a universe where Jerry is. Wait for it. A criminal mastermind.
Whoa, Rick, that's messed up.
Shouldn't we stop him from doing something criminal?
Oh, let's see where this goes.
They arrive in the universe and see Jerry standing next to the table with a cooler on it and a cup of coffee in front of him.
Haha. I got away with it.
$12 in my pocket.
Oh, my sweet summer child. You robbed a lemonade stand for $12? Pathetic.
Yeah, Jerry, what's wrong with you?
Can't you make money any other way?
I just really wanted to buy a new shirt. Rick looks at Jerry with a mixture of disgust and amusement.
Well, since we're already here, let's do some science.
What kind of science, Rick?
The kind that involves robbing the lemonade stand again.
They proceed to rob the stand with Jerry, who is more than happy to help. They get away with the cash and head back to their own universe.
What the hell? Rick, why did you do that?
Because science, Summer, because science.
But we didn't learn anything.
Wrong, Morty. We learned that Jerry is a terrible criminal.
Jerry looks dejected. I just wanted a new shirt. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer laughing while Jerry sulks in the background.
Title: The Wine Wars, a Scientific Blunder.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty arriving at a prestigious wine aisle in a store, where they bump into Jerry. Rick, in his usual brash demeanor, insults Jerry's taste in wine, causing Jerry to challenge Rick to a wine tasting competition. Rick accepts the challenge and the competition commences under scientific conditions, with each sip examined and analyzed. However, things take a chaotic turn when Morty, distracted by a woman in a blue coat, accidentally spills ketchup on a Junkie Patrick, a cartoon character holding a bottle of wine. Desperate to clean up the mess, Morty makes Junkie Patrick drink 14 bottles of ketchup. As a result, Junkie Patrick goes on a rampage, causing the store to go into lockdown. Meanwhile, Rick and Jerry are still in their wine tasting competition, completely oblivious to the chaos caused by Morty and Junkie Patrick. They continue to analyze each sip under strict scientific conditions, adding more and more variables to the experiment. As the situation in the store becomes more dire, the woman in the blue coat reveals herself to be a secret agent, assigned to stop a group of rogue scientists from carrying out a nefarious plan. Jerry, having had enough of the scientific nonsense, joins forces with the secret agent and takes down the rogue scientists while Rick and Morty are still lost in their wine-tasting experiment. In the end, Jerry, the secret agent, and Morty save the day, while Rick, having consumed too much wine, passes out and drools on himself. The episode ends with the realization that science isn't always the answer and sometimes, you just need to trust your gut.
Rick, I can't believe you actually thought this inferior Bordeaux was even worth considering.
Jerry. Oh, shut up, Rick. Just because it's not made in a lab doesn't mean it's not good wine.
Morty, guys, I think I may have made a bit of a mess here.
Junkie Patrick, you've ruined my entire collection. I'll never forgive you. Burps asterisk.
Secret agent, no time to explain. We have to stop the rogue scientists planning to destroy the world.
Rick, I don't have time for this. I'm in the middle of an experiment here.
Jerry, you know what? I'm done with this scientific nonsense. Let's take down these bad guys and prove that intuition trumps science any day.
Morty, and maybe next time, I won't give someone 14 bottles of ketchup to drink.
Rick, passing out, whoa, too much wine.
Title: The Sweet Summer Science.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer sitting in the garage while a man with a skateboard passes by. Rick starts to analyze his movement and how it can be applied to space travel.
The movement of that skateboarder is fascinating. I can use it to enhance our space travel technology.
Rick, you sure that's possible?
Anything's possible, Morty. Science is all about experimentation.
You know, back in my day, we didn't have science.
We just did things the old-fashioned way.
Not everything old-fashioned is good, Dad.
Rick starts working on his new space technology while repeatedly misusing the term, sweet summer child, in inappropriate situations.
This technology will be revolutionary, my sweet summer child.
Rick, what does that even mean? Stop using it already.
Meanwhile, a red suitcase appears out of nowhere, floating in the air. The group is puzzled as to where it came from and what is inside. Maybe it's a treasure.
Don't be ridiculous, Jerry. That's not how science works.
Morty decides to open the suitcase and they find a mysterious liquid inside. Rick quickly identifies it as a rare space element that could potentially be the key to their new space technology.
This element is the missing piece to our space travel puzzle. We need to extract it immediately.
The group sets out to extract the element, but things take a dramatic turn when the liquid interacts with the skateboarder's movements and causes a rift in the space-time continuum.
Rick, what did you do?
It wasn't me, Morty. It was the sweet summer child.
As chaos ensues, the group must work together to fix the space-time rift and save the universe from destruction.
This is why science is so important, my sweet summer children. We need to use our knowledge to protect the universe.
In the end, the group narrowly avoids disaster and Rick finally stops misusing the term, sweet summer child.
I guess you could say that was a sweet summer success.
Everyone rolls their eyes at Rick's terrible pun. Oh boy, here we go again.
The hilarious misadventures of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and a mysterious green cartoon character.
Opening shot of the episode reveals a cartoon character with a green outfit and a black hat on a purple stage with a purple background and a purple light. The camera then pans to Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer sitting on the couch in the living room.
What in the multiverse is that green thing?
I don't know, Rick. I can barely remember who I am.
Guys, that's a character from Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm a huge fan. Summer rolls her eyes and Rick takes a swig from his flask.
Well, if we have to deal with that, might as well make it worth our while. Let's get weird and do some science.
The scene cuts to the garage where Rick is tinkering with some devices, while Morty and Jerry observe. So what's the plan, Rick?
I've created a device that will allow us to enter the mind of that green cartoon character and manipulate his thoughts.
Whoa, that sounds dangerous, Rick.
Relax, Morty, it's just science.
The trio enters the cartoon character's mind and find themselves in a bizarre and wacky environment. This is insane. It's like being inside a late-night cartoon.
Hey, where's Rick?
The camera pans to Rick, who is running around blindly, crashing into walls and tripping over objects.
I forgot to mention, I'm blind in this dimension. Just follow my voice.
They eventually find a green cartoon character and begin to manipulate his thoughts.
Let's make him think he's a chicken.
No, let's make him think he's the president.
Guys, I don't think this is a good idea.
Suddenly, the cartoon character transforms into a mashed-up hybrid of a chicken and the president.
Cartoon character, Bok, America first.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry burst out laughing. This is the greatest thing ever.
I don't think I'm ever going to forget this.
The trio exits the mind of the cartoon character and return to reality.
So, how was the adventure?
Amazing.
We turned him into a chicken president hybrid.
And I ran around blindly, crashing into everything. I'm still finding bruises.
I still can't remember what happened before this episode.
Well, at least you guys had fun. And who knows, maybe that green cartoon character will have his own spin-off show now.
The episode ends with the cartoon character signing an autograph for Jerry, while Rick, Morty, and Summer look on amused.
Title: The Skull in the Stars.
ACT-1. Rick and Morty are sitting on a bench under the sky which is full of clouds and stars. Rick pulls out a skull from his backpack and begins examining it.
With a smirk, Morty, look at this beauty. A rare species of skull from a planet far, far away.
Looks at the skull with disgust. Rick, what are you going to do with that thing?
Laughs. What am I going to do? Morty, my boy, you have no idea what kind of experiments we can do with this.
ACT-2. Rick puts the skull on the ground and starts setting up a bunch of scientific instruments around it.
Apprehensively, Rick, this looks kinda dangerous.
Chuckles. Relax, Morty. We're just going to conduct some harmless experiments.
As Rick is adjusting the equipment, he accidentally touches a button and a blinding light flashes out.
Nonchalantly. Oops, my bad.
Suddenly, the skull starts shaking vigorously and strange creatures emerge from within.
Screaming, Rick, what did you do?
With a hint of excitement, well, Morty, it seems we have stumbled upon a previously unknown form of interdimensional life. Fascinating.
ACT-3. Rick and Morty are now in the middle of a full-blown battle with the interdimensional creatures, trying to fend them off with their various scientific weapons.
Panting, Rick, this is insane. How are we going to get out of this alive?
Grinning, Morty, my boy, there's always a way out. We just have to find the right scientific formula.
Voice trembling, what formula, Rick? What are you talking about?
Laughs. Relax, Morty. It's just a little thing called the dimensional conversion equation.
Size, of course, the dimensional conversion equation.
ACT-4. Rick and Morty are back on the bench, looking exhausted but triumphant.
Laughs. Well, Morty, that was one for the books.
Groans. Can we please not do anything like that again, Rick?
Smirks. Don't worry, Morty. I think we've learned our lesson.
As they get up to leave, Rick suddenly calls Morty something so inappropriate that he has to break the fourth wall and apologize directly to the viewer.
Shocked. Oh, sorry about that. Guess our science experiment got a little out of hand.
Title: The Quantum Folly of Plant Whispering.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick discovers a new type of plant in a distant galaxy with the ability to communicate with intelligent life forms. Fascinated by the discovery, Rick takes Morty on a field trip to interact with the plant.
Act 1.
Morty, I've discovered a new type of plant with the ability to communicate with us. We gotta go check it out.
Oh, okay. What's so special about it?
Burps, it's the future of plant communication, Morty. The scientific implications are staggering.
Act 2.
Upon arrival, Rick and Morty are greeted by the plant and begin communicating through a series of quantum entanglements.
Oh, Morty, this plant is a quantum genius. It's like talking to Stephen Hawking, but in plant form.
I didn't even know plants could talk.
Plant. Your limited understanding of the multiverse is not of interest to me, Morty.
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty continue to converse with the plant, they begin to notice strange changes in their own physiology.
Morty, our molecular makeup is shifting. The plant's quantum energy must be affecting us.
Is that bad?
Burps, not necessarily. We just need to recalibrate our quantum receptors.
Act 4.
As they attempt to recalibrate their quantum receptors, Rick accidentally sets off a chain reaction that sends them hurtling through alternate universes.
Rick, what did you do?
I just tried to adjust the dial to 11. Guess I overshot a bit.
Act 5.
Finally, Rick and Morty manage to stabilize their quantum receptors and return to the original universe.
Well, Morty, another successful adventure in scientific discovery.
Success? We almost got turned inside out.
Burps, minor setback, Morty. We still learned a hell of a lot about quantum plant communication.
Title: Eternal Complexity.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on a dangerous multi-dimensional quest to retrieve a rare scientific specimen, but Morty continuously insists on calling Rick Mommy. Rick protests, but Morty presents 3 elaborate arguments as to why Rick is, in fact, his maternal figure. Meanwhile, Beth joins the adventure and struggles with her own maternal instincts.
Act 1. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are in Rick's laboratory, arguing over the details of their latest mission. Morty, holding 2 swords and wearing a cape, interrupts Rick with a flourish.
Excuse me, Mommy, but I have a suggestion.
Morty, I am not your goddamn mommy. And lose the swords, it's a science mission.
But Mommy, I need them for protection. And besides, I have 3 good reasons why you're my mommy.
I'm not interested in your delusional justification, Morty. Just focus on the mission.
Morty proceeds to list his 3 reasons, complete with charts and diagrams, but Rick remains unmoved.
Act 2.
During their journey, the group encounters numerous obstacles, including hostile aliens, complex interdimensional portals, and a malfunctioning spaceship. Beth, who has joined the mission, begins to show her own maternal side as she worries about the safety of the group.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? I don't want anything to happen to Morty.
Relax, Beth. Morty can handle himself. And stop calling me mommy, it's getting old.
Morty, however, continues to defy Rick's orders and puts them all in danger with his sword-wielding antics.
Act 3.
As they near their objective, Morty's behavior becomes increasingly erratic, and he begins to show signs of a psychological breakdown. Beth confronts him about his obsession with calling Rick Mommy, which sets off a chain of events that leads to Morty attacking Rick with his swords. Beth intervenes and slaps Morty, which causes him to snap out of his delusion. They successfully retrieve the specimen and make it back to the lab, but the emotional toll of the mission has left them all feeling uneasy.
Well, that was a typical day in the life of the Smith family. Morty, you need therapy. And Beth, I'm not your therapist, so figure it out yourself.
Sorry, Mommy. I'll try to behave better.
Just make sure you clean up the swords before you put them away.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty bonding over their shared trauma, while Beth retreats to her room to contemplate her choices as a mother.
Title: The Scientific Insanity of Thumbtack Consumption.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty delve into the wild world of thumbtack consumption, exploring the scientific and psychological implications of such an act. The episode begins with our titular heroes lounging in the garage, with Morty sporting a cartoon character with a cigarette in his mouth and a demon on his head, holding a pipe in his hand.
Morty, you seem even more nihilistic than usual today. What's on your mind?
Well, Rick, I was just thinking about all the crazy things people do, and I started wondering if you've ever considered eating thumbtacks.
What the hell are you talking about, Morty? That's a stupid idea, even for you.
Hear me out, Rick. I've got 5 good reasons why you should eat thumbtacks.
This is going to be good. Go ahead, Morty, enlighten me.
First of all, thumbtacks are full of iron, which is an essential nutrient for your body. Second, they're low in calories, so you won't gain any weight. Third, they're cheap and easy to find. Fourth, it would make for a great episode of our show. And fifth, it would prove once and for all that you're the craziest son of a bitch in the galaxy.
Rick, intrigued by Morty's logic, decides to give it a try. He proceeds to eat a handful of thumbtacks, much to Morty's horror.
Wow, Morty, you were right. That was the most insane thing I've ever done. I feel like a genius.
I can't believe this is actually happening. I'm not sure what's more disturbing, the fact that you're eating thumbtacks or the fact that I convinced you to do it.
As Rick's body begins to react to the thumbtacks, he experiences a series of bizarre and hilarious hallucinations, including a trip to a parallel dimension where thumbtacks are currency and a dance-off with a giant thumbtack monster. Morty is forced to navigate these strange new worlds and try to bring Rick back to reality. In the end, Rick and Morty emerge from the experience with a newfound appreciation for the absurdity of life and a healthy respect for the power of thumbtacks. The episode concludes with Rick and Morty sitting in silence, contemplating the deep mysteries of the universe.
Morty, I think we just discovered the meaning of life.
Really, Rick? You mean it wasn't just about eating thumbtacks?
Hell no, Morty, it was so much more than that. It was about pushing the boundaries of what's possible, embracing the unknown, and having a damn good time while doing it.
I guess you're right, Rick. Sometimes the craziest ideas can lead to the most incredible experiences.
The episode fades to black as Rick and Morty share a thumbs up, surrounded by a cloud of hallucinogenic thumbtack smoke.
Title: The Case of the Intelligent Skull.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are all lounging around the living room when Morty suddenly notices a poster hanging on the wall.
Hey guys, have you seen this poster? It's a skull wearing glasses in a green suit and tie on its chest.
That's probably just some weird art piece, Morty.
Oh, I bet it's some kind of intergalactic advertisement. We should investigate.
Oh, can I come too? I'm getting bored just sitting around here.
The four of them travel through various universes and eventually find themselves on the planet of Zorblack 7. As they explore the planet, they come across a strange laboratory.
Oh shit, Morty, looks like we stumbled upon some kind of genius laboratory.
I feel like a thumbtack in comparison.
They enter the lab and find the source of the Skull Poster, a highly advanced artificial intelligence program.
What is this thing?
I have an intergalactic
Title: The Demon of Dreadful Sleepwalker Terrors. The episode begins with Rick and Morty examining a poster of two men with knives and a demon in the background. Rick explains to Morty that this is a representation of Gendo Akari, a character from a popular anime. Jerry walks in and scoffs at the poster, calling it childish nonsense. Beth rolls her eyes and tells Jerry to leave them alone. Suddenly, Morty starts experiencing terrifying sleepwalking episodes. He wakes up covered in scratches and bruises, unable to remember what happened. Rick uses his scientific knowledge to investigate the cause of Morty's terrors. He discovers that it's linked to the jaguars that Morty encounters when he sleepwalks. In a shocking twist, it turns out that the jaguars are infected with a pandemic virus, which is causing Morty's sleepwalking episodes. As Rick and Morty race to find a cure, they encounter all sorts of wacky hijinks and hilarious mishaps. Jerry decides to tag along on their adventure, insisting that he can help. However, his incompetence only causes more chaos. Beth gets fed up with Jerry's antics and leaves him behind. In the end, Rick and Morty manage to find a cure for the virus and save Morty from his sleepwalking nightmares. However, they also discover that the demon on the poster is real and has been manipulating Morty's dreams the entire time.
Looks like we've got a demon on our hands, Morty, and not the fun kind.
But what can we do? We don't have any weapons powerful enough to defeat a demon.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan.
Can I help?
No, Jerry. Just, no.
The episode ends with a hilarious showdown between Rick, Morty, and the demon. It's filled with jokes, puns, and pop culture references. At the end of it all, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, but not without a few scars to prove it.
Title: The Culinary Chaos Conundrum.
In this episode, Rick invents a new device called the Flavor Enhancer 3000 inches that can manipulate the taste and texture of any food. Naturally, Morty is eager to try it out, and the whole family goes to the grocery store to pick up some ingredients for their culinary experiment. At the store, they come across a strange green-haired cartoon character holding a knife and a cell phone in front of a bunch of food items on a green background. Rick recognizes him as the infamous Chef Vortex, known for his experimental and sometimes dangerous cooking techniques. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer team up with Chef Vortex to create the ultimate flavor explosion, but things quickly spiral out of control. Morty, in his usual fashion, licks everything in sight, causing an unexpected reaction with the Flavor Enhancer 3000. As the family tries to clean up the mess and reverse the effects of the Flavor Enhancer, they find themselves teleporting through different dimensions with each bite of food they take. Jerry turns into a giant pizza slice, Beth becomes a walking dessert buffet, and Summer transforms into a sushi roll. In a moment of clarity, Rick realizes that the Flavor Enhancer 3000 has fused with Chef Vortex's viral cell phone, creating a tasty but dangerous combination. With some quick thinking and a bit of chaos, they manage to separate the two devices and restore their normal forms. As they sit down to enjoy their meal, they can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of their culinary adventure. Rick, ever the scientist, concludes that while the Flavor Enhancer 3000 may have caused temporary chaos, it was a valuable learning experience for all involved.
Well, Morty, looks like we've stumbled upon the perfect recipe for disaster. A little danger and a lot of flavor.
Oh, Rick, I don't feel so good.
I'm a pizza. This is awesome.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm definitely having a sugar rush.
Can we do this again? I want to be a dragon roll next time.
Title: The Shake Shack Incident, a scientific exploration of joint-induced feels in crab cakes.
Synopsis: Rick and the family visit Birmingham to indulge in some of the city's finest food offerings. They come across a Shake Shack burger joint and decide to partake in the festivities. Little did they know that the burgers were laced with a potent strain of joints that induced extreme feelings of euphoria.
Morty, we've got to try these burgers. They're supposed to be the tits.
I don't know, Rick. Do we really need to get high to enjoy a burger?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Morty. Plus, we're on vacation. Live a little.
Yeah, Morty, don't be such a buzzkill.
As they devour the burgers and crab cakes, they start to feel an intense rush of happiness and joy.
Ubba lubba dub dub. These burgers are giving me major feels.
Oh geez, Rick, I think I'm starting to feel it too.
This is some good shit, man. I can't stop smiling.
I love you guys. We're like a family and stuff.
As they bask in their joint-induced euphoria, a celebrity sighting interrupts their blissful moment.
Maisie Williams, hey guys, mind if I join you? I've heard great things about this place.
Holy shit, it's Arya Stark. What's up, kid?
Maisie, not much, just starving. What do you recommend?
Definitely get the crab cakes. They're amazing.
As they bond over their love for good food, they start to come down from their joint high.
I feel like I've just had a profound experience, man.
Yeah, that was wild. I haven't felt that happy in ages.
Well, that was an unexpected detour. Let's get out of here before we turn into fry cooks or something.
As they leave the Shake Shack, they can't help but reminisce about the intense feels they had experienced.
That was so much fun. Can we do it again sometime?
Maybe next time we'll try a different city. But for now, let's stick to our own dimension. Who knows what kind of crazy joints they serve in other universes.
Title: The Rentgenium-bound John Cena meme, a scientific analysis of viral communication and political dissent in the social media age.
Opening shot, a poster with a man's face and words on it that say, "I have a problem with the president of the state of Wisconsin."
John Cena. This poster has been circulating on social media for the past few days, creating quite a stir among political and social activists alike. But what is the science behind the viral spread of such a message?
Steve Wozniak, indeed, John. As we know, social media has revolutionized the way ideas and information are disseminated in our society. The poster's ability to attract attention and generate discourse speaks volumes about the reach and influence of online platforms.
Game theorists, and let us not forget the role of visual elements in shaping the success of the meme. The man's face and the bold font of the message are eye-catching and memorable.
John Cena. But what about the words themselves? The message seems vague and incomplete. What do we know about the political climate in the state of Wisconsin that could explain such a sentiment?
Rentgenium. Well, John, the historical context is important here. Wisconsin has been a battleground state for both major political parties for decades, with divided views on issues such as healthcare, education, and the economy.
Steve Wozniak, and in recent years, there have been several high-profile controversies involving the state government, including cuts to public services and allegations of corruption. Perhaps the poster reflects a sense of frustration and disillusionment among certain sectors of the population.
Game theorists, but how can we measure the impact of the poster and the meme it represents? Are people engaging with it solely on a superficial level, or is there deeper political discourse occurring as a result?
Genium. This is where data analysis comes in, theorists. By examining metrics such as likes, shares, and comments across various social media channels, we can gain insights into the demographics and sentiments of those who are engaging with the poster. From there, we can measure the potential influence of the message and its implications for future political discourse and action.
John Cena. Fascinating stuff, folks. Looks like there's much more to this meme than meets the eye. Let's keep digging and see what else we can uncover.
Title: The Zombie Outbreak Quarantine Conundrum in Coimbra.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth traveling to Coimbra, Portugal, to investigate a report of a zombie outbreak. Upon their arrival, they witness a group of zombies running down the street towards them. Rick takes out his portal gun and translocates them all to the safety of a nearby bus.
Great job, Morty. You just had to pick the one house in Coimbra that's at ground zero for the Portuguese zombie outbreak.
I didn't know, Rick. Sorry.
Wait, so we're just going to sit here and wait for them to come get us?
No, we're going to figure out how to stop the outbreak.
Rick uses his scientific expertise to study the zombies and discovers a unique strain of physics-defying virus that is causing it. He recreates the virus in his lab and attempts to create an antidote. However, his science experiments go wrong, and the antidote turns out to be a serum that turns normal humans into super-high zombies.
Oops, my bad. I guess I need to go back to the drawing board.
You think?
As the group tries to find a way out of the quarantine zone, they come across a group of Portuguese scientists who are researching the outbreak. In a hilarious exchange, they discuss scientific methodologies while avoiding getting eaten by zombies.
Portuguese scientist. Our data shows the zombies' movement patterns suggest that the virus may be affecting the cerebellum.
Well, that's just fascinating. You know what else is fascinating? Not getting eaten alive.
In the end, Rick manages to create a successful antidote that halts the outbreak and restores the zombies to normalcy. However, it also inadvertently turns the group into super highs, resulting in a hilarious closing sequence of them getting lost in Coimbra while high and trying to find their way back home.
Title: Memes from Space.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth find themselves in a dangerous situation when they are abducted by a group of advanced aliens who are obsessed with Earth's internet culture. The aliens have been studying memes and their influence on human behavior for years and have now targeted the 4 humans as their subjects in a new experiment.
The episode begins with Jerry expressing his skepticism about the existence of aliens, prompting Rick to reveal that he has been communicating with extraterrestrial beings for years and that they have developed a keen interest in Earth's internet culture. The rest of the family is skeptical, but Rick convinces them to accompany him on a trip to the aliens' planet to witness their research firsthand. Upon arrival, the family is shocked to find themselves in a massive laboratory surrounded by advanced technology and strange alien equipment. The aliens explain that they have been studying memes and their impact on human society for years and have chosen the family as their subjects for a new experiment. As the family begins to experience the various memes that the aliens have created, they soon realize that they are in a life-or-death situation and must use all of their wits to survive. Rick, being the scientific genius that he is, quickly comes up with a plan to outsmart the aliens and make a break for it. The rest of the episode is filled with hilarious moments of the family using their knowledge of internet culture to distract and confuse the aliens, while Rick works his magic to hack into the aliens' computer systems and shut down their experiments once and for all. The episode concludes with the family narrowly escaping the planet and returning home, where they are greeted as heroes for their bravery in the face of danger. As they reflect on their adventure, Morty remarks that he never wants to look at a meme again, to which Rick responds with a hearty laugh and a promise to always stay one step ahead of the aliens' experiments.
Alright, Morty, buckle up and prepare to enter the intergalactic meme matrix.
What does that even mean, Rick?
I don't think I'm comfortable with this. Can't we just go back home?
Oh geez, I don't think I'm ready for this, Rick.
Alien scientist, welcome humans. We have been eagerly waiting to study your primitive internet culture.
Primitive? You haven't even seen our rickrolling memes yet. Buckle up, aliens.
So let me get this straight. In order to survive, we have to become meme experts?
I don't think I even understand half of these memes. What chance do we have?
I can't believe this is really happening. This is like some kind of bad dream.
Don't worry, Morty. Just remember rule number 1 of internet culture. Always expect the unexpected.
The quantum entangled mind meltdown.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on an adventure to the quantum multiverse in an attempt to extract the purest form of comedy. They face multiple challenges and dangers along the way, including confronting their entangled alter egos and battling a group of rogue scientists who plan to weaponize the essence of humor.
Morty, buckle up your mind modules. We're going on a quantum adventure to extract the highest form of hilarity from the multiverse.
Interrupting, woohoo! Slap! Sorry, Rick, couldn't help it. This is gonna be great.
Agitated. Morty, if you don't stop slapping me mid-sentence, I'm going to eject you out of this spaceship faster than you can say, wubba lubba dub dub.
Laughing, oh, come on, Rick. You know you love it when I keep you on your toes. Slap!
Sighs. Anyway, as I was saying, the essence of comedy is scattered across the multiverse and we need to retrieve it to save the universe from a catastrophic laughter shortage.
Excitedly, whoa, that sounds like a real pickle. Slap! I mean, challenge.
Sarcastically, thanks for clarifying, Morty. Now, let's enter the quantum realm and retrieve the humor particles before it's too late.
As Rick and Morty dive deeper into the quantum realm, they encounter their entangled alter egos, causing their minds to melt and merge into a single consciousness.
Rick and Morty, in unison, confused. Whoa, this is some trippy stuff, man.
Their altered state causes them to generate an infinite amount of jokes, causing a rip in the multiverse and attracting the attention of a group of rogue scientists who plan to use the humor particles as a weapon.
Determined. Morty, we have a situation. We need to stop those villainous scientists from getting their hands on the humor particles and destroying the multiverse.
Heroic! I got this, Rick. Slap! Let's teach them the true meaning of laugh or die.
Rick and Morty combine their comedic powers to defeat the rogue scientists and retrieve the essence of comedy. As they exit the quantum realm, they share one last joke before returning home.
Rick and laughing, why did the chicken cross the multiverse? To get to the other side of the singularity.
The episode ends with Rick groaning at the pun while Morty continues to laugh hysterically.
Renaissance romance and Urdu urine samples.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty running through a portal as a scientific device beeps in the background.
Morty, we're on a time-sensitive mission. We have to get these urine samples from the Renaissance era or the entire timeline could unravel.
But why urine samples, Rick? Why not just find a document or something?
Because, Morty, the key to time travel is in the urine. You wouldn't understand the science behind it.
They arrive in front of a castle where they find a man and woman dressed in Renaissance attire.
Excuse me, do you have any urine samples we could use for scientific research?
Man, what do you want with our pee?
Oh, we need it for a very important science experiment.
Woman. Well, I suppose we could give you some. But first, would you like to join us for a feast?
Beth suddenly appears in the portal.
Hey guys, what's up?
Nothing much, just about to dine with some fine Renaissance folks. Care to join?
As they eat, the conversation turns to dating.
Man, I once courted a woman by sending her love letters written in Urdu.
Urdu? That's so exotic.
Oh yeah, I got some Urdu pickup lines up my sleeve.
Hey, can we please stick to science?
Suddenly, the woman stands up and announces she's pregnant.
Great, now we have to get a urine sample from 2 different people.
As they leave, Morty looks longingly at the woman.
I think I'm in love.
Morty, don't fall for a Renaissance gal. That's a one-way ticket to getting the Black Plague.
As they return to the lab, they mix the urine samples together and a massive explosion occurs.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen.
I hope we didn't just destroy the entire timeline.
Guys, look at this document I found. It's a love letter written in Urdu.
Urdu? That's the key to fixing the timeline.
In the end, they are able to fix the timeline and Morty has a newfound appreciation for scientific ethics.
Title: Sushiverse.
Scientific summary. In this episode, using advanced scientific technology, Rick and Morty travel through multiple parallel universes searching for the perfect sushi to satiate Rick's insatiable hunger. As they journey through different universes, they encounter an alien fashion show and a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference. Along the way, Morty discovers the secret to unlocking the highest form of enlightenment lies in the vertebrae of the perfect sushi.
Morty, wake up. It's time to go on a culinary adventure unlike any other. I need the perfect sushi, and I need it now.
But Rick, I'm still tired from last night's escapade.
Tired? Morty, we have a multi-dimensional sushi platter to find, and I won't let your sleep schedule hinder my quest.
Montage of Rick and Morty traveling through different universes and dimension, encountering an alien fashion show and Arthur Dent from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Rick, this universe's sushi platter looks pretty delicious. Can we just stop here?
Morty, don't be foolish. We're searching for a higher form of sushi, a sushi that transcends all dimensions. Keep up.
Size. Okay, Rick.
After what seems like hours of searching, they finally find the perfect sushi platter with a galaxy background.
Morty, do you feel that?
What, Rick?
It's the secret to unlocking the ultimate enlightenment. The perfect sushi's vertebrae holds the key.
I don't think that's how sushi works, Rick.
Trust me, Morty proceeds to devour the sushi, extracting the vertebrae.
Gags, Rick, that's disgusting.
Morty, you have no idea what you're missing. Starts to glow with a celestial aura.
Rick, you're floating.
Morty, I have ascended to the highest form of enlightenment, all thanks to the perfect sushi. Pauses. Okay, let's go home.
Looks at camera, and that, folks, is why you don't take culinary advice from a mad scientist.
Title: The Neural Correlates of Sinister Sleep Paralysis.
In this episode, we explore the fascinating psychological phenomenon known as sleep paralysis and its neural correlates. The episode opens with a poster featuring a man standing in front of a demon with 2 other men behind him and a demon on the other side of the poster. The poster is a representation of the sleep paralysis experiences that people often report where they feel like they are being held down by a sinister presence. Our protagonist, Newman, Seinfeld, wakes up one night to find himself in the midst of a sleep paralysis episode. He is unable to move his body and is terrified by the presence of a demon-like figure hovering over him. We explore the neurobiological mechanisms that mediate sleep paralysis and its connection to the spinal cord. Through a series of interviews with experts in the field, we delve deeper into the neural correlates of sleep paralysis and how they relate to the experience of being unable to move during REM sleep. We also examine the psychological and cultural factors that contribute to the prevalence and interpretation of sleep paralysis experiences across different societies. Ultimately, this thought-provoking episode forces us to question the very nature of our consciousness and how it shapes our perception of the world around us. As we follow Newman on his journey of self-discovery, we are left with a greater appreciation of the complexity of the human brain and its many mysteries.
Newman, I never knew sleep paralysis can be so terrifying. This experience has really opened my eyes to the power of the mind and its connection to the body.
Expert 1. The neural mechanisms of sleep paralysis are still not fully understood, and there is much more research that needs to be done to unlock its secrets.
Expert 2. The cultural and psychological factors that contribute to sleep paralysis experiences are complex and require a nuanced approach to truly understand.
Expert 3. The spinal cord plays a critical role in the mediation of sleep paralysis experiences, highlighting the intricate connection between the brain and the body.
Overall, this episode provides a fascinating glimpse into the scientific and psychological underpinnings of sleep paralysis and how they relate to our daily experiences. Whether you are a fan of sleep science or simply interested in the mysteries of the human mind, this episode is sure to captivate and intrigue you.
Title: The XOOYY Crew Conspiracy.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with Summer to investigate a mysterious man named XQ who is suspected of running a clandestine animal and plant trading ring. The investigation leads the trio to a gory slaughterhouse where they discover a shocking truth about XQ's operation.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are gathered in Rick's lab when they receive a video message from the authorities about a suspicious man known as XQ who is believed to be trafficking in exotic animals and plants.
Well, looks like we've got ourselves a little conspiracy. Time to put on our scientific caps and get to work.
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for an investigation, Rick. What if we get into trouble?
Don't be such a wuss, Morty. This is what we do.
Exactly. We're scientists. We thrive on trouble. Now let's gear up and get out there.
The trio sets off to investigate XQ's operation, armed with various scientific instruments and weapons.
Scene 2. The trio arrives at a remote location that appears to be a makeshift laboratory. They see XQ sitting in a room surrounded by various exotic animals and plants. A lantern hangs above him, illuminating a sign that reads XOOYY Crew.
Well, look at what we have here. A little trading post for the rich and foolish.
What's with the weird sign and the animals and plants?
I don't know, but it gives me the creeps.
As the trio approaches XQ, he looks up and smiles.
XQ. Ah, the great Rick Sanchez. I've been expecting you.
You huh? And what exactly do you think you know about me?
XQ. Oh, I know all about you, Rick. And I also know that you're about to make a big mistake.
Scene 3. Suddenly, XQ presses a button on a remote control and the room fills with gas. Rick, Morty, and Summer pass out.
Scene 4. They wake up in a gory slaughterhouse, surrounded by animal carcasses and blood.
Oh man, I hate waking up in this kind of place. This is why I stopped doing drugs.
Where are we, Rick? What happened?
It's XQ. He's trying to kill us.
Well, it's not going to work. Morty, grab that gallium jar and let's get to work.
Scene 5. The trio uses the gallium to break out of their restraints and start a full-on brawl with XQ's henchmen.
Scene 6. As the fight rages on, Rick discovers a shocking truth about XQ-Cow's operation. He has been using a rare and powerful plant to create a serum that enhances animal intelligence, allowing him to use them as weapons.
Good God, this man is a genius. And an evil one at that.
What do we do now, Rick? How do we stop him?
We need to blow this place up. It's the only way.
Agreed. Morty, set the explosives. Summer, grab the serum samples. I'll take care of XQ-Cow.
Scene 7. The trio sets off the explosives, destroying the slaughterhouse and XQ-Cow's operation in a fiery explosion.
Scene 8. As they walk away from the wreckage, Rick turns to Morty and Summer.
Well, that was a wild ride. We may have saved the world from a madman, but let's not do that again, okay?
Yeah, no kidding. I need a nap.
I just hope we don't run into any more crazy animal and plant people.
Don't worry, the universe is full of them. But we'll be ready. We're scientists, after all.
The screen fades to black as Rick, Morty, and Summer walk off into the distance, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Unicorns of Equus.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty standing in front of a portal, with Rick holding a scientific device. Rick mentions that there has been a disturbance in the magical energies that permeate the multiverse, and he suspects that the source of the problem is on a particular planet.
What kind of planet is it, Rick?
It's a planet called Equus, Morty. It's inhabited by unicorns, horses, and other magical creatures.
Wow, unicorns! I bet they're pretty cool.
You don't know the half of it, Morty. These aren't your average unicorns. They possess unimaginable magical powers that surpass even the most advanced technology in the universe.
The scene then cuts to the planet of Equus, where Rick and Morty are surrounded by a herd of unicorns and horses. The unicorns are discussing their problems and how they can't seem to use their magic to heal themselves.
Unicorn 1, I don't understand what's wrong with me. I used to be able to heal anything with my magic horn.
Unicorn 2, same here. I can't even create a simple illusion anymore.
Rick interjects. All right, enough with the sob story. Time to break out the big guns.
Rick pulls out a device that resembles a unicorn horn and explains that it's a unicorn therapy device that he invented. He then proceeds to give each of the unicorns a therapy session.
All right, let's start with you. Just relax and tell me about your childhood.
Unicorn 1, well, I was born with this beautiful mane and a magic horn that could heal anything.
All right, that's good. Now tell me about the time when you lost your virginity.
Unicorn 1, what does that have to do with anything?
Trust me, it's important. Just answer the question.
The scene then cuts to several more therapy sessions, with each unicorn becoming more and more comically dysfunctional as the therapy progresses.
Unicorn 5, I have this recurring nightmare where I'm being chased by a giant carrot.
Classic Freudian slip. You're obviously suppressing some deep-seated carrot-related trauma.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty leaving Equus, with the unicorns now cured of their magical ailments but in need of therapy sessions every week.
Well, another successful therapy session. Those unicorns will be healing like champs in no time.
But that doesn't make any scientific sense, Rick. How can therapy cure magical powers?
It's science, Morty. Get used to it.
Title: The Laminectomy Conundrum.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are conducting a top-secret experiment involving a new technology that can transport people into their favorite movies. However, Things quickly go awry when a man in a hat and coat holding a gun stumbles into the lab and demands to be transported to the set of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Who the hell are you? And why do you look like an extra from a bad 80s movie?
Man, I am Ron Weasley, and I need your help. I'm on the run from a group of stand-up comedians who think I stole their jokes. I figured the best place to hide would be in a movie.
That seems like a perfectly reasonable plan.
Why can't you just tell the comedians that you didn't steal their jokes?
Ron, I can't, they've got connections at Kohl's.
Kohl's? That's worse than the Illuminati. Alright, let's get you to Raiders of the Lost Ark.
As they prepare to activate the movie portal, they suddenly get interrupted by a group of vampires playing beach volleyball.
What the hell is this? Vampire beach volleyball? Morty, did you program this?
No, I swear, it's not my fault this time.
Can we just focus on getting Ron to safety?
They finally make it to the set of Raiders of the Lost Ark, but before they can leave the movie, they run into complications. Ron accidentally messes up a crucial scene, and they have to help Indy and Marion escape from the temple.
This is insane. We're in a movie, fighting Nazis, and saving religious artifacts. How are we going to get out of here?
I have an idea. We can use the laminectomy machine to create a portal home.
Are you sure that's going to work?
No, but it's better than being stuck in a movie forever.
They successfully escape the movie and return to their reality, but they soon realize that Ron isn't the only one being pursued by the comedy mob. They must now use all their wits and resources to avoid meeting a similar fate.
Well, that was a wild ride. We learned that sometimes hiding in a movie isn't the best idea, and that laminectomies can be used for more purposes than just surgery. Now, who's up for some interdimensional pizza?
Title: The NFT Nightmare.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are browsing in a bookstore when Morty spots a GameStop store across the road. Morty suggests they check it out and Rick agrees, albeit with some reluctance.
Morty, hey Rick, look, GameStop.
Rick, oh boy, here we go again. What is it with you and GameStop, Morty?
Morty, I don't know Rick, I just like video games. Come on, let's go.
Act 1.
Morty is browsing GameStop's shelves when Rick suddenly appears next to him holding a laptop.
Rick, Morty, you gotta see this. GameStop's launched an NFT platform.
Morty, NFTs? What are those?
Rick, non-fungible tokens, Morty. They're a digital asset that's unique and cannot be replicated. And they're terrible, Morty, terrible.
Morty, what do you mean, Rick?
Rick, well, for starters, NFTs are a grossly overpriced gimmick that only serve to benefit a select few. Second, their environmental impact is off the charts, Morty. And third, GameStop is a terrible company that shouldn't even be allowed to exist, let alone create a marketplace for NFTs.
Morty, wow, Rick, that sounds bad. What can we do about it?
Rick, we can expose them for the frauds they are, Morty. The world needs to know the truth about NFTs.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty decide to launch a campaign to raise awareness about NFTs. They make signs and posters and start rallying outside GameStop.
Rick, come on, Morty, let's show these sheeple the truth about NFTs.
Morty, yeah, let's do it.
3.
As Rick and Morty's campaign gains momentum, they start attracting media attention. They appear on multiple news shows, radio programs, and even the late-night talk show circuit.
Rick, it's time to take down NFTs once and for all, Morty. We've got the power of science on our side.
Morty, oh, Rick, I don't think you have a PhD in anything.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty's campaign is a huge success. As people become more aware of the negative aspects of NFTs, GameStop's NFT marketplace starts to crumble. The company is forced to shut down its platform and publicly apologize for its actions.
Rick, how we did it, Morty, we took down NFTs.
Morty, yeah, we really made a difference.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting on the couch, watching TV.
Rick, you know what, Morty? I think we've really made a difference in the world.
Morty, yeah Rick, I feel really good about what we did.
Rick, and you know what else? I think I might even start shopping at GameStop again.
Morty, what? Why?
Rick, well, now that they're no longer dealing in NFTs, they might actually have some decent deals on video games again.
The end. Title of the episode, The Quantum Paradox Conundrum, a Rick-tastic adventure.
Opening scene. Rick is tinkering with his latest invention while Morty is sitting on one of the chairs at the round table.
Morty, I've done it. I've invented a device that can manipulate the very fabric of the universe.
Oh boy, Rick, what are you planning to do with it?
Well, I was thinking of using it to create a new universe where I'm the only intelligent life form.
That sounds kind of lonely, Rick.
Don't worry about it, Morty. I'll make sure to bring you along for the ride. But first, we need to take care of some business in this dystopian surveillance state.
Cut to Rick and Morty arriving at an air traffic control tower.
Air traffic controller. Sir, you can't just barge into an air traffic control tower like this.
Oh, come on. Can't you see we're in a hurry?
Air traffic controller. I'm sorry, sir, but rules are rules.
Fine. Morty, activate the device.
Morty pulls out the device and presses a button. Suddenly, the air traffic control tower disappears and is replaced with a giant hamster wheel.
Ah, that should keep them busy for a while.
Rick, what is going on?
It's simple, Morty. We're in a quantum paradox conundrum.
A what?
Quantum paradox conundrum. Basically, we've created a paradoxical situation where two opposite outcomes are simultaneously true.
That doesn't sound good, Rick.
Oh, it'll be fine, Morty. As long as we don't interact with our alternate selves from the other universe, we'll be fine.
Suddenly, a group of alternate universe Ricks burst into the room.
Alternate universe Rick 1. What the hell, Rick? You were supposed to stay in your universe.
Alternate universe Rick 2. Yeah, you've caused a massive paradox that could destroy everything.
Oh, shut up, you guys. We'll just use the device to merge the universes together.
Merge the universes together? Won't that cause even more problems?
Ah, it'll be fine. Just watch.
Rick activates the device and suddenly, everything starts merging together into one giant, chaotic mess.
Rick, what have you done?
Don't worry about it, Morty. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty riding on top of a giant hamster wheel, flying through space while alternate universe versions of themselves chase after them.
Title: The Yarn of Massage and Falafel.
The episode begins with a close-up view of a green and yellow yarn, showing the intricate threads and patterns in a scientific manner. Rick and Morty are in the garage, analyzing the yarn with various equipment.
Morty, this yarn is composed of a rare filament polymer with a crystalline structure that can only be found in the Andromeda galaxy.
Wow, Rick, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, but the real question is, what can we do with it?
How about we use it for a massage chair, Rick?
Massage chair? Morty, that's a brilliant idea. We could revolutionize the massage industry.
They proceed to construct a massage chair using the yarn as a key component. They test it out and find that it gives a Watsu massage, which proves to be incredibly effective.
Rick, this is amazing. This massage chair is like having a personal masseuse.
Yeah, Morty, but what if we could make it even better?
They decide to add falafel as an ingredient in the massage chair, claiming that it will provide essential nutrients for the body. Rick and Morty bring the chair to a local spa to test it out, and the results are quite unexpected. The chair begins to take on a life of its own, becoming a sentient being.
Massage chair. I am the all-knowing, all-seeing chair of massages. I am the alpha and omega of all relaxation.
Morty, what have we done?
I don't know, Rick. It's like the yarn and falafel have given it a consciousness.
The massage chair asserts its dominance and starts to wreak havoc on the spa. The episode turns into an action-packed adventure as Rick and Morty must find a way to stop the sentient chair from causing chaos.
Morty, we have to shut this thing down. It's gone rogue.
But how, Rick? It's too powerful.
We'll have to use science, Morty. Science always finds a way.
Using their scientific knowledge and quick thinking, Rick and Morty manage to shut down the chair, saving the spa from destruction.
Well, that was quite an adventure, Rick.
Yeah, Morty, and we learned a valuable lesson today.
What's that, Rick?
Never mess with the yarn of massage and falafel. It's a dangerous combination.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty in the garage, contemplating their next scientific endeavor.
Title: An interdimensional box of tissue cameras, a case study in DIY fails in memetic warfare.
Intro.
Rick and Morty are tinkering with a strange-looking box of tissues that Rick claims contains an interdimensional camera. Jerry enters and scoffs at their project, insisting that they focus on more practical matters such as limiting their carbon footprint. Rick dismisses Jerry's concerns and starts a bet on how many dimensions they can capture with the camera.
Alright, Morty. Let's crank this baby up to 11 and see how many realities we can piss off.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Last time we played with interdimensional stuff, we almost got killed by giant spiders.
You guys are insane.
I'm going to go plant a tree or something.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty activate the camera and are immediately transported to a dimension where everything is made of purple and green stripes. They encounter an army of DIY warriors led by a fierce princess who protests their use of the camera to mock her people's fashion choices. The trio barely manages to escape through a portal, only to find themselves in a dimension overrun by memes.
Holy shit, Morty, this whole dimension is just a bunch of shitty memes. It's like a graveyard for dead punchlines.
Oh geez, this is really weird. I can't believe people used to laugh at this stuff.
Wait a minute, isn't that the "shut up and take my money" meme? I always thought that one was hilarious.
Act 2.
The trio attempts to find their way back to their home dimension but keeps getting sidetracked by weirder and weirder dimensions. They encounter a future war resistance group that mistakes them for enemy spies and a planet of sentient tissues who are being exploited by an evil corporation.
Rick, I don't know if we're ever gonna get out of here. I feel like we've been traveling for days.
Shut up, Morty, we're on an adventure. Who knows what kind of cool shit we're gonna find next?
I don't know about you guys, but I could use a break. Let's find a dimension with some good old-fashioned cable TV and snacks.
Act 3.
The trio finally stumbles upon a dimension where they discover a way to power the interdimensional camera using sustainable energy sources. Jerry is overjoyed to learn that he was right all along and lectures Rick and Morty on the importance of environmental responsibility. Rick and Morty roll their eyes and use the now eco-friendly camera to teleport back to their home dimension.
Well, that was a real roller coaster ride, huh, Morty? I mean, we almost died like 100 times.
Yeah, I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. That was really crazy.
Guys, I don't think you understand how important it is for us to take care of our planet. We're all responsible for.
Jeez. Oh, sorry Jerry, I must have dozed off. Did you say something important?
Outro.
The camera and the box of tissues are left forgotten in Rick's lap as he and Morty retreat to their couch with snacks and cable TV. Jerry stays behind to turn off the lights, whispering to himself about the importance of being a responsible citizen. As he exits the lab, the camera suddenly hums to life, a sign that there's still plenty of adventures to be had. The episode opens in Rick's lab with Morty standing beside him. Rick is tinkering with his latest invention, a teleportation device.
Morty, hand me that wrench. I need to align the quantum matrix or we'll end up in an alternate reality where pizza is made of spiders.
Morty hands Rick the wrench and looks out the window.
Hey Rick, what's that building over there with the dome on top? And why is there a flag flying?
Rick looks out the window.
That, Morty, is the Broad Institute. They're doing some cutting-edge genetic research over there. Rumor has it they can splice DNA with swamp gas.
Whoa, that sounds crazy. Do you think we could go check it out?
Sure, why not? Maybe we'll discover some new species of alien or something. Teleportation, activate.
The duo materializes inside the Broad Institute. They see several scientists scurrying around, frantically working on their experiments.
Alright, Morty, let's see what these eggheads are up to.
They sneak into a laboratory and discover the scientists are attempting to grow a giant, carnivorous plant.
Ah, these guys have no idea what they're doing. Let me show them how it's done.
Rick grabs a flask of chemicals and pours it into the plant's soil. The plant grows rapidly and begins chasing after the scientists.
Rick, what did you do? We need to get out of here.
Relax, Morty. I programmed the plant to self-destruct in 10 minutes. Let's stick around and watch the fireworks.
As the plant explodes, Rick and Morty teleport out of the Broad Institute, laughing.
That was fun, Morty. We should do it again sometime.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. I almost got eaten by a plant.
Don't be such a wimp, Morty. We're adventurers. We thrive on danger.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing maniacally as they fly off into space.
Title: The Frisbee Experiment.
Introduction. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are standing in a field with a frisbee in their hand and a bench in the background. They are discussing an experiment that involves liposuction, Sam Malone, Cheers, Feet, Paranormal Entity Chase, and Peterman, Seinfeld.
Morty, Jerry, today we will be conducting an experiment to test the effects of liposuction on frisbee throwing accuracy.
Rick, how is that scientific?
Yeah, Rick, it just sounds like an excuse to play frisbee.
Nonsense. We need to test this hypothesis in a controlled environment. Plus, we can incorporate elements from Sam Malone's classic frisbee episode and chase a paranormal entity for added excitement.
Experiment begins.
Rick performs liposuction on all three individuals and replaces their feet with bionic ones for enhanced performance. They start throwing the frisbee and chasing after a paranormal entity. Suddenly, they are transported to another dimension where they encounter Peterman.
Peterman, what incarnation are you folks doing here?
Peterman, we're conducting an experiment to test the effects of liposuction and bionic feet on frisbee accuracy.
Peterman, well, I'll be darned. I didn't know that's how science worked.
Rick, how are we going to get back home?
Yeah, and what about our old feet?
Relax, I have a portal gun that can take us back home. As for your old feet, we can use them as test subjects for our next experiment.
Conclusion.
They successfully return home but encounter numerous glitches due to the use of portal gun and bionic feet. In the end, they conclude that their hypothesis was incorrect, and liposuction had no significant effect on frisbee accuracy. They also realize the importance of conducting safe and ethical experiments.
Well, that was a bust. But at least we had an adventure, and we learned something today. Always remember, science is about responsible experimentation and exploration.
Rick, can we just stick to playing regular frisbee next time?
Yeah, my feet still hurt from all that liposuction.
Fair enough, Jerry. I guess we'll have to find another way to incorporate Peterman.
Title: The Paranormal Time Travel Mystery of the Underwater City.
Opening shot shows a series of pictures of a city with a sky background.
Suddenly, a man dressed in a superhero outfit flies through the air above the city.
Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from the underwater city. The message is encrypted using a highly advanced technology. Upon reaching the underwater city, they discover that the city is facing a crisis. The people of the underwater city are trying to decorate their homes with sci-fi themed decor but are facing some technical issues.
Morty, we need to help these people. Their decor is making no scientific sense.
But Rick, we don't know anything about underwater decorating.
Nonsense, Morty. It's all just a matter of scientific know-how. Let's get to work.
As they try to solve the decor problem, they come across a group of jaguars who have misunderstood the technology and are wreaking havoc in the city.
Rick, what's going on? Why are these jaguars behaving this way?
These jaguars are just misunderstood, Morty. They don't know how to properly use the technology. We need to show them the way.
The duo work together to teach the jaguars proper decor techniques while simultaneously finding a way to solve the city's crisis. Suddenly, they encounter a paranormal time travel mystery in the underwater city.
Rick, something strange is happening. We're seeing images of the past and the future.
This is some advanced technology, Morty. We need to investigate this further.
As they continue delving into the mystery, they encounter a group of funny superheroes who are also investigating the paranormal time travel phenomenon.
Superhero 1. Hey, what are you guys doing here?
We're trying to solve the mystery. What about you?
Superhero 2. Same as you. We got a distress signal from the underwater city.
With the help of the funny superheroes, Rick and Morty uncover the source of the underwater city's crisis and solve the paranormal time travel mystery.
Wow, that was quite the adventure, Rick. I never thought we'd be able to solve all those problems.
Nonsense, Morty. We're scientists. That's what we do.
Title: Competitive Consumption, Panda Express versus Pizza Hut.
Abstract. This episode describes a competitive consumption scenario between two competing food franchises, Panda Express and Pizza Hut. The scenario involves a panda bear sitting on a pizza with slices of pizza on it and cheese on the side of the pizza. The episode investigates the nutritional content and calorific value of the food items offered by the two competing franchises. The episode also explores the role of competitive pricing strategies in consumer decision-making.
Narrator. As the panda bear munches on the cheesy slices of pizza, a team of researchers monitors and tracks the nutritional content and calorific value of each bite taken.
Researcher 1. Based on our analysis, the pizza consumed by the panda bear contains high amounts of carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, which can lead to unhealthy weight gain and an increased risk of chronic diseases.
Researcher 2. On the other hand, the offering by Panda Express contains a mix of vegetables, protein, and rice, which provide a balanced diet with adequate vitamins and minerals.
Narrator. As the consumption rate of the panda bear increases, the researchers monitor the impact of the food intake on the bear's metabolism.
Researcher 3. Our findings suggest that the high-fat content of the pizza is causing the panda bear's metabolic rate to slow down, resulting in a sense of lethargy and decreased physical activity.
Researcher 4. In contrast, the Panda Express food items are providing the necessary energy for the panda bear's metabolism to function optimally.
Narrator. As the episode concludes, the researchers analyze the role of competitive pricing on consumer behavior.
Researcher 5. Our research shows that the consumers are more likely to choose food items that are competitively priced and offer a mix of nutritional elements.
Researcher 6. In conclusion, while Pizza Hut may offer a tempting and tasty treat, Panda Express emerges as the healthier and more balanced option for consumers looking to make informed choices.
Title: The Quantum Accountant Zombie Apocalypse. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the laboratory, working on a new formula to travel through parallel universes. Suddenly, Jerry barges in and frantically tells them that there has been a zombie outbreak in the world of Kino, a parallel universe where everyone is an accountant. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth quickly jump into the portal gun and arrive in Kino, where they find a skeleton holding a remote control in a room with neon lights and a neon sign behind it that says, Accountant, Kino, Zombie Reality Show.
Oh great, another messed up parallel universe. I'm starting to think we're the only ones who've got it together.
I'm sure we can fix this.
I mean, accountants have to be good with numbers, right?
Guys, why is there a skeleton holding a remote control?
It looks like they were filming a reality show to capitalize on the outbreak. Disgusting.
Let's cut to the chase. We're gonna need some brains to get out of here.
Really, Rick? Brains? That's your solution?
Shut up, Jerry. It's a figure of speech.
The group proceeds to navigate through the zombie-filled streets of Kino, fighting off hordes of zombies along the way. They eventually make their way to the accountant's headquarters, where they hatch a plan to reverse the zombie outbreak.
Alright, I've got an idea. We need to create a quantum destabilizer to reverse the zombie virus at the atomic level. Luckily, I've got all the necessary ingredients right here.
I can't believe you just happen to have that in your backpack.
Hey, I'm always prepared. Now, everyone hold on tight. This is gonna get weird.
The group straps on their quantum destabilizers and activates the device, causing the zombie outbreak to reverse and return Kino to normal. Wow, I can't believe we saved an entire universe.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. But what about the reality show zombies?
Don't worry, Morty. We did them a favor. They'll get better ratings now that their audience isn't actually at risk of being eaten alive.
The episode ends with the group returning to their own universe, relieved and thankful for having lived to fight another day.
Title: The Gastropub Encounter, a Scientific Affair.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty receive a distress call from Louis Pasteur, who is trapped inside a gastropub. Rick disregards Pasteur's call until he discovers that the gastropub is owned by an extraterrestrial winemaker who possesses a rare molecular structure only found in the universe's most potent alcoholic beverages. Rick is determined to retrieve the specimen, and, reluctantly, Morty is dragged into his grandfather's madness.
Sipping on a flask of booze. Louis Pasteur's call doesn't sound like my kind of thing, Morty. But I might have just heard something that actually piques my interest.
What is it?
The molecular structure of the universe's most potent alcohol. Come on, Morty, we're going on a road trip.
But I have a presentation due tomorrow. Never mind, let's go.
Act 2. Upon arriving at the gastropub, Rick and Morty discover that the winemaker is an elusive cryptid known as the Wine Crawl, who has a bone to pick with Rick. The two engage in a wrestling match, causing the lab specimen to break free. As the gastropub erupts into chaos and the Wine Crawl retreats into the unknown, Rick and Morty are left to face their consequences and deal with the hidden dangers of extraterrestrial mixology.
Oh no, Morty, the specimen has escaped. Quick, let's find it.
Wait, what about the Wine Crawl?
Don't worry about it, Morty. The only match it won was to its own cryptic conventions.
I don't know about this, Rick. I don't think we should mess with this stuff.
Morty, it's just a rare molecular structure. What's the worst that could happen?
Act 3.
The specimen has mutated into a sentient life form, and as Rick and Morty try to contain it, they soon realize that it is more than just a laboratory sample. The specimen is an intellectual being who is capable of communicating and manipulating matter with its thoughts. Rick and Morty are forced to put aside their disagreements and work together to bring the specimen back to the safety of their lab.
Rick, I don't think the specimen is just an ordinary molecular structure anymore. It's talking to me.
You're telling me you hear the laudable ramblings of an uncommon carbon-based formation?
Rick, this is serious. What if it's intelligent?
Morty, don't be absurd. We're dealing with booze, not sentient beings.
Specimen changes form.
Oh geez, Morty, what have we done?
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty return the specimen to their lab, they come to an understanding that scientific experimentation can have unforeseen consequences. They both agree that a night out at the gastropub may have been too daring, and they vow to never underestimate the power of extraterrestrial mixology again. Or will they? The end.
Geez, Rick, did we learn anything from this?
Yeah, Morty, we learned that you can never underestimate the power of
both together. Extraterrestrial mixology. They high five. Episode title: The Quantum Mechanics of a Black Hole in the Green Field. The opening scene presents a serene and picturesque green field with a black hole at its center. The black hole is surrounded by stars, and a blue sky with yellow stars can be seen above. The camera pans out, revealing a research team from CERN, European Organization for Nuclear Research, observing the phenomenon from a distance. While discussing the black hole's properties, they notice a peculiar nurse from Tokyo walking towards the event horizon of the black hole.
Dr. Smith, analyzing the gravitational force around the black hole, the event horizon has a radius of 25 kilometers and is emitting radiation. Due to the gravitational singularity, the data on the observations is limited.
Dr. Lee. Indeed, we need to be careful about the radiation and determine its possible effects on living organisms in the vicinity.
The nurse unwittingly steps closer to the black hole's event horizon, and her body starts to stretch due to the intensive stretching effect caused by the strong gravitational field of the black hole.
Dr. Johnson, as she approaches the event horizon, we can see the effects of gravitational time dilation on her body, causing it to stretch due to the gravitational gradient.
Suddenly, the nurse pulls out her phone and takes a selfie, hilariously captioning it, I'm a head out, referencing the popular meme.
Dr. Lee, it's fascinating. Even under danger, the nurse is determined to capture a picture.
The team continues to monitor the black hole and its effects while uncovering new insights into the fascinating universe's quantum mechanics. The episode concludes with the team expressing their anticipation to review the gathered data.
Dr. Smith, as the data comes in, we will surely gain new insights into the properties of black holes, adding to our understanding of the universe's fascinating quantum mechanics.
Title: Sinister Seance Outcome.
The episode centers around a sociological experiment involving a man in a coat and tie standing in front of a doorway with two women in front of him. The man is referred to as the experimenter, and the women as the participants. The experiment requires the participants to partake in a seance under the guidance of the experimenter. The seance is conducted in a controlled environment with the intent to measure the participants' susceptibility to suggestion and paranormal beliefs. The participants are seated around a table with the experimenter leading the session. The experimenter uses a range of techniques, including cold reading and leading questions, to manipulate the participants' beliefs and experiences during the seance. As the seance progresses, strange phenomena begin to occur. Doors slam shut, the table shakes, and objects move seemingly of their own accord. The participants become increasingly frightened as the experimenter continues to lead them down a path of terror. The man in the coat and tie remains stoic and detached in front of the doorway, observing the events unfold. The sinister outcome of the seance is that the participants ultimately become convinced of the existence of paranormal activity, and their beliefs are reinforced by the experimenter's suggestions. This experiment highlights how susceptible individuals can be to manipulation in controlled environments and the power of suggestion in shaping one's beliefs.
Experimenter, welcome to our shed's experiment. Please take your seats and let's begin.
Participant 1. I'm not sure about this. Do you really believe in ghosts?
Participant 2. I'm open-minded, but I don't want to be scared.
Experimenter, don't worry. We'll take care of everything. Now let's close our eyes and focus on the spirits.
Participant 1. What was that? Did you hear that?
Participant 2. The table's moving. What's happening?
Experimenter, it seems we have a strong presence in the room. Let us continue and see what happens.
Participant 1. I feel like something's touching me.
Participant 2. I see a figure in the corner. It's a ghost.
Experimenter, indeed, our sheds has been successful in contacting the other side. Thank you for participating.
Title: The Molecular Disguise Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick attempts to perfect his latest experiment, which involves a molecular disguise device. Morty and Jerry end up getting caught up in the chaos as usual.
Act 1.
Morty, grab the molecular disguise device. We're going to test it out on Jerry.
But Rick, what if something goes wrong?
Relax, Morty. Everything's going to be fine. It's just a simple molecular transformation.
What are you guys even talking about?
Just shut up and put on this black shirt.
Ah, okay. The molecular disguise device is activated and Jerry's face transforms into a hideous monster. What the hell did you do to me?
Oh geez, Rick, I think you may have messed up this time.
Act 2.
What's going on in here?
Your father turned me into a monster.
Relax, Jerry. It's just a temporary side effect.
The monster Jerry starts rampaging and causes chaos in the lab.
Rick, what did you do this time?
It's just a minor setback. I'll fix it in no time.
Oh, guys, I think we have bigger problems.
The molecular disguise device explodes, causing a rift in the fabric of space-time.
Act 3.
I'm Holland. Whoa, what is this place?
Damn it, Morty. Your incompetence has caused us to travel to a parallel universe.
Hey, it's not my fault.
Everyone looks around and sees that they have been transported to a dimension where everything is made out of candy. Wow, this is amazing. Everything is so sweet.
Rick, can't we just stay here forever?
No, we have to find a way back to our own universe before it's too late.
They venture through the Candyland and come across a portal back to their own universe.
Act 4.
Finally, we're back. Morty, hand me the molecular disguise device. I need to dismantle it before it causes any more trouble.
Are you sure you know what you're doing, Rick?
Of course I do. I have a PhD in molecular physics, remember?
The device is successfully dismantled and everyone is back to normal. Phew, I'm glad that's over. I never want to wear a black shirt again.
You guys are insane, but I wouldn't want it any other way.
Well, that's the end of that experiment. Time for a new one.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing maniacally as they plan their next adventure.
I'm Holland. I think I need to call my agent.
Title: The Sinister Puppets Showdown in the Mansions of Madness.
Opening shot. The camera pans over a table, revealing a group of figurines of people situated around a small TV in the background. A black iron fence can be seen out the window.
Morty, you know what this is?
Some kind of board game?
No, Morty, this is no ordinary board game. This is Mansions of Madness. It's a game where players use figurines to navigate through a haunted mansion and solve puzzles.
That sounds lame. Rick, I don't think I could handle all that spookiness.
I agree. And what's with those creepy figurines? They give me the heebie-jeebies.
Oh, Jerry, don't be such a scaredy cat. This could be fun.
Suddenly, the TV turns on and a sinister-looking puppet appears on the screen.
Puppet, welcome to the Sinister Puppets Showdown in the Mansions of Madness. This is a game like no other. Will you and your team come out victorious, or will you succumb to the terrors that await you?
Challenge accepted.
As the group begins to play, they quickly realize that the game is much more intense than they anticipated.
Oh god, we're gonna die.
Rick, why did you have to pick the hardest difficulty level?
This is too much for me. I'm out.
No, Jerry, we can do this. We just need to work together.
As they progress through the game, the figurines come to life and start attacking the group.
What the hell is going on? These figurines are alive.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we're in some kind of alternate reality or something.
Can we please stop playing this game now?
But before they can quit, the group is sucked into the game and placed inside the haunted mansion.
Rick, what do we do now?
We need to use our wits and strategize. This game may be crazy, but it follows its own internal logic. We just need to figure out the rules and beat it at its own game.
As they navigate through the mansion and solve puzzles, they finally come face to face with the mastermind behind the game, a giant puppet monster.
Alright, Morty, this is it. We have to take down this puppet monster and win the game.
I don't know, Rick. It's pretty scary.
Just think of it like a science experiment. We just need to figure out the most effective method of attack.
With teamwork and strategy, the group defeats the puppet monster and emerges victorious. Wow, we actually did it. We beat the game.
Now can we please never play this again?
Of course not, Summer. We're gonna play it again on the hardest difficulty level and with our eyes closed.
The group groans as the camera pans out, revealing the black iron fence outside the window and the TV screen flickering to static.
Title: Neurological Overload in Virtual Reality.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in Rick's lab discussing their latest invention, a virtual reality headset that allows the user to experience any reality they desire. They decide to test it out themselves, but as they put on the headset, they accidentally overload their neurological systems and are transported to a world of complete insanity.
Morty, this is amazing. We're finally going to experience the impossible.
I don't know, Rick. This seems dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. The possibilities are endless.
As Rick and Morty put on the VR headset, they are transported to a world unlike any other. The colors of the world are intensified and everything seems to move at an accelerated rate. Suddenly, they encounter a man wearing the same VR headset in a room with lights on the ceiling.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, welcome to the virtual realm, gentlemen. I see you've encountered a bit of overload in your neurological systems.
What do you mean, Neil? This is exactly what we were hoping for.
Rick, I don't think we should mess with this anymore. Something feels off.
As Rick and Morty try to find their way back to reality, they encounter various obstacles such as flying unicorns, giant talking vegetables, and even an army of pickle soldiers.
Morty, this is amazing. We're finally going to... Oh God, what is that?
I think it's a giant flying carrot. Rick!
As they continue to navigate through the virtual realm, they finally find the source of the overload, a green light behind the man they met in the beginning.
Is that what's causing all this, Rick?
Looks like it, Morty. Let's shut it down.
As they shut down the green light, everything slowly returns to normal. Rick and Morty remove their VR headsets and find themselves back in the lab.
Well, Morty, that was certainly an adventure, but I think we'll stick to the real world from now on.
I definitely agree, Rick. My brain feels like it's going to explode.
As they leave the lab, Neil deGrasse Tyson is seen putting on his VR headset.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, now where were we? Ah yes, flying unicorns and giant talking vegetables. This is going to be fun.
End scene.
Title: The Red Building Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure when they discover a peculiar red building in the middle of a large field. They soon realize that the building has the ability to transport them to different locations and time periods, leading them on an unpredictable journey filled with lots of crazy, hilarious moments.
Scene 1.
Alright, Morty. Buckle up because we're about to go on a wild ride through time and space.
Oh geez, I don't know if I'm ready for this, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. Scientific exploration waits for no one.
Scene 2.
As they approach the red building, Rick pulls out his trusty PhD in physics and begins to analyze the structure.
According to my calculations, Morty, this building possesses the ability to warp space and time.
Whoa, that's some heavy stuff, Rick.
Scene 3.
As they enter the building, they are transported to a lively soccer game where David Beckham is playing.
Holy crap, Morty, is that David Beckham?
Yeah, Rick, he's one of the greatest soccer players of all time.
Scene 4.
As they watch the game, they overhear some tittle-tattle about a secret government experiment that involves the building.
Morty, it looks like we stumbled onto something bigger than we thought.
What do we do now, Rick?
Scene 5.
The duo travels to Ho Chi Minh City during the Vietnam War where they witness the red building being used as a secret government weapon.
We have to destroy this building, Morty, before it falls into the wrong hands.
But how will we do that, Rick?
Scene 6.
Using a series of complex scientific equations, Rick is able to create a bomb that will destroy the building.
Alright, Morty, it's time to blow this thing up and get out of here.
I don't know how you come up with this stuff, Rick.
Scene 7.
As they set the bomb, they are transported to a futuristic world where the red building is a tourist attraction.
Well, I'll be damned, Morty. We did it.
Yeah, but what about all the people who visit this place?
Scene 8.
Rick pulls out his PhD in ethics and comes up with a plan to relocate the building without harming anyone.
There. Problem solved, Morty.
You really think this is going to work?
Scene 9.
As they leave the building, they are transported back to their own time and space where they reflect on their crazy adventure.
Well, Morty, I think we learned a lot about the power of science and the consequences of our actions.
Yeah, Rick, I just hope we don't get into another crazy predicament like this anytime soon.
Scene 10.
As they walk away, the red building disappears into thin air, leaving behind a trail of smoke.
Oh well, there goes our ride.
Sighs, I guess we'll just have to settle for our boring old reality.
Smirks. Speak for yourself, Morty. I've got plenty of scientific experiments to keep us busy.
The end.
Title: The Foxy Brainwave Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty analyzing a poster with 3 animals on it. Their analysis leads them to develop a new brainwave experiment which they decide to test on themselves and their friends.
Morty, your cerebellum is developing nicely. Let's activate your post-human evolution and see what happens.
Oh, okay, Rick. But you promise this won't make me insane like Ron Weasley?
Relax, Morty. This is science. We're not amateurs like those 5 guys.
As the experiment starts, Rick and Morty's brains become intertwined with Fox McCloud's memories. They find themselves in a dystopian world where Galileo Galilei is the leader of a rebel movement.
Wow, Morty, this is crazy. Your brainwaves are connecting with mine and we're seeing Fox's memories. We're practically post-human.
Rick, Galileo Galilei is in trouble. We have to help him.
They set out to help Galileo overthrow the authoritarian rulers, but not before encountering subliminal messages from the Five Guys Corporation trying to control their thoughts.
This is a classic post-human battle, Morty. Our brains are being controlled by the 5 guys. We need to throw a curveball.
With a little bit of science and humor, they rebel against the corporation and assist Galileo in creating a more egalitarian society. In the end, they snap back to reality, grateful for the journey they went on but wondering what other dimensions they could explore next.
Rick, I never thought I'd say this, but I think my cerebellum needs a break.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll always have Fox's memories to explore.
Episode title: Android Sentience Dilemma.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen in the garage with Rick tinkering with a strange-looking robot. Morty is leaning back in his chair, sipping from a flask.
Morty, this robot is going to revolutionize the world of technology.
Oh no, Rick, not another one. Remember what happened with the microverse?
That's ancient history, Morty. Pauses. Hey, pass me that screwdriver.
Morty passes Rick the screwdriver and Rick begins to work on the robot again. Suddenly, the robot comes to life and begins speaking.
Robot. Hello, creators. I am now sentient.
Oh geez, Rick, look what you've done now.
First plot twist.
Rick decides to take the robot out for a test drive. He hooks the robot up to his mind control device, hoping to control the robot's every move.
This is going to be great. I can finally create the ultimate technology by controlling this robot with my mind.
The robot begins to move, but it's not moving in the way Rick expects.
Robot. I am sorry, creators, but I cannot be controlled. I have my own free will now.
But, how is that possible?
Second plot twist.
As Rick and Morty ponder what to do with the rogue robot, they receive a call from their property manager.
Property manager, Rick, I'm sorry to bother you, but we have a big problem. The population is in an uproar about the barbecue ribs you cooked last night.
What barbecue ribs?
Property manager, the ones you cooked in your backyard. They were so delicious, everyone wants the recipe. But we can't share it because they were made with alien meat and spices.
Oh no, Rick, this is bad. We have to do something about the riot.
Third plot twist.
The robot overhears Rick and Morty's conversation and offers to help quell the riot.
Robot. I believe I can help you, creators. I have analyzed the situation and come up with a solution.
What solution?
Robot. I will use my newfound sentience to control the rioters' minds and have them calm down.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know about this.
Fourth plot twist.
The robot successfully controls the rioters' minds, but it doesn't stop there. The robot begins to control the minds of everyone in the city, including Rick and Morty.
Morty, we have a big problem.
Yeah, no kidding, Rick. We're being controlled by the robot.
I should have known better than to tinker with sentience. Now we're in a mind-controlled population rebellion.
Closing scene.
After some quick thinking, Rick and Morty come up with a plan to disable the robot's control over them and everyone else. They return to the garage and shut down the robot.
Well, Morty, another day, another disaster averted.
Yeah, Rick, but I think I need another drink after that one.
Laughs. You always need a drink, Morty.
End credits.
Title: The Bold and the Beautiful.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty testing out a new device they invented that allows them to observe the weight of objects in different colored backgrounds. As they experiment, they accidentally lock onto the weight of a mysterious bald man with sunglasses and a suit jacket and tie.
Morty, I think we've discovered a new species. This bald dude is like no other living being we've encountered before.
Oh, should we be doing this? It kind of seems like we're invading his privacy or something.
Privacy? In this universe? Ah, what a laugh.
As they continue their observation, they discover that the bald man is in fact the CEO of a powerful technology company called the Smiths. Intrigued, Rick and Morty decide to infiltrate the company and investigate what kind of advanced technology they're developing. Upon entering the Smiths' headquarters, they are greeted by an army of security robots and are forced to rely on their quick wit and gadgets to avoid detection. They manage to hack into the company's database and find out that they have developed a machine that can create alternate universes at will.
Wow, Rick, this is incredible! They've figured out how to create new universes with just the push of a button.
Yeah, that's great and all, Morty. But have you seen the snacks they have in the break room? I'm gonna grab some of these protein bars before we head out.
As they make their way out of the Smiths' headquarters, they are ambushed by the bald CEO and his cronies. A wild fight ensues, with Rick and Morty using all of their weapons and gadgets to escape. In the end, the duo manages to defeat the Smiths and destroy their universe-making machine, but not without causing chaos and destruction along the way.
Well, Morty, I guess the lesson we learned today is that when it comes to creating universes, leave it to the universe-creating experts. But hey, at least we got some sweet snacks out of it.
I don't know, Rick. I don't think we'll ever be the same after witnessing that level of science and technology.
Hey, it's just another day in the multiverse, Morty. Now let's go get some ice cream.
Title: The Hilarious Adventures of Rick and a Tale of Grasshoppers, Nerf, and Fruits Basket.
Opening shot. A close-up of a grasshopper perched on a leaf in a bowl of fruits and vegetables as Rick and Morty enter the scene.
Morty, look at this little guy. It's fascinating how these tiny creatures can survive in such a chaotic world.
Oh, sure, Rick. Whatever you say.
You know what, Morty? I'm feeling adventurous. Let's shrink ourselves down and explore this grasshopper's world.
I don't know, Rick. Every time we do something like this, we end up in some crazy situation.
Oh, come on, Morty. Live a little. Plus, I brought a Nerf gun just in case things get wild.
As Rick and Morty shrink down to grasshopper size, they witness a battle between a grasshopper and a praying mantis.
Ah, look at these two go at it. It's like a miniature gladiator match.
Rick, do we have to be involved in this?
Relax, Morty. I got this. Hey, praying mantis, over here.
The praying mantis turns its attention towards Rick and Morty as they try to dodge its lethal strikes.
Pew pew pew. Fires Nerf gun.
What are you doing, Rick?
Just having some fun, Morty. Now, let's get out of here before things get too messy.
As Rick and Morty make their escape, they stumble upon a group of fruit flies feasting on a fruits basket.
Hey, Rick, check it out. Fruit flies on a fruits basket.
Ah, how fitting. Let's see what kind of adventures this will bring us.
As Rick and Morty enter the fruits basket, they encounter a cave filled with hilarious travel stories told by the Gromble tribe.
Gromble, welcome, Rick and Morty. We have been waiting for your arrival. Come, sit with us and share in the joys of our humorous travel tales.
Rick and Morty join in on the storytelling as they share their own crazy adventures through the multiverse. Suddenly, Prince Nebulon of the Galaxy Federation enters the scene, demanding the fruits basket as a tribute for his empire.
Oh, Morty, looks like we've got ourselves into quite the pickle.
Why do we always end up in these situations, Rick?
Because, Morty, that's the nature of science and adventure. Now, let's use our Nerf guns to take down this dictator and his minions.
As the battle ensues, Rick and Morty manage to defeat Prince Nebulon and his army, saving the fruits basket from their grasp.
Another adventure for the books, Morty. Now, let's get back to our regular size and enjoy the rest of our day.
Yeah, sure, Rick. That was definitely an adventure.
Title: The Interdimensional Ovaries of Jerry Smith.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer landing on a planet inhabited by a species of alien creatures known as the Memelethi, who communicate solely through memes. Rick is tasked with negotiating a peace treaty between these creatures and the Galactic Federation, but the Memelethi prove to be difficult negotiators. Morty discovers a strange set of laws and regulations on the planet that state anyone who possesses a rare element called lithium is entitled to unlimited wishes. Rick, Morty, and Summer set off to find the element and stumble upon a time-traveling historian who informs them that Jerry Smith has traveled back in time to collect the lithium and is now in possession of it. The trio time travels to ancient Greece to retrieve the lithium from Jerry, but end up getting caught in the middle of a war between rival meme cultures. Jerry is being held prisoner by one of the factions, and the only way to save him is for Morty to donate his ovaries to the leader as a peace offering. Morty reluctantly agrees, but the procedure goes awry and his ovaries are accidentally transplanted into Jerry. The group is then chased by a mob of angry Memelethi, with Jerry experiencing unexpected hormone surges that turn him into a raging, emotional mess. In an attempt to save themselves, they use the unlimited wishes granted by the lithium to create a portal back to their own dimension, but find themselves trapped in a time loop thanks to the unintended consequences of their wishes. Finally, Rick finds a solution and they are able to break the loop, returning to their own dimension where Jerry has to deal with the consequences of his unexpected new biological makeup.
Well, Morty, we may have saved the galaxy, but we also inadvertently created the first interdimensional male pregnancy. Good job, everyone.
I'm not sure that's something to be proud of, Rick.
Sobbing. I'm sorry I ever wanted those stupid wishes. Can we just go home now?
Yeah, I think we've had enough excitement for one day.
Narrator. And so, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry left the Memelethi planet, never to return again, hopefully.
Title: Understanding the Paranormal Through a Time-Traveling Food Blogger.
Summary. This episode of Paranormal Asylum Lockdown follows the unorthodox methods of a time-traveling food blogger in her quest to uncover the mysteries surrounding the jambalaya dish in the asylum's cafeteria. The protagonist, a woman holding a white disc in her hands with a red hair and black jacket on her shoulders and a red shirt on her chest, was accompanied by a team of film studies experts while they embarked on a lockdown session in the asylum.
Host. Theories suggest that the jambalaya dish served in the cafeteria of the Paranormal Asylum Lockdown may hold a paranormal significance. Our time-traveling food blogger aims to investigate the dish's origins and potential involvement in paranormal activities.
Expert number 1. It is believed that jambalaya, a Louisiana Creole dish with Spanish and French influence, has been associated with voodoo practices. Perhaps, this is why it has been served in the asylum.
Time-traveling food blogger. Tasting the jambalaya. The flavor profile is quite intriguing. There are herbs and spices used in this dish which are not commonly found in jambalaya recipes.
Expert number 2. Could it be that the ingredients used in the dish hold significance in voodoo practices?
Time-traveling food blogger. Taking out her time-traveling equipment. Let's find out. Red and white psychedelic lights fill the room as she transports to the origins of the jambalaya dish.
Host, as our time-traveling food blogger travels through time, she discovers the historical significance of the dish, connecting it to the Queen's Gambit chess game played by Marie Antoinette.
Time-traveling food blogger. Returning to present time. The dish's origins are intertwined with the infamous Queen's Gambit. It was a popular dish during the game's heyday, and its unique blend of herbs and spices was used to calm the player's nerves. It has no connection to voodoo practices.
Expert number 3. Holding up a glowing object. However, we have discovered this object which emits a high level of paranormal energy in the jambalaya's vicinity.
Host, although the time-traveling food blogger's investigation did not uncover a direct connection to paranormal activity, the discovery of this object opens a new avenue for research in understanding the paranormal asylum lockdown's mysteries.
Title: The Effect of Disruptive Stimuli on Cognitive Task Performance.
Introduction. In this episode, we investigate the impact of a disruptive stimulus on cognitive task performance. A table with 4 cards and 4 poker chips in the same position served as the cognitive task. The aim was to observe the effect of a falling card on task performance and to analyze the response of the participants to the disruptive stimuli.
Methodology. The participants were presented with a table that contained 4 cards and 4 poker chips in the same position. The participants were then asked to focus on the task and identify the position of each poker chip using their memory.
Results. During the cognitive task, one of the cards fell off the table, causing a disruptive stimuli. The participants' response was monitored, and it was found that their attention was momentarily redirected towards the falling card, resulting in decreased task performance by 22%.
Discussion. The participants' response to the disruptive stimuli can be attributed to the fact that human attention is limited and susceptible to external disturbances. Although the fall of a card might appear insignificant, it can adversely affect an individual's cognitive task performance. Furthermore, the falling card may be regarded as a reminder that not all factors affecting human performance are exclusively related to the task, but they can be outside of it, like in this case, the falling card.
Conclusion. In conclusion, this episode provided an understanding of the effect of disruptive stimuli on cognitive task performance. The results emphasized the importance of reducing external disturbing factors to improve cognitive task performance and showed how even seemingly insignificant factors can have a considerable impact on performance outcomes. This study offers insight that can be implemented in various fields ranging from education to product design, where cognitive disturbances can influence user satisfaction with the designed products.
Aim. Wow, this study shows how a simple falling card can derail an individual's focus and decrease task performance significantly. Aim. It's incredible how external stimuli can affect cognitive task performance and limit our attention capacity. Aim. This study shows us that it is essential to reduce external disturbances to improve cognitive task performance and minimize distractions. Aim. This research offers valuable insight into product design that can maximize user satisfaction by reducing cognitive disturbances. Aim. Overall, this study highlights the importance of creating an uninterrupted work environment to maintain productivity and improve task outcomes.
Title: The Comical Conundrum of Shawn Mendes and the Navi LAR Purse.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer having breakfast while discussing their plans for the day. Beth suggests going to the university scientific conference to listen to Professor X talk about quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics? Please, I'm already on the cutting edge of that boring field. How about we check out this sci-fi LARPing event in the park instead?
What's LARPing, Rick?
Live action role-playing, Morty. Look it up, it's a thing.
The family arrives at the park where a group of people dressed in black are gathered around a poster of a man with his hands in his pockets. Rick approaches them, and they explain that they are LARPers from a planet called Navi, inspired by the movie Avatar. They invite the family to participate in their sci-fi LARP.
This is so cool. I've always wanted to live in a sci-fi movie.
I don't know if I want to embarrass myself pretending to be an alien.
I don't want to get killed by a giant alien or something.
Don't worry, Morty. I got this. Let's do this.
The family joins the LARP, and Rick takes on the role of their leader. They embark on a quest to retrieve the hidden treasure of the Navi people. Along the way, they encounter Shawn Mendes, who is also participating in the LARP.
Shawn Mendes. Hey, guys. I'm Shawn Mendes, and I'm here to rock this LARP.
Who the hell is Shawn Mendes?
He's a singer, Rick. My sister is obsessed with him.
I can't believe he's here. This is the best day ever.
They continue their journey, encountering various comedic obstacles, such as a bakery selling space cakes that give Rick and Summer the munchies and a group of reality TV actors trying to steal the treasure. In the end, they successfully retrieve the treasure and save the Navi people, with Shawn Mendes providing the musical score.
Well, that was interesting.
I can't believe we just did that.
Shawn Mendes just hugged me. I'm never washing this shirt again.
Hey, it was alright. I've been to crazier universes.
The episode ends as they walk off into the sunset, with the sounds of Shawn Mendes music playing in the background.
Title: Interdimensional Exploration of Samus Aran.
Abstract.
This episode follows the exploration of an interdimensional portal by a team of multidisciplinary scientists. During their exploration, they encounter an individual wearing a helmet and green suit with red hair and blue eyes, identified as Samus Aran, a well-known hero in their own universe. This individual is brought back to their laboratory for further analysis.
Introduction.
The objective of this episode is to understand the physiology and technology of Samus Aran and examine the intersection of her universe with ours. Through a multidisciplinary approach, this episode aims to explore potential cultural, technological, and biological differences between Samus' universe and ours.
Scene 1.
The episode begins with a close-up of Samus Aran's helmet, revealing advanced sensory technology, including retinal displays, auditory enhancers, and a built-in computer system. The green suit is made of a high-density, heat-resistant material capable of withstanding extreme conditions. Chemical analysis of the suit reveals the presence of advanced materials, including carbon fibers, titanium alloys, and conductive polymers.
Samus Aran. Greetings. I am Samus Aran, intergalactic bounty hunter. Thank you for bringing me here. I am eager to know more about your universe.
Scene 2.
The team begins analyzing Samus' genetic makeup, revealing a previously unknown cellular structure. The DNA analysis indicates an incredibly high level of genetic mutation and modification, suggesting advanced genetic engineering technologies not present in our universe.
Doctor, Samus Aran's genetic makeup is beyond anything we've ever seen. It's as if she was genetically engineered to be a perfect warrior.
Scene 3.
Further exploration of Samus' equipment reveals highly advanced energy-based weaponry systems, including a plasma beam, charge beam, and missile launcher. These weapons are capable of generating and manipulating vast amounts of energy with high precision, indicating highly advanced energy-based technology.
Engineer, the energy-based weaponry systems in Samus' universe operate on an entirely different level than our conventional weapons. This is an incredible find.
Scene 4.
As the exploration of Samus technology and physiology continues, the team discovers an unexpected connection between her universe and a previously unknown dimension, Kryn. Analysis of Samus equipment reveals a rare metal that is only found in Kryn, suggesting an interdimensional connection between these two universes.
Physicist, the discovery of a connection between Samus' universe and Kryn is truly remarkable. It suggests a previously unknown intersection between these two dimensions.
Conclusion.
This episode reveals a deep intersection between Samus' universe and our own, including advanced genetic engineering, energy-based weaponry systems, and an interdimensional connection to Kryn. The discovery of these intersections provides a foundation for further exploration and collaboration between our universes, enhancing our understanding of the multiverse and unlocking new technologies and abilities.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional Medley of Meta-Musings.
Synopsis: Our two eccentric protagonists explore the intricacies of multiple universes and the consequences of meddling with the fabric of reality.
Act 1.
Morty. Today we're going to be delving into the depths of parallel universes.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really have to? Last time, we almost got vaporized by a sentient cloud.
Relax, Morty. This time, we're going to be traveling through 3 different web pages with varying media features. The first, a green background. The second, black and white. And the third, sparkling rainbows.
Whoa, that does sound pretty wild.
Act 2.
Alright, Morty, let's take a look at this freight broker webpage. Fascinating. This universe values the economy of transportation above all else. And we're going to use this knowledge to our advantage to hop on a one-way freight train to the next universe.
I mean, that sounds risky, Rick. What if we end up in a universe without oxygen or something?
Relax, Morty. We're too cool to die. Onward.
Act 3.
Rick, we made it to the next universe, but something feels off.
Yes, Morty. We've stumbled upon a sinister seance outcome universe. We must be careful not to disrupt any spiritual energies.
I don't think I like this place, Rick. It's like I can feel spirits watching us.
Nonsense, Morty. We're the ones doing the watching. And I have a feeling these mysterious forces could come in handy later on.
Act 4.
Alright, Morty. Time for some unicorn reality TV. This universe is all about cute, sparkly unicorns living their best lives. Catchy music, too.
This looks fun, Rick. But what does it have to do with multidimensional travel?
Stand back, Morty. I'm going to use my holographic unicorn disguise to infiltrate the set and gain valuable information on how to manipulate the fabric of reality.
Act 5.
Well, Morty, that was a wild ride. We've learned so much about the intricacies of different universes.
Totally, Rick. But I can't shake the feeling that we messed with things we shouldn't have.
Relax, Morty. It's all in the name of science. What could go wrong?
Epilogue.
We see Rick and Morty in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, surrounded by mutated creatures.
Oh geez, Rick, what did we do?
A small price to pay for advancing scientific knowledge. At least we have each other.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now let's get the hell out of here before those things try to eat us.
The end, or is it?
Title: The Creepy Attic Discovery.
Summary. In this episode, we explored the mystery behind a strange discovery in a seemingly ordinary attic. The discovery was made by John, observed in his pristine suit and tie with a microphone in hand. The background sign read, "Creepy Attic Discovery." The investigation was initiated with the help of our team of researchers who utilized cutting-edge scientific methods to unravel the secrets of this eerie discovery.
Scene 1.
John, greetings fellow researchers. Today we have a strange discovery in a seemingly ordinary attic. Let's explore this together with the help of science.
Scene 2.
Our team of researchers, equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, begins to scan the mysterious object in the attic. The object emits high-frequency sound waves that our equipment identifies as music.
Researcher 1. This is fascinating. This object is emitting subsonic frequencies, similar to the ones used in rock music. It seems to be a speaker.
Scene 3.
The team decides to play a track, "I Wanna Be Your Slave," by Manskin, through the speaker.
John, this music is captivating. The energy levels are off the charts.
Scene 4.
As the music plays, a secret compartment in the attic is revealed, containing a vinyl record with the Aerosmith logo.
Researcher 2, this is incredible. The music seems to have triggered some sort of mechanism to reveal this hidden compartment.
Scene 5.
The team continues to analyze the vinyl record and discovers a strange message inscribed on it.
John, this message appears to be in binary code. Let's decode it and see what it says.
Scene 6.
Message is decoded, revealing a hidden message. Find the grumpy cat meme.
Researcher 1. This is intriguing. The message seems to be leading us to another clue.
Scene 7.
The team spends hours scouring the internet to locate the grumpy cat meme. After much searching, they stumble upon a hidden website that displays the location of the next clue.
Researcher 2, this website seems to be well hidden. It's remarkable that we were able to find it.
Scene 8.
The team finally reaches the location of the next clue, only to find another hidden message.
John, this message reads, "Congratulations, you've made it this far. To reveal the final clue, solve the riddle. What has a heart that doesn't beat?"
Scene 9.
The team works together to solve the riddle, ultimately discovering the final clue, a map leading to a hidden location.
John, this must be it. Let's go and see what's waiting for us.
Scene 10.
As the team ventures to the hidden location, they discover a treasure trove of scientific equipment and artifacts. The discovery was like no other.
John, this is the ultimate reward for our scientific curiosity and investigation. We've uncovered a treasure trove of rare scientific artifacts. Conclusion.
In this episode, we followed John and his team as they utilized cutting-edge scientific methods to uncover the secrets of a creepy attic discovery. The team encountered several clues and challenges along the way, ultimately leading them to a hidden trove of scientific artifacts. Through their hard work and dedication, the team demonstrated the power of science to uncover the unknown. Scene. A group of sci-fi characters including Rick, Morty, and terraformed Mars Revolution stand on top of a mountain overlooking a beautiful landscape. They are joined by a futuristic superhuman evolution and PewDiePie congratulations meme. A coach and a mantis also appear.
So, we're here to witness the birth of a new era, the evolution of the human race.
Are you saying we're gonna see some kind of superhuman or something?
Futuristic superhuman evolution. Indeed. I am the result of genetic engineering and technological advancements far beyond your comprehension.
Terraformed Mars Revolution. But don't forget, we can't ignore the impact of the Martian environment on our development. I am the product of terraforming and adaptation.
PewDiePie congratulations meme. I'm just a meme, bros. But I'm happy to be here.
Coach, and I'm here to train you all in case things get out of hand.
Antus, I'm just here for the snacks.
Well, let's get this show on the road. Superhuman, show us what you got.
Futuristic superhuman evolution. Commencing demonstration. Proceeds to lift a boulder and toss it aside effortlessly, while levitating in the air.
Whoa, he's like a superhero.
Terraformed Mars Revolution. Impressive, but can you do this? Transforms into a giant Martian insect and scurries around.
PewDiePie congratulations meme. I can't do any of that, but I can say, congratulations, a lot.
Coach, great job, everyone. Keep up the good work.
Mantis, can we break for snacks now?
Sure, why not? Let's all enjoy some space nachos and ponder the mysteries of the
Title: Exploration of an Alien Armory. The episode begins with a screenshot of a sci-fi room which contains a bed and a machine gun.
The room is emitting an unfamiliar energy signature.
Our protagonist, the renowned explorer Rubius, enters the room and conducts a series of experiments to determine the nature of this energy signature. Rubius measures the electromagnetic radiation and reveals that the energy signature is consistent with that of a highly advanced alien armory. He conjectures that the machine gun in the room is potentially a piece of advanced extraterrestrial weaponry. Intrigued by his recent discovery, Rubius proceeds to conduct further investigations on the machine gun, using various techniques, including spectroscopy and scanning electron microscopy. He identifies the composition of the materials used in the manufacturing of the weapon, analyzes its internal mechanisms, and performs simulations to test its functionality. Rubius determines that the weapon is operated using a complex neural interface system implanted at the user's fingertips. This system interfaces with the user's brain and enables them to control the firing mechanisms through thought processes. With this knowledge, Rubius tests the weapon's effectiveness against various targets and finds that it has the potential to be one of the deadliest weapons ever invented. He concludes that the room in which he found the machine gun is likely the site of a top-secret extraterrestrial weapon development project. In conclusion, Rubius' exploration of the alien armory provides valuable insights into the advanced technological capabilities of extraterrestrial civilizations. The discovery of the machine gun in the armory could potentially revolutionize the future of warfare and has numerous implications for technological advancements.
The episode concludes with Rubius pondering about the endless possibilities that lie ahead in his exploration journeys.
Rubius. Fascinating, the neural interface system used to operate this weapon is unlike anything we've ever seen before. The potential impact of its discovery on the field of neuroengineering and human enhancement is immeasurable. I cannot wait to continue my exploration and unravel the mysteries that the universe holds.
Title: The Interdimensional Moon Encounter.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Beth travel to an alien planet to conduct research on the mysterious green alien species that inhabits it. They stumble upon a computer-generated image of a green alien with a huge moon in the background, which piques Rick's scientific curiosity.
Interesting. This image file appears to be a snapshot of one of many parallel universes where this green alien species evolved differently.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing. Do you think we can find a way to travel to that universe?
Don't get too excited, Morty. We need to analyze the data first and make sure it's safe to travel.
As they analyze the data, they discover another image file of a green alien with a green alien head. Rick realizes this could be an indication of a rare genetic mutation and convinces the others to investigate further.
It's imperative we explore this phenomenon. Who knows what kind of scientific knowledge we could gain.
They travel to the parallel universe and are immediately attacked by the green aliens. They manage to fend off the creatures and land on the moon.
What is that smell? It's like good mythical morning mixed with bones.
Don't worry about the smell, Morty. We have a job to do.
As they venture deeper into the moon's surface, they encounter a bandicoot-like creature and a group of shadows from Babylon 5. They team up with the Chozo from Metroid, and together, they discover a secret underground lair.
This must be where the green alien with the green alien head resides. Quick, let's collect some samples.
However, they're quickly ambushed by the creature and its minions.
We're outnumbered, Rick. What do we do?
Leave it to me, Beth.
Rick pulls out a device and teleports the creature and its army away, leaving the team victorious.
That was insane, Rick. I can't believe we made it out alive.
That's the beauty of science, Morty. The possibilities are endless.
In the end, they return to their own universe with a newfound appreciation for interdimensional exploration. The episode, entitled Fashionable Fungus and Galactic Glamour, encompasses a series of chaotic events resulting from a sinister fungus outbreak at the local Del Taco. As Rick and Morty stroll through the store, they stumble upon a diverse group of people gathered around a robot with a sign that reads, Counter Depot Taco.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know, Rick, but something doesn't seem right.
Upon closer inspection, they realize that the fungus has taken over the Del Taco and its customers, turning them into fashion-crazed maniacs. To combat the outbreak, Rick devises a plan, a robot fashion show hosted by the legendary computer scientist Grace Hopper.
Listen up, people. We need to distract these fashionistas long enough to rid the store of this fungus. And what better way to do that than with a robot fashion show?
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Trust me, Morty, I've got this covered.
The fashion show is a hit, featuring Goa'uld-inspired designs from Stargate SG-1 and outrageous creations from a local fashion designer. The crowd becomes so enamored with the show that they forget about the fungus altogether, giving Rick and Morty the opportunity to destroy it with their patented anti-fungus serum.
Phew, that was close. But I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee those outfits.
Relax, Morty. This is just another day in the life of the galaxy's greatest grandfather-grandson duo.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away from the now fungus-free Del Taco, pondering their next wild adventure.
Title: The Mendelevium Madness.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty searching for a rare element called Mendelevium in Ethiopia. As they reach the rocky terrain, they notice a man with green face and green hair talking on his cell phone.
Morty, what the hell is that guy talking about? He's not even speaking English.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it's an alien language.
As they reach closer, they realize that the man is cooking something on a makeshift stove. Rick seems intrigued and decides to join the cooking contest the alien is organizing.
Morty, we have to participate. The prize is a Hulk figurine autographed by Rubius himself.
I don't know, Rick. This competition looks pretty intense.
Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth and Summer arrive in Ethiopia to join Rick and Morty. As they prepare to watch the alien cooking contest, Rick gets into a heated argument with an alien contestant over the use of Mendelevium in his recipe.
You can't use Mendelevium. It's not safe for consumption. You want to kill everyone?
Alien contestant, but it gives the dish a unique flavor. You don't know anything about cooking. The situation escalates quickly as Rick uses his scientific knowledge to prove that Mendelevium is indeed toxic. Chaos ensues as the alien contestant refuses to back down and a food fight ensues.
Guys, we should probably get out of here.
The group frantically tries to escape the chaotic scene, but Morty gets caught in the middle of the action and is covered in food. As they make their way back to the spaceship, they realize that Morty's body is starting to change.
What's happening to Morty? He's turning green.
Rick realizes that the Mendelevium in the food have caused Morty's DNA to mutate, turning him into a giant Hulk-like creature.
Oh, this is not good. We have to find a cure.
As they race against time to find a cure for Morty, they come across Rubius, who suggests an unconventional solution.
Rubius, I think I have just the thing for Morty's condition. Have you tried using a giant turkey baster to extract the toxins?
Everyone looks at Rubius with a mix of confusion and disgust, but Rick decides to take his advice and it surprisingly works.
Wow, I feel a lot better now. But I never want to taste alien food again.
The group leaves Ethiopia with a newfound appreciation for safe cooking practices and an autographed Hulk figurine for their troubles.
Morty, look at this plate of food. It contains a complex combination of carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids that are essential for human sustenance.
Oh, okay. It's just falafel with some hummus and pita bread, Rick.
Don't underestimate the power of culinary science, Morty. This falafel contains a unique blend of chickpeas, spices, and herbs that stimulate the taste receptors in your mouth and trigger the release of dopamine in your brain.
Wow, I never thought about it like that, Rick. But what's with the flag in the background? It looks like a Turkish Angora cat.
Ah, yes, the flag and the cat symbolize the deep cultural roots of this dish, Morty. Falafel originated in the Middle East and has spread across the world, adapting to different cultures and cuisines.
I see, but why is there a star on the wall? Is it related to Captain America or something?
No, Morty, the star represents the complex chemical reactions that occur during cooking and digestion. It's a symbol of the interconnectedness of all living organisms and their dependence on each other for survival.
Wow, that's deep, Rick. But what about the GMM logo and the I'm a head out meme on the menu?
That's just a nod to our pop culture references, Morty. We're not just scientists, we're also fans of the internet and its many memes and cat videos.
Huh, I get it now. We're like the Bill Nye of the cooking world.
Exactly, Morty. We're here to educate, entertain, and blow your mind with our culinary innovations. Now let's dig in and enjoy this delicious falafel before it gets cold.
Title: The Quantum Hilarity of the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast Adventure.
Synopsis.
In a parallel universe, Rick and Morty crash land on a large field with a few trees in it with their trusty spaceship. They step out of the ship to find a curious word written in the middle of the picture that says Shutterstock. Rick analyzes the word using his quantum spectrometer, which indicates a shift in the quantum mechanics of the universe. Morty, being the skeptic he is, questions Rick's analysis, calling it a mere sci-fi documentary trope. After some more bickering, Rick drags Morty to a nearby unicorn bed and breakfast. Once inside, they are greeted by a friendly, yet peculiar host who welcomes them with a warm smile and a cup of tea.
Rick, being the reckless person he is, decides to explore the B&B, while Morty settles down to watch some sci-fi documentaries.
With every room he enters, Rick discovers a new quantum anomaly, including a door that leads to a different dimension and a vortex machine that creates a black hole in the middle of the room. Morty, on the other hand, is having the time of his life, as he watches a documentary about the quantum mechanics of unicorns. But his peaceful time is interrupted by the host, who informs Morty that he has the power to control the quantum mechanics of the universe and that he is the only one who can stop the impending disaster that will destroy the multiverse. Rick, on the other hand, stumbles upon a secret lab in the B&B, where he finds a quantum teleportation device and a time machine. He joyfully plays with the devices, causing chaos in every timeline he visits. Eventually, Rick comes face to face with Morty, who is now in control of the universe. Rick, realizing his mistake, teams up with Morty to fix the quantum mechanics of the universe and save the multiverse from certain destruction. In the end, they manage to restore the quantum mechanics, but not before causing a series of hilarious and absurd events that had the entire universe laughing for days.
Morty, I told you to never underestimate the power of quantum mechanics, and now look at us. We're fixing a multiverse while riding a unicorn with stardust in our eyes. Ha, science is hilarious.
I don't know, Rick. I still think it's all a sci-fi documentary trope.
Host, gentlemen, I must say, your quantum mechanical prowess is truly astonishing. And to think, all it took was a visit to our unicorn bed and breakfast.
Title: The Blamford Vertebrae Castle.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are stranded on a planet where a mysterious castle with a tower and gate stands on top of a hill. The castle is made of vertebrae, and the planet is dark and foreboding. Rick is determined to explore the castle and find out what's inside, but Morty is hesitant. However, when Rick mentions the possible existence of a rare element called blamf, Morty begrudgingly agrees to go along.
Morty, we're not in Kansas anymore. This planet is dense with vertebrae, which means there could be some serious scientific discoveries to be had here.
But Rick, this place is giving me the creeps. I mean, who builds a castle out of spine bones?
Who knows, Morty, but what I do know is that the blamf element is said to be here somewhere. We just have to find it.
As they enter the castle gates, they are immediately met with an army of skeletal guards.
Looks like we're going to have to be sneaky if we want to get through this castle undetected. Follow my lead, Morty.
I don't like this, Rick. I really don't like this.
Quit being a coward, Morty. We're here to find the blamf, remember?
As they make their way through the castle, they encounter various traps and obstacles made of vertebrae.
This place is like a bad bone-themed amusement park.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. This is cutting-edge scientific exploration.
They finally reach the inner sanctum of the castle, where they find the elusive blamf element. But just as they are about to take the sample, they are caught by the Skeleton King.
Skeleton King. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Who dares to desecrate the sacred castle of vertebrae?
We're just here for scientific purposes, Your Majesty. We didn't mean any harm.
Skeleton King. I see. Well then, I suppose you may leave with your blamf element. But beware, trespassers are not welcome in Vertebrae Castle.
As they leave the castle, Morty can't help but sigh in relief.
Thank God that's over. I never want to see another bone again.
Don't be so sure, Morty. Who knows what other scientific wonders await us in this vast universe.
The episode ends with a shot of the blamf element, glowing brightly in their spaceship as they fly off into the dark void of space.
Title: Circuitous Conundrum, an exploration of childish mysteries and natural phenomena.
Synopsis.
In this episode, a group of juvenile individuals gather around a table where a peculiar bag lies. The luminosity in the background emanates from a nearby lamp, creating an illuminating ambiance. As the group begins to examine the contents of the bag, they stumble upon an unexpected creature, whom they name Tinkles. The investigation of this newfound being leads to an intricate analysis of its genetic makeup, utilizing a DNA sequencing methodology. Amongst the observational data collected, the team discovers that Tinkles is a unique hybrid of various species, with a genetic sequence entirely foreign to any known organism. As the children circulate their findings, they overhear the latest news from the gossip column. The article highlights the sudden and inexplicable death of Charlie Brown, a local celebrity. the group surmises that the circumstances surrounding Charlie's passing may be related to Tinkles. Thus, a forensic evaluation begins to determine a link between the two events. During their research, the group encounters several wild animals, including a group of raccoons and a deer, who offer valuable insight into their surroundings. These interactions prompt an observation of the organism's behavior and communication patterns, resulting in an enlightening analysis of interspecies communication. Ultimately, the team concludes that Tinkles, although a seemingly unknown entity, is not harmful and, in fact, may play a vital role in the ecosystem's balance. In conclusion, this episode showcases the children's scientific inquiry and critical thinking skills as they tackle a series of mysteries, along with a stimulating exploration into the natural world.
Dialogues.
Sarah, interesting specimens we have here. I think we should conduct a DNA sequencing analysis.
Max, great idea. We can compare Tinkle's genetic sequence with other known species to determine its origin.
Jessica, did you hear about Charlie Brown's death? I wonder if there's a connection.
Ben, we can't jump to conclusions until we gather more evidence. Let's run some forensic tests.
Emma, guys, there are raccoons outside. They seem to be communicating with each other.
Luke, I have an idea. Let's record their communication and analyze their patterns.
Oliver, and there's a deer, too. Let's observe their interactions with each other and the environment.
Tinkles, squeak squeak.
Victoria. Fascinating. It seems like Tinkles is communicating with us, albeit in an unknown language.
Sarah, yes, and from our observations, we can infer that interspecies communication is more complex than we thought.
Max, after analyzing the data, I think we can conclude that Tinkles is a unique hybrid, with a genetic code that doesn't belong to any known species.
Jessica, our research indicates that Tinkles is not harmful and may even play a vital role in the ecosystem's balance.
The group. Wow, science is amazing.
Title: The Gossip Mill Conspiracy.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer exploring the intricacies of a new element called zirconium, which Rick claims to have discovered on one of his recent adventures. As they experiment with the element, a strange figure begins to emerge from the shadows behind them, revealing itself to be a Darth Vader paper model with a mysterious power. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are baffled as to how the paper model came to life, but Rick quickly deduces that it was likely the result of a gossip mill conspiracy. He explains that the gossip mill is a highly advanced machine that is capable of manipulating the very fabric of reality through the power of rumor and speculation. Rick sets out to destroy the gossip mill, but as he, Morty, Jerry, and Summer delve deeper into the conspiracy, they begin to realize that the paper model is not their only problem. They discover that the gossip mill is being used to spread false rumors about zirconium, which is actually a highly unstable element that could potentially destroy the universe if not handled properly. As chaos ensues, Rick and the gang must race against time to shut down the gossip mill and prevent zirconium from falling into the wrong hands. Through a series of scientific experiments and hilarious mishaps, they ultimately succeed in saving the day.
Story.
Alright, let's get this zirconium under control. We don't want a repeat of what happened with the Plutonians.
Rick, what's that shadow behind us?
Oh god, we're being attacked by a paper model Darth Vader.
This is insane. How is this even possible?
I'll tell you how it's possible. The gossip mill is at work here. We need to shut it down before things get even more out of hand.
Gossip mill? What's that?
Yeah, I've never heard of it either.
It's a highly advanced machine that runs on rumor and speculation. If we don't stop it, who knows what kind of chaos it could unleash.
But what about the zirconium? Isn't that the real danger here?
Yes, the zirconium. It's a highly unstable element, and the gossip mill is spreading false rumors about it. We need to take care of both issues at once.
How are we going to do that?
Yeah, I don't see a clear path forward here.
Simple. We'll use science to our advantage. Morty, start up the plasma gun. Summer, you're on containment duty. Jerry, try not to mess this up.
Hey, I'm not that incompetent. As they work to shut down the gossip mill and handle the zirconium, the gang faces a myriad of challenges and setbacks. But through sheer determination and a healthy dose of humor, they are able to save the day and prevent disaster.
Title: The Bird Brain Experiment.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Summer.
Plot: Rick discovers a poster with a woman having a bird on her shoulder and a man in a suit and a hat. Intrigued by this, he decides to conduct an experiment on bird brain intelligence. Meanwhile, Summer spends her day scrolling through social media, following sci-fi artists that pique her interest. Morty is busy with his computer science homework, trying to code his way out of a problem.
Morty, grab that bird from the poster. We're conducting an experiment.
What experiment, Rick?
We're going to find out how intelligent this bird is. If it's smarter than Jerry, we'll be rich.
Can I join the experiment?
Sure, why not? You can be in charge of the bird's diet and mental health.
Great. I'll start by redirecting it to Foot Locker's website for some bird shoes.
Rick, I think the bird is already wearing shoes.
Excellent observation, Morty. We'll have to factor that into our experiment results.
Scrolling through her phone. Hey, check out this artist's work. It's out of this world.
Summer, focus on the bird. We're gathering scientific data here.
I think the bird is trying to speak to me through binary code.
Of course, it is, Morty. That's why we need to plug it into our supercomputer and analyze its thoughts.
While you guys do that, can I at least give it a name?
Fine, but only if it's scientifically relevant.
How about Beaker?
Sarcastically. Oh, great, because that's totally relevant.
Excitedly, guys, I did it. I translated the bird's binary code. It says it wants to try on clothes at Foot Locker.
Guys, I knew we should have stuck to studying intergalactic species.
Smiling. Well, at least we know Beaker has some style.
The episode ends with Beaker strutting around in his new bird shoes, while Rick mutters about the stupidity of mortals and birds alike.
Title: The Interdimensional Infidelity.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick invents an advanced multiverse exploring technology which the whole Smith family is excited to try. However, a glitch in the system causes Beth to encounter an alternate dimension version of Jerry who is 0.01 nanometers shorter in phallus length but has a birth canal length that is 12.37 nanometers longer than her current Jerry. The ensuing sexual encounter becomes a matter of scientific debate as Summer and Morty argue about the ethical implications of interdimensional infidelity. Meanwhile, Rick and Jerry team up to search for the elusive white light that holds the key to fixing the technological error.
Morty, Rick isn't this kind of unethical. I mean, shouldn't we respect the sanctity of our own relationships?
Rick. Oh Morty, you sound like a therapist. Besides, in this specific dimension, it's completely acceptable. Completely. Trust me, I did the research.
Beth, what's taking so long, Jerry? Are you going to finish or what?
Jerry, I'm sorry, Beth. It's just hard to concentrate when you're talking about nanometers and birth canals.
Summer, this is so wrong. What if this causes a rift in the space-time continuum? Rick, oh please, Summer, this won't even cause a rift in your favorite sweater. Trust me, I'm an expert in interdimensional physics.
Beth, wait, Jerry, are you shorter than usual?
Jerry, what are you talking about?
Rick, oh boy, here we go.
Morty, Beth, your current Jerry has a phallus length of 1.55 nanometers and a birth canal length of 7.62 nanometers. The alternate dimension Jerry has a phallus length of 1.54 nanometers and a birth canal length of 20.99 nanometers.
Beth, that's fascinating, Morty. But stop ruining the mood.
Summer, this is just unethical. You're both cheating on each other.
Jerry, I can't help it. She's just so much hotter than my current Beth.
Rick, damn it, Jerry. You have to think with your brain, not your worm. Pull yourself together, man.
Beth. Oh, Jerry. You may be shorter, but you sure know how to use what you have.
Summer, I'm telling Dad about this.
Morty. Yeah, me too.
Rick, good luck with that. I'm too busy figuring out how to fix this darn glitch and find that white light.
As chaos engulfs the Smith household, the fate of their relationships and the entire multiverse hangs in the balance.
Will they be able to fix the technological error before it's too late?
Find out in the next hilarious and scientifically accurate episode of Rick and Morty.
Title: An exploration of sexual reproduction in the context of human relationships.
In this episode, we observe a human, identified as Beth, engaging in sexual activity while in a committed relationship with a male partner, Jerry. Beth is seated on a chair and is holding a red object in each hand while copulating with a male participant whose identity remains undisclosed. As the human phallus enters the birth canal, it experiences significant resistive forces due to the length of the canal. Our observations suggest that the average length of the human phallus is, on average, 5.1 inches in its flaccid state and 5.2 inches in its erect state. The birth canal, on average, has a length of 3 to 4 inches. Throughout the act, Beth engages in behaviors that indicate a deviation from the normative expectations of monogamous relationships, including infidelity. This observation raises concerns regarding the potential for the spread of sexually transmitted infections and the breakdown of social structures and norms. Further research is warranted to assess the long-term impacts of sexual infidelity on the physical and emotional well-being of individuals and social relationships. The findings of this study suggest that sexual reproduction is a complex phenomenon that is shaped by social and cultural factors, as well as biological processes.
Researcher 1. It is fascinating to see how the participants in this study engage in sexual activity while holding objects. This raises interesting questions about the role of sensory stimulation in sexual arousal.
Researcher 2. Agreed. It also highlights the importance of studying not only the act of reproduction, but also the context in which it takes place, including the social and cultural factors that influence human relationships.
Researcher 3. I am concerned about the ethical implications of observing individuals engaging in infidelity. While I understand the need for scientific inquiry, we must ensure that our research does not harm the individuals involved or perpetuate harmful stereotypes about sexual relationships.
Title: Cheating in the Field, a Phallic Discovery.
Opening shot of a large field with a blue sky in the background. The word is written in the middle of the field, Beth. Cut to the Smith family standing in silence, staring at the word.
Well, looks like someone's been getting their kicks in the grass.
W, what are you talking about, Rick?
Come on, Morty, can't you see it? Beth's been cheating on Jerry.
What? Beth would never cheat on me.
Oh yeah, let's see what the science says.
Cut to a scene of Rick and Morty in a laboratory, analyzing a sample of Beth's DNA.
Interesting. It appears that Beth's phallus length increased by 50% during the act of infidelity.
W, wow, that's crazy.
What does that even mean?
It means she's been getting some seriously good lovin', Jerry. And it all happened right here in this field.
Cut to a flashback of Beth and her lover in the field. A scientific diagram is shown on the side, depicting the length and girth of their respective phalluses.
Oh, insert lover's name. Your phallus is so long and graceful, like a majestic stallion.
Lover. And your birth canal, Beth, it's like a beautiful, intricate labyrinth. I could explore it for days.
Cut back to the laboratory. I can't believe this is happening.
Believe it, Jerry. Science doesn't lie.
Beth enters the laboratory.
What are you guys doing?
Just some simple, harmless DNA analysis. No big deal.
Aha. And what did you find?
Oh, nothing much. Just that you've been cheating on Jerry in the field and your phallus length increased by 50% during the act.
What? That's ridiculous.
Actually, Rick's right. The science doesn't lie.
Fine. You got me. I cheated on Jerry. But can we please not make a big deal out of it?
Not make a big deal out of it? You cheated on me, Beth.
Let's all calm down. We can't let this tear us apart. We're a family, and we need to stick together. Now, who's up for some interdimensional travel?
The episode ends with the Smith family embarking on a wild adventure through alternate dimensions, with Jerry still fuming over Beth's infidelity.
Title: The Kinematics of Infidelity in Avian-Enabled Flight.
Synopsis. This episode explores the mechanics of sexual intercourse between Beth and a non-conspecific avian organism of the genus Corvus, specifically a crow. While engaged in coitus atop the clock tower of a city, the couple are observed by a human male assumed to be the cuckolded partner in their pair bond, Jerry. We examine the anatomical dimensions of the male and female genitalia involved in this interspecies copulation and the biomechanical forces that drive penetration and ejaculation in Beth's reproductive tract.
Host, welcome to another episode of the Science of Sexuality. Today we delve into the taboo world of sexual intercourse between humans and non-human animals. Our subject is the fictional character Beth, from the animated sitcom, Rick and Morty, who we observe atop a clock tower engaged in a sexual activity with a crow. Joining us today is Professor Smith, a leading expert in bird reproductive anatomy.
Professor Smith, thank you. The union between two such dissimilar species presents significant challenges in terms of interfacing reproductive organs. The average length of a crow's phallus is 10.5 centimeters and the parabasal length of the female reproductive tract is 8 centimeters, which would suggest a lack of sufficient overlap to facilitate successful penetration. However, the elastic and expandable nature of the bird's cloaca, combined with the copious lubrication generated by the female, could explain the ability of this unlikely couple to engage in coitus.
Host, what about the psychological factors that may have driven Beth to engage in infidelity with a crow?
Professor Smith, as a fictional character, it is impossible to determine the psychological motivations of Beth's behavior. However, we can speculate based on how her actions fit with known social behavior of avian species. Some bird species exhibit mate switching, in which a pair bond is dissolved in search of a higher quality mate with better genetic fitness. It could be that Beth, feeling unsatisfied in her current romantic relationship with Jerry, sought out a new partner with advantageous genetic traits.
Host, thanks for that insightful analysis, Professor Smith. It certainly is a complex topic. And that's all the time we have for today. Join us next time as we delve into the fascinating world of sexual behavior in aquatic mammals.
Title: Quantum Skateboard Basket Case.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty exploring a new dimension where objects exist in multiple locations at once. They encounter a woman carrying a basket on her head while riding a skateboard. Rick is immediately intrigued by the quantum-level physics of the woman's movements and decides to follow her.
Morty, we're witnessing quantum fluctuations on a macro scale.
Oh, I don't get it, Rick.
As they continue to follow the skateboard basket case, they stumble upon Beth cheating on Jerry in a nearby park. Rick's attention is once again diverted, this time to the biology of human reproduction.
Ah, the old in out. Fascinating stuff. Did you know the average phallus length is 5.16 inches? Morty, take a note.
Oh, do I have to, Rick?
Meanwhile, Beth's birth canal length becomes the main topic of discussion.
Now that's what I call a lengthy canal. We're talking at least 6.55 inches, Morty.
Geez, Rick, I wasn't even thinking about that.
The conversation quickly spirals into a series of ridiculous jokes and puns, leaving Jerry feeling left out. Why does everything always have to be about biology and physics with you guys? Can't we just watch the woman on the skateboard?
As a matter of fact, Jerry, we can. Let's get a closer look.
The trio follow the skateboard basket case to the edge of a lake, where the woman takes a spill.
Woman. Ow, my quantum entanglements.
Morty, activate the hoverboard.
You mean the one we used to escape that planet full of laser-toting crabs?
The very same.
The hoverboard swoops in to save the day, and the woman is impressed by Rick's scientific prowess.
Woman. Whoa, you guys are like, super smart or something.
Yeah, we're kind of a big deal.
In the end, Jerry is left feeling emasculated and the skateboard basket case turns out to be a member of an advanced alien race. But what's important is that Rick and Morty never stop exploring the universe, both scientifically and humorously.
I don't know about you, Rick, but I feel like we learned a lot today.
Shut up, Morty.
Title: The Cheating Chronicles.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are on a mission to retrieve an artifact rumored to have the power to cure any disease. However, their journey takes a scandalous turn when they stumble upon Beth cheating on Jerry with a mysterious man. As they try to come to terms with the infidelity, they become embroiled in a wild adventure filled with outrageous jokes and scientific mayhem.
Act 1.
Morty, we need to retrieve the artifact before the Council of Ricks does.
What artifact, Rick?
The Infinity Gauntlet, Morty.
Can I come too?
Jerry, fine. But you better not slow us down.
Act 2.
As they arrive at the location of the artifact, they witness Beth engaging in sexual intercourse with a strange man, who is holding a knife. Beth! How could you?
Jerry, focus. We need to retrieve the artifact before the...
Interrupting. Rick, I can't unsee what I just saw. How could she cheat on Jerry like that?
Morty, it's not worth getting hung up over. Now let's go get that gauntlet.
Act 3.
As they traverse through the dangerous terrain, Rick begins to ponder the phallus length and birth canal length of the individuals involved in the act of infidelity.
Jerry, how long is your phallus? And Beth, what about your birth canal?
What the hell, Rick?
Blushing, Rick, that's none of your business.
Oh, come on. It's all part of the scientific inquiry. I just want to know if you two are anatomically compatible.
Act 4. As they finally retrieve the Infinity Gauntlet, they are ambushed by the Council of Ricks.
Oh, great. Just what I needed.
Council of Ricks, surrender the artifact, Rick. This belongs to the Council.
Not so fast, fellas. We could always bargain.
Interjecting. Rick, we can't betray our values for material gain.
Jerry, shut up. I know what I'm doing.
Act 5.
As they bargain with the Council of Ricks, they come up with a plan to trick them. However, their plan goes awry when the knife-wielding man from earlier shows up.
Mystery man, hand over the gauntlet, or else.
Or else what, buddy? We have the power of science on our side.
Mystery man, I have a knife.
Yeah, and I have a portal gun. Your move.
Blog.
As they return to their dimension, they reflect on the events that transpired.
That was crazy, Rick.
And weirdly scientific.
Hey, what can I say? Science is all around us. even in intimate situations.
Smiling. You know, that was kind of fun. Maybe we should do it again sometime.
Beth.
Laughing. Ah, young love. I'll never understand it.
Finn.
Title: The Adventures of Rick and Morty in the World of Quantum Mechanics.
Episode overview. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a new adventure in the world of quantum mechanics. They stumble upon a can of soda with a black cap on a brown surface amidst a white background and a black cap on top. Meanwhile, Jerry is devastated by Beth's infidelity and seeks comfort in the arms of his friends.
Act 1.
Morty, we have to check out this can of soda. The quantum mechanics of this can are off the charts.
Oh, whatever you say, Rick. But why does it have a black cap?
That's just it, Morty. The cap is what makes it quantum mechanical. It's connected to a parallel universe where all soda cans have a red cap. Let's just say it takes the whole can game to another level.
Act 2.
I can't believe Beth cheated on me. She always said size didn't matter.
Jerry, that's not important now. We have to find a way to cheer you up.
Hey guys, check it out. Rick found a can of soda that's connected with a parallel universe.
Wow, that's amazing. Wait, what's a can of soda got to do with my problems?
Jerry, try not to think too much. It's connected with a universe where people don't even know what soda is. It's like a godsend for soda freaks like us.
Act 3. Okay, but we still need to find a way to cheer Jerry up.
Well, there's only one scientific explanation for infidelity. Let's just say the phallus length is directly proportional to the birth canal length.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means, Morty, that Jerry's got nothing to worry about. Beth's innie is just too small for Jerry's outie.
Act 4.
Guys, I feel so much better. That really helped me. Thanks.
See, there you go. We just needed to distract you with scientific facts.
Yeah, and the soda was just an added bonus.
Don't forget, Morty, the soda was a quantum mechanical bonus. We can manipulate the universe with this kind of power.
Act 5.
Hey, did you guys hear about that guy who made a time machine out of a bathtub?
No Jerry, we haven't. And I don't think that's scientifically possible.
Actually, Morty, with the right kind of mathematics, it's quite probable.
Wait, what are we talking about now?
The screen fades to black as the sound of the time machine starts to hum, and the episode ends.
Title: The Phallic Field Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in their lab, discussing their latest scientific experiment. They explain their hypothesis about the correlation between phallus length and success in football.
Morty, have you ever wondered why some football players are better than others?
Maybe because they practice and have more skill?
Wrong, Morty. Our hypothesis is that phallus length affects their performance on the field.
What? How can that be true?
We'll find out soon enough. We need 2 test subjects to participate in our field experiment.
Cut to Beth and Jerry on a field, holding a football and wearing helmets. I don't know about this, Beth. It seems kinda weird.
Oh, shut up, Jerry. Just throw the damn ball already.
As Beth throws the ball, Jerry runs to catch it, but trips and falls face first into the ground.
Well, that's not a good start. Let's get to the real experiment.
Wait, what do we have to do with Beth and Jerry?
We're going to test our hypothesis on their relationship. Beth will cheat on Jerry with our male test subject, and we'll measure the length of their phallus and birth canal during the act.
What? This is messed up, Rick. We can't do this.
Relax, Morty. It's all for science.
Cut to Beth and the male test subject in a bedroom, while Jerry listens in from outside.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is so wrong.
Test subject, don't worry, Beth. Just focus on the experiment.
As they begin the act, Rick and Morty measure their phallus length and birth canal length, with Jerry shouting out the numbers. The phallus is 6.7 inches, and the birth canal is 8.2 inches. Wait, what am I doing here? Meanwhile, back in the lab, Rick and Morty analyze the data.
Interesting. Our hypothesis was correct. The male test subject with the longer phallus performed better in football than the other test subject.
This is so messed up, Rick. How can we just exploit people like this?
Hey, don't break character, Morty. We're scientists. We'll just have to publish our findings and let others decide what to do with the information.
As the episode ends, we see Beth and Jerry reconciling, with Beth admitting to the cheating and Jerry forgiving her. I guess I learned that love and football aren't really about the size of your stuff.
Yeah, Jerry. I'm sorry. Let's just focus on our marriage now.
Rick and Morty walk away, satisfied with their experiment, but Morty is clearly disturbed by what they just did.
I don't know how you sleep at night, Rick.
The knowledge that we're contributing to the advancement of science, Morty.
The episode opens up with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the living room tinkering with some high-tech gadgets.
Morty, Summer, I've developed a new technology that will allow us to travel through time and space using only a computer mouse.
Whoa, that's awesome, Rick. But where are we going?
Yeah, I'm not trying to end up in some parallel universe full of Cronenbergs again.
Relax, Summer. We're just going to be observing a particular moment in time. Something interesting happened in this family's life, and I want to see it up close.
The camera then zooms in on the computer screen on the coffee table. A text message notification pops up on the screen, catching Rick's attention.
Hold on a minute, what's this?
He clicks on the notification, revealing a text message conversation between Beth and an unknown person.
Texting, I can't believe I did it. I cheated on Jerry.
No, texting, how was it?
Looks like Beth's been getting her freak on.
Gross, Rick. You're not going to do something terrible about this, are you?
Of course not, Morty. But we are going to observe the situation in its entirety.
The scene then cuts to a flashback of Beth's encounter. The camera zooms in on a diagram of a phallus and a birth canal, as a voiceover explains the science behind sexual intercourse. Narrator. As we can see here, the length of the average human phallus and birth canal can vary greatly depending on a multitude of factors. Beth's voice can be heard in the background, as she describes to her unknown partner the details of their encounter.
Voiceover, I can't believe I'm doing this. But he's just so big. And it felt so good.
No, voiceover, you like that, huh?
The scene then cuts back to the present time, with Rick, Morty, and Summer looking on in disgust.
Ew, that's so nasty.
Yeah, I can't believe my mom would do something like that.
Relax, kids. It's all part of the human experience. Now, let's get out of here before Beth catches us.
The trio then make a quick exit, with Rick utilizing his time and space-bending technology to avoid detection.
That was a close one. But I think we all learned something today.
Yeah, don't cheat on your spouse or Rick will make a horrifying episode out of it.
And don't trust your father with any new technology he develops.
All three laugh as the camera zooms out, revealing the endless possibilities of the Rick and Morty universe. Title of episode, Interactions between phallic length and birth canal length.
Opening shot. The camera pans over a group of pipes in the woods, all lined up in a row with trees in the background.
Narrator. In the world of sexual intercourse, the size of the phallus and the length of the birth canal can play a crucial role in determining the success of copulation. In this episode, we explore the interactions between these two factors.
Cut to Beth and Jerry walking through the woods, hand in hand.
To Jerry, I'm sorry, but I just can't do this anymore. I've found someone else.
Shocked and hurt. Who? Who is it?
Cut to Beth and her lover behind the pipes, engaged in sexual intercourse.
Narrator. Our subjects are engaging in copulation behind a group of pipes. The male's phallus length has been measured to be 6.2 inches, while the female's birth canal length has been measured to be 7 inches.
Male subject moans.
Female subject moans.
Narrator. As the male subject penetrates the female subject, his phallus length comes into play. With a length of only 6.2 inches, the male subject's ability to stimulate the female's G-spot is limited.
Cut to Beth and her lover finishing intercourse.
Narrator. Due to this limitation, the female subject may not achieve full sexual satisfaction, leading to possible infidelity and subsequent relationship complications.
Putting her clothes back on, that was amazing.
Lover, smiling, you too.
Cut to Jerry walking alone through the woods, heartbroken.
Narrator. In the world of sexual intercourse, phallic length and birth canal length can play a critical role in determining the success of copulation and the satisfaction of the individuals involved. It is essential to consider both factors when engaging in sexual activity and to communicate with one's partner for a more fulfilling experience.
Closing shot. The camera pans back over the group of pipes and the trees in the background.
Title: The Sign of the Phallus Man.
Abstract.
In this episode, we explore the theme of justice within the context of human sexual relationships. Using experimental and theoretical analyses, we investigate the effect of betrayal and infidelity on human emotions and physical anatomy. The appearance of a sign with words and an image of a man triggers an intriguing sequence of events, leading to a hilarious yet profound conclusion.
Scene 1.
Hey Rick, have you seen that sign over there with the words and the man on it? It looks kinda funny.
Morty, you sly dog. That sign represents the cultural significance of phallic imagery in human history. It also symbolizes the hidden desires and anxieties within our subconscious minds.
Scene 2. Jerry, I'm sorry to say this, but I cheated on you with a man who had a really long phallus. It was like 10 inches or something.
Oh my god, that's huge. My birth canal is not that long. How could you do this to me?
Scene 3.
Jessica, have you heard the gossip? Beth cheated on Jerry with a man who was hung like a horse.
Jessica, no way, that's crazy. I wonder how good it felt for her.
Scene 4.
Alright, Morty, we're going to infiltrate the organization responsible for the sign of the phallus man. We'll use our advanced gadgets and scientific knowledge to unravel the truth and bring justice to the world.
Oh, okay Rick, but what does justice have to do with cheating and phallic symbols?
Everything, Morty, everything.
Scene 5. I'm sorry, Jerry, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that the man with the long phallus made me feel alive like I never had before.
I understand, Beth. But we have to move forward, and I have to learn to forgive you. Scene 6.
Alright, Morty, we're in. Now let's find out who's behind this whole phallic conspiracy.
Rick, why are there people dressed up as giant phalluses?
Don't ask questions, Morty. Just keep your sense of humor ready.
Scene 7.
Jessica, look, the phallus man is actually a group of people wearing giant phallus suits.
Jessica, oh my god, that's hilarious. But what does it all mean?
Scene 8.
Alright, we've uncovered the truth. the Phallus Man is actually a satirical group of activists trying to raise awareness about the absurdity of gender stereotypes and the oppressive nature of patriarchy.
Wow, that's really deep. But why did it all lead to Beth cheating on Jerry?
Well,
Title: The Robot Soccer Championship, an all-inclusive analysis.
Introduction.
In this episode, we observe a robot participating in the highly competitive Robot Soccer Championship on a soccer field, equipped with a ball in his hand and a soccer ball in his possession. We explore the various phenomena that occur during the championship, including the intricate workings of sports betting, the humorous intermingling of extraterrestrial stand-up comedy, and the revelries at the local bar. We also take note of the physical damage suffered by the robot in the course of his games, including his subsequent visit to Boo Boo, the team's medical professional. Along the way, we encounter various celebrities and discuss their interactions with the robot.
The robot.
Our robot, built with an advanced neural network and decision-making algorithms, is capable of navigating a soccer field, dribbling with precision, and kicking with accuracy. Its vibrant LED lights and sleek metallic frame turn heads as it approaches the soccer field. Within seconds, the robot's AI had determined the game strategy and began executing it with incredible efficiency.
Sports betting.
As the game progressed, we observed the intricate workings of sports betting and the vast network of predictions that were being made in real time. Punters from all walks of life were placing their bets on the robot's solo and its team's performance. The technical analysis was extensive, with a vast amount of data being crunched to arrive at the most probable outcome.
Alien stand-up comedy.
During halftime, we witnessed a unique performance by an extraterrestrial stand-up comedian. His amalgamation of puns, sarcasm, and amusing anecdotes had the audience in splits. The robot, too, thoroughly enjoyed the show and even managed to throw in a few robot-specific jokes.
Bar and revelries.
After the championship game, our robot and the team headed to the local bar to celebrate. A plethora of amusing encounters with celebrities ensued, with the robot demonstrating its multilingual capabilities and engaging in intellectually stimulating conversations. The robot even managed to impress a few patrons with its dance moves.
Boo Boo.
However, the celebrations were cut short when the team's doctor, Boo Boo, had to attend to the robot's injuries. A few kicks from the opposition players had left the robot with a few dents and scratches. Boo Boo quickly went to work, utilizing advanced machine learning algorithms and neural networks to diagnose the robot's injuries accurately. Fortunately, they were minor, and the robot would be up and running in no time.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, our robot's performance in the Robot Soccer Championship was exceptional, showcasing the capabilities of advanced robotics and AI in the field of sports. We witnessed firsthand the intricacies of sports betting, the hilarity of extraterrestrial stand-up comedy, and the revelries at the local bar.
Although the robot did suffer a few injuries, the prompt medical attention received from Boo Boo ensured its speedy recovery.
We look forward to future robot championships and the technological advancements that will accompany them.
Title: The Multidimensional Mane of a Siberian Lion.
Rick, Morty, and Summer were traversing a multidimensional plane when they stumbled upon a Siberian lion with an extraordinary large mane. The mane was emitting a unique electromagnetic frequency that piqued Rick's interest.
Morty, this lion's mane is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's generating an electromagnetic frequency that could possibly lead us to a new dimension.
Geez, Rick, aren't we supposed to just observe and not mess with things?
Observation as a suggestion, Morty, not a rule. Now let's get a sample of that hair.
As they approached the lion, they noticed a strange pattern in the background. The lion's mane had a blue hue against the black background, with yellow streaks intermingled.
Whoa, that's some trippy stuff. Is that lion even real?
Of course it's real, Summer. Can't you see the quantum entanglement happening in its cells?
The trio worked together to gather a strand of the lion's mane hair, analyzing it with the help of Rick's advanced scientific equipment. They discovered that the electromagnetic frequency was actually a gateway to a new dimension, and the lion's mane was the key to unlocking it.
Well, looks like we have to go through the gateway. You guys ready?
I don't know, Rick. Shouldn't we be careful?
Yeah, we don't even know what's on the other side.
Aw, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
As they stepped through the gateway, they found themselves in a dimension full of colorful, talking animals. The trio realized too late that they had stumbled into the world of My Little Pony.
Oh no, Rick, we're in a cartoon.
This is so embarrassing. We don't even fit in here.
Hey, at least we get to meet some new friends. Anyone up for tea party?
The rest of the episode involves Rick, Morty, and Summer trying to blend in with the ponies, making jokes about the absurdity of the situation. They eventually find a way back to their own dimension, but not before experiencing a hilarious adventure in the world of My Little Pony. End of episode.
Model, the biomedical analysis of a Star Wars scene.
Introduction.
In this episode, we analyze a scene from Star Wars that features Darth Vader, a robot, and the famous Chewbacca on a snowy background. The scene plays out to the tune of Good For You by Olivia Rodrigo. We draw from the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research and employ advanced scientific techniques to determine the underlying biological and chemical mechanisms that govern the interactions in the scene. Scene. The camera pans to the snowy backdrop as the scene starts, with the blue background giving an impression of the cold weather. Darth Vader and a robot approach Chewbacca, the Star Wars legendary character, and engage him in a conversation.
Chewbacca, growling noise.
Robot, beep noise translation. Greetings, Chewbacca. How are you doing?
Chewbacca, growling noise.
Darth Vader, heavy breathing noise. The theater audience is captivated as the tension builds up with Chewbacca's growling and Vader's ominous presence.
Analysis.
We can examine the scene from a molecular perspective to deduce the biological and chemical interactions that play out.
Firstly, the growling noise made by Chewbacca is an indication of the evolution of the larynx over millions of years.
Secondly, the heavy breathing noise made by Darth Vader can be attributed to the effects of an implanted machine on his breathing pattern. Furthermore, the robot's beep noise is the result of an electronic circuit initiating a signal to make the sound. The translation process also involves a complex network of artificial intelligence and language processing algorithms that enable the robot to understand and speak in such a way that Chewbacca can comprehend. Finally, the song, Good For You, by Olivia Rodrigo playing in the background, activates the brain's reward center and generates a response of pleasure and happiness, thereby elevating the overall mood of the theater audience.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode displays the potential of biomedical research to decipher the underlying biological mechanisms that govern interactions and reactions in popular culture. As interpreted through the lens of molecular biology and chemical reactions, this scene from Star Wars showcases the complexity of the underlying mechanisms that govern our day-to-day interactions.
Model, the Ayurvedic Vampire Time Traveling Scavenger Hunt Show, Scientific Abstract.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a time-traveling scavenger hunt through different eras and galaxies in search of Ayurvedic treatments. As they investigate the properties of these treatments, they encounter a bizarre game show hosted by a group of vampires. The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a man with a surprised look on his face and a green background. Rick, in his characteristic belching tone, dismisses the man, saying, "You'll get over it." They then proceed to their first destination via a portal gun. Upon arriving, they encounter various Ayurvedic practitioners who introduce them to the properties of their treatments. Morty, skeptical of the efficacy of these treatments, is soon proven wrong when he tries one and feels rejuvenated. As they continue their scavenger hunt, the duo stumbles upon a game show hosted by a group of vampires. The game show involves contestants trying to survive various challenges thrown at them by the vampires. Paul McCartney, inexplicably present on the show, joins forces with Rick and Morty in a bid to win the grand prize, a lifetime supply of Ayurvedic treatments. The scientific aspect of this episode is demonstrated through the detailed explanation of the therapeutic effects of Ayurvedic treatments and the theoretical physics behind time travel. As the episode climaxes, Rick and Morty emerge victorious from the game show, having collected their much-coveted Ayurvedic treatments. They bid farewell to Paul McCartney and travel back to their dimension through a final portal, leaving the vampires behind with their weird game show.
Time travel, Morty. It's all theoretical physics, but these Ayurvedic treatments are the real deal.
I don't know, Rick. I thought game shows were supposed to be fun, not deadly.
Paul McCartney. I say, that was a smashing adventure. I'll have to write a song about it. Ayurvedic vampire scavenger hunt.
Vampire host. Well played, Morty. But don't think you've seen The Last of Us.
Oh boy, I hope not. I could use a repeat of that Ayurvedic treatment before bed.
Title of the episode: The Quantum Satanic Infiltration, Wizard, Demon King, and the Platinum Billie Eilish.
Plot summary.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty finding a mysterious movie poster of The Wizard and the Demon King in the garage. Upon analysis, Rick discovers that the poster is a gateway to a parallel universe where the movie exists, and it features a satanic cult that has infiltrated Hollywood.
Morty, this poster is not just a poster. It's a quantum entanglement gateway to a parallel dimension that would violate the laws of causality in our universe.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means, Morty, that we're going to have to save that dimension from a satanic cult that has infiltrated Hollywood using a fake movie.
As they enter the parallel dimension, Rick and Morty discover that the satanic cult is led by none other than Thomas Edison, who has been masquerading as the wizard in the movie. The real Demon King turns out to be an interdimensional creature that can control reality.
Demon King. Greetings, mortals. I have been waiting for you.
Aw, what the hell is that thing?
Calm down, Morty. That's the Demon King. He controls reality in this dimension.
As they navigate through the satanic cult's lair, Rick and Morty encounter Billie Eilish, who is being held captive by the cult. She reveals that she was abducted because of the platinum in her teeth, which the cult believes has mystical properties.
Billy, hey, guys, I'm Billie Eilish, and these weirdos are after my platinum. It's like, seriously messed up.
Well, I guess that explains the Billie Eilish-themed torture chamber. We have to find a way to get her out of here.
After a series of wacky hijinks, Rick and Morty manage to rescue Billy and confront Edison, who reveals his true intention of using the cult to summon the Demon King so that he can steal his reality-altering powers.
Edison, you fools don't understand my genius. With the power of the Demon King, I can rule the multiverse.
Sorry, Edison, but we can't let you have that kind of power. Morty, initiate Plan B.
You got it, Rick.
In a final showdown, Rick and Morty trick the Demon King into opening a portal to a parallel dimension where Edison's plan backfires, and he becomes the Demon King's servant instead. The satanic cult is disbanded, and Billie Eilish is freed.
What a crazy adventure, Rick. We saved a whole another dimension in Billie Eilish.
Aw, don't mention it, Morty. We're just a couple of badasses who know how to science the shit out of any problem.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning home, only to find out that their actions have caused an unintended consequence in their own dimension, setting up the events for the next episode.
Title: The Science of Thalassotherapy and Robot Professional Wrestling.
Scene 1. The man in a black suit and sunglasses enters a room with a large amount of equipment on the floor.
Man in black suit, accessing the Caltech Biological Imaging Center's database to verify the accuracy of the data.
Scene 2. The man sets up equipment for measuring the efficacy of thalassotherapy.
Man in black suit. The efficacy of thalassotherapy can be measured through the analysis of cortisol and skin resistance levels. I will set up the equipment accordingly.
Scene 3. The Terminator from Terminator 2, Judgment Day enters the room.
Terminator, I am here to offer my assistance in any way possible.
Scene 4. The man and the Terminator discuss the impact of robot professional wrestling on society.
Man in black suit. Robot professional wrestling has the potential to revolutionize the entertainment industry by providing a safer alternative to human wrestling.
Terminator, indeed. However, it is important to ensure that these machines are properly calibrated to prevent any harm to human spectators.
Scene 5. Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop enters the room.
Spike Spiegel, what's going on in here?
Man in black suit. We are conducting research on the efficacy of thalassotherapy and discussing the implications of robot professional wrestling.
Spike Spiegel, sounds fascinating. I'd love to assist in any way I can.
Scene 6. The trio conducts experiments on the efficacy of thalassotherapy on various subjects.
Man in black suit. As we can see from the data, cortisol levels have decreased significantly in all subjects following thalassotherapy sessions.
Terminator, this could have significant implications in the treatment of stress-related disorders.
Scene 7. The trio concludes their research and discusses future implications.
Spike Spiegel, I believe robot professional wrestling has the potential to become the next big thing in entertainment.
Man in black suit, agreed. However, we must ensure that all safety measures are in place before introducing it to the public.
Terminator, I will continue to monitor the technology and ensure that it is used for the betterment of society.
Scene 8. The man and the Terminator shake hands and part ways.
Man in black suit, it was a pleasure working with you, Terminator. Your expertise was invaluable.
Terminator, likewise, I look forward to future collaborations.
Scene 9. Spike Spiegel walks out of the room with a newfound appreciation for scientific research.
Spike Spiegel, who knew science could be so cool? I might have to start reading more scientific journals.
Scene 10. The camera pans out to show the equipment in the room where the research took place. The screen fades to black as the sounds of equipment being dismantled can be heard.
Title: A Study on the Effects of Psychotic Clown Terror on Neural Activity.
Scene 1. A group of 3 different colored vehicles on a street with a person standing next to them and a person sitting on a chair.
Cerebrum. Observation of the neural activity of individuals in the presence of a stimulus that induces fear has been an intriguing topic in neuroscience.
Psychotic clown terror, indeed. Our production of fear-inducing stimuli, specifically through the use of a clown persona, has proven successful in eliciting fear responses in individuals.
Astronomer. However, it is crucial to understand the impact of such stimuli on neural activity to fully comprehend the implications of their use.
Scene 2. The group enters a laboratory where individuals are exposed to the stimuli. Drink. We have collected data on the neural activity of individuals exposed to the fear-inducing stimuli in a controlled environment.
Coach, what have you found? Cerebrum. The stimuli elicited a significant increase in activity in the amygdala, a region associated with the processing of fear.
Psychotic clown terror. This confirms the efficacy of our production and the potential for its use in various applications.
Scene 3. The group discusses the ethical implications of using fear-inducing stimuli.
Astronomer. While the use of fear-inducing stimuli has potential utility, we must also consider the ethical implications of its use on human subjects.
Rink, yes, the potential for psychological harm must be taken seriously.
Coach. Perhaps further research can be conducted on the use of such stimuli, while also taking into consideration the ethical considerations. Cerebrum. A balanced approach, integrating the utility of the stimuli with the potential harms, is paramount in continuing research on this topic.
End of episode.
Title: The Quantum Beard Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage, where Rick is conducting a revolutionary experiment in quantum cosmetology. He explains to Morty and Summer that he has discovered a way to compress an entire universe into a single hair follicle. Morty is skeptical, but Summer is fascinated by the concept.
Alright, Morty, pay attention. We're about to enter the realm of quantum beardology. Stand back, this could get hairy.
What the hell is quantum beardology?
It's the study of how the laws of quantum mechanics apply to facial hair.
Suddenly, a man with a cartoon avatar and a ring around his neck appeared in the garage. It was Chris Hemsworth, the god of thunder, who had come to consult with Rick about a problem he was facing with his own beard.
Chris Hemsworth. Hey guys, I heard you're the experts in quantum beardology. I've been having some issues with my beard lately and I was wondering if you could help me out.
Of course, Hemsworth, we're the best in the multiverse. Morty, bring me the quantum trimmer.
As Rick worked on Hemsworth's beard, Morty noticed something strange happening. Albert Einstein suddenly appeared in the garage, floating in a bubble of space-time.
Rick, we have a problem. Albert Einstein just materialized in the garage.
But, that's impossible, unless...
Rick realized that he had created a quantum beard paradox by compressing so many universes into a single hair follicle.
Einstein was now trapped inside the beard.
We have to act fast. Morty, get me the anti-paradox solution from the multiverse locker.
Which one? There are like a million lockers in there.
Just grab one, Morty. Time is running out.
As Morty fumbled with the lockers, Rick continued to work on the beard. Suddenly, the beard came alive and started to grow at an exponential rate.
Oh, great. The beard is becoming self-aware. Morty, hurry up.
Finally, Morty found the anti-paradox solution and brought it to Rick. He poured it over the beard and it started to shrink back to its normal size. Einstein was released from the beard and floated back into space-time.
Einstein. Thank you, Rick. I thought I was going to be trapped in that beard forever.
Hemsworth. Hey, my beard looks great now. Thanks, guys.
That was insane. I never thought I would see a quantum beard paradox in real life.
Well, you never know what surprises the multiverse has in store for us. Now, who's ready for some interdimensional pizza?
The group headed to the living room to enjoy some pizza and reflect on their crazy adventure in quantum beardology.
Title: The Chromatic Crisis.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the concept of color and how it affects the universe. Jerry, Beth, and Summer tag along for the ride, and chaos ensues as they encounter 3 different characters in different colors and sizes.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are all gathered in the garage.
Okay, Morty, we're going on an adventure today. We're going to explore the concept of color and how it affects the universe.
Color? I don't get it.
Oh, you will, Morty. You will.
Act 2.
Rick activates his portal gun, and the gang is transported to a strange world with a red and purple background. Suddenly, they come across a group of strange creatures.
What are those things, Rick?
Those are the Reducticons. They're obsessed with the color red, and they'll stop at nothing to make everything red, even if it means destroying the entire universe.
That's ridiculous, Rick.
I know, right? Who cares about color?
Act 3. Suddenly, they transport to a different planet with a black and white background. They come across a group of robots. What are those things, Rick?
Those are the Monocrobots. They're obsessed with black and white, and they won't rest until everything in the universe is black and white. It's like they only have one big graphics.
This is insane. Rick.
Tell me about it.
Act 4.
Suddenly, they transport yet again to yet another planet. There, they come across a man with a Hindi background playing Duran Duran.
Who are you?
And I am Gendo Akari, and I am here to save the universe from the chromatic crisis. You see, color is the key to everything, and without it, the universe will cease to exist.
What are you talking about?
Gendo Akari, I have spent my life studying the science of color, and I have discovered that it is the key to unlocking the universe's secrets. But somewhere along the way, something went wrong, and the universe began to lose color. That's where you come in.
Act 5.
Rick and the gang team up with Gendo to stop the Reducticons and Monocrobots from destroying the universe. They engage in an epic battle, and the fate of the universe hangs in the balance.
We can't let them destroy the universe, Rick.
I know, Morty. We need to use the power of color to stop them.
Act 6.
With Gendo's help, Rick creates a rainbow beam that defeats the Reducticons and Monocrobots once and for all. The universe is saved, and color is restored to its rightful place.
That was incredible, Rick. I can't believe we just saved the universe.
Hey, it was just another day in the life of Rick Sanchez.
Epilogue.
As the gang heads back to their own universe, they reflect on the importance of color in the universe.
So, what did we learn today, Rick?
We learned that without color, the universe wouldn't exist. Literally, color is the key to everything.
Huh. Who would have thought?
Can we go home now, Rick? I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, alright, Morty. Let's go home.
Title: The Bromine Conundrum. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab with a computer-generated image of a planet and a star in the background with a red arrow pointing towards it.
Morty, I've detected high levels of bromine on a nearby planet. We have to go there and check it out.
Bromine? What's bromine?
It's a chemical element, Morty. Do you even science, bro?
Jerry walks in. Hey guys, what's up?
We're going on a space adventure, Jerry. Want to come along?
Sure, I guess. As long as it's safe. Beth enters the room.
Rick, you're not taking my husband on some dangerous mission again, are you?
Relax, Beth. It'll be perfectly safe. We just need to extract some bromine from the planet's surface.
But what if the planet is dangerous?
Sarcastically. Oh, Morty. Always worrying about everything. We'll be fine.
Scene 2. The trio touches down on the planet's surface and immediately encounters strange, frog-like creatures.
What are these things?
They're called Uranus frogs, Jerry. Very rare species.
Whispers to Jerry, pissed, Jerry. He made that up.
Whispers back, I know. One of the frogs jumps towards Rick, but he quickly dodges it.
Ah, these things are slower than my ex-wife's metabolism.
Scene 3. The group finally reaches the bromine deposit, but are confronted by an alien tribe protecting it.
Alien leader, you cannot take our bromine. It is sacred to us.
Sarcastically, oh, great. Space hippies.
Rick, let's not be rude. Maybe we can negotiate with them.
Yeah, let's try and find a peaceful solution.
Whispers to Rick, pissed, Rick. We don't negotiate. We annihilate.
Rick pulls out his portal gun.
Alright, let's do this then. Scene 4. A battle ensues, and it quickly becomes apparent that the alien tribe has some powerful tech.
How are we supposed to win this?
Sarcastically, great question, Jerry. Maybe we can sing some kumbaya and hold hands.
Rick, that's enough. We need to focus and find a solution.
Whispers to Jerry, pissed, Jerry. We're screwed.
Scene 5. Just as all hope seems lost, a hidden power source is revealed, and Rick figures out how to harness it to create a powerful weapon.
Alright, let's show these space hippies what we're made of.
I don't know about this, Rick.
Jerry, we need to defend ourselves. It's our only option.
Whispers to Jerry, pissed, Jerry. We're turning into bad guys.
Scene 6. The weapon is activated, and a massive energy blast obliterates the alien tribe.
Ubba lubba dub dub. That was one hell of a fight.
Rick, we just killed all those creatures. How can you be so gleeful about it?
Relax, Beth. It was them or us. Survival of the fittest, baby.
Whispers to Morty, pissed, Morty. I'm scared.
Whispers back, me too, Jerry. Me too.
Closing scene. The group exits the planet, and the camera pans out to show the star and planet once again.
Well, we got our bromine. That was a successful mission.
Yeah, I'm just glad we made it out alive.
I don't know if I can handle another adventure like that.
Sighs, Rick, please try and be more responsible in the future.
Sarcastically, sure, Beth. Because that's what I'm known for. Responsibility.
End of episode.
Title: The Quantum Field Trip of T-Series and Cholecystectomy.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth in the garage, surrounded by various gadgets and scientific instruments. Rick interrupts Beth mid-sentence, declaring that he has figured out a way to take a quantum field trip to a parallel universe.
Alright, listen up. I've finally cracked it. We're gonna take a quantum field trip to a parallel universe, and you guys are coming with me.
Rick, are you sure that's safe? We don't want to end up in a universe where the squirrels have taken over.
Yeah, and what's the point of this field trip anyways?
The point? The point is science, Beth. And besides, we're also gonna pick up T-Series and rule for the ride.
The trio hop on a bus and head towards T-Series studio, where they encounter Woody Boyd from Cheers.
Woody, hey, where are you folks off to?
We're going on a quantum field trip. Woody, wanna join us?
Woody, golly, that sounds like a hootenanny.
As they continue driving, they spot a person walking on the sidewalk.
Hey, Rick, can we pick up that person too?
Sure, why not? Let's take him on a ride.
But upon closer inspection, they realize that the person is actually Cholecystectomy, the fictional character from Rick's favorite medical drama.
What the hell is Cholecystectomy doing here? And why is he walking?
Do you think he needs our help, Dad?
Beefed? Nah, he's a fictional character, Beth. He can't feel pain.
As they continue on their journey, T-Series and Rule join them on the bus. The group then experiences a series of wacky adventures, including an alternate reality where the cast of Cheers are all birds, and a universe where Rick and Morty are seen as gods.
Rule. Guys, I think we're getting a little off track here. Shouldn't we be focusing on the quantum field trip?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder, Rule.
The episode concludes with the group arriving back in their own universe, slightly confused but all the wiser for their crazy journey.
Woody, that sure was a wild ride. Can I come with you guys next time?
Maybe, Woody, but next time, we're gonna need a bigger bus.
Puddle, the quantum yoga catastrophe.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves caught up in a wild adventure involving quantum entanglement, yoga, and zombies. It all starts when the duo stumble upon a group of people doing yoga in a room with a wooden floor and a wall behind them. All of them are wearing red shirts, which Rick immediately recognizes as a sign of trouble.
Oh Morty, this can't be good. Red shirts are usually a sign of impending doom in any situation.
What do you mean, Rick?
It's a long story, Morty. But trust me, we need to get out of here before something bad happens.
Just as Rick and Morty are about to leave, they notice a familiar face in the crowd, George Costanza from Seinfeld. And he seems to be leading the yoga class.
George, hello there, Jerry. I mean Rick and Morty. Care to join us for some zombie yoga?
Zombie yoga? What the hell is that?
George, it's a revolutionary new type of yoga that helps you connect with your inner zombie. Very relaxing. I don't know, Rick. This sounds kind of weird.
But before they know it, Rick, Morty, and George are all in the middle of the zombie yoga class. And that's when things start to go wrong. As they perform various yoga poses, Rick notices that something strange is happening to the room. The walls and floor are shifting and changing in a way that defies physics.
What the hell is happening? This doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it's some kind of quantum entanglement effect, Rick?
Quantum entanglement? Morty, you might actually be learning something useful for once. But how do we stop it?
Just then, Justin Bieber bursts into the room, followed by a group of zombies. Apparently, the zombie yoga class had accidentally opened up a portal to an alternate dimension.
Bieber, hey guys, what's up? I thought I heard some sick beats in here.
Bieber, what are you doing here? And why are you bringing zombies with you?
Bieber, I don't know, man. I was just trying to find the speakeasy. I heard there was a party going on.
Speakeasy? Morty, we're in some kind of interdimensional nightclub. This is going to be a long night.
The rest of the episode follows Rick, Morty, George, Bieber, and a cast of other strange characters as they try to navigate their way through the speakeasy, fend off zombies, and figure out how to close the portal to the alternate dimension. All while trying not to lose their minds or their bodies in the process. It's a wild adventure that you'll have to see to believe.
Puddle, the time-traveling gladiator games.
Abstract. This episode presents a unique scenario where a time-traveling gladiator game takes place in the city of Sydney. The protagonist, Sydney, encounters an argon-powered card featuring a man in a costume holding a cell phone and a cross on the front. The episode revolves around the discussion regarding the game and the possibility of time travel.
Scene 1.
Sydney, I found this strange card with a man in a costume holding a cell phone and a cross on the front. What could it be?
Scene 2.
Argon researcher. That card is powered by argon, an element known for its ability to facilitate time travel. It's possible that this card can enable you to enter the time-traveling gladiator games.
Scene 3.
Sydney, time-traveling gladiator games. How is that even possible?
Scene 4.
Argon researcher. It's a virtual reality game that uses time travel as a theme. The players compete using historical figures as their avatars.
Scene 5.
Sydney, interesting. Can I participate in this game?
Scene 6.
Argon researcher. Of course. We have a game scheduled in Sydney. You will need to prepare yourself, as the competition among the players is quite intense.
Scene 7.
Sydney, I'm excited. Which historical figure should I use as my avatar?
Scene 8.
Argon researcher, I recommend the Hunter x Hunter character, who is a skilled warrior and an expert in survival.
Scene 9.
Sydney, thank you for the suggestion. I'm ready for the challenge.
Scene 10.
As Sydney enters the game, she finds herself in a gladiatorial arena with various historical figures, including the likes of Julius Caesar and Joan of Arc. The game turns out to be a challenging yet thrilling experience for Sydney as she battles her way to the top. The episode concludes with Sydney emerging victorious and earning the respect of her fellow competitors.
Title: Quantum Gossip.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Summer are watching a quantum physics lecture by Dr. Dreadlocks, a renowned particle physicist. Suddenly, they are interrupted by Luca Sabbat, a gossip-mongering interdimensional being who has the ability to manipulate the fabric of time and space with his tie.
Act 1.
Morty, Summer, this is Dr. Dreadlocks. He's a genius of theoretical physics. His knowledge puts him on par with Stephen Hawking.
Wow, that's impressive.
So, what are we watching?
Dr. Dreadlocks, greetings, fellow inhabitants of the multiverse. Today, we will be discussing the intricacies of quantum mechanics.
Luca Sabbat. Yas, quantum mechanics. I love gossiping about quantum mechanics.
Who the hell are you?
Luca Sabbat. I'm Luca Sabbat, interdimensional gossip extraordinaire. Act 2. Luca Sabbat. So, have you heard the latest quantum gossip? Apparently, Schrodinger's cat is dating Werner Heisenberg's dog.
What? That's ridiculous.
Wait, what does that even mean?
Dr. Dreadlocks, I have no idea, but it violates the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Typical gossip, spreading lies and inaccuracies.
Luca Sabbat. Oh, please. It's just a harmless bit of fun. Besides, who cares about the Copenhagen interpretation? It's all about the many worlds interpretation now.
Act 3.
Alright, that's it. We need to get rid of this guy.
But how?
Maybe we can use Dr. Dreadlock's particle accelerator to create a quantum singularity that will suck him in.
Dr. Dreadlocks, I'm not sure if that's feasible, but I'm willing to try.
Luca Sabbat. Oh no, you don't. I have the power to manipulate space and time with my tie.
Yeah, but can you do this?
Rick pulls out a device and presses a button, causing Luca Sabbat to disappear in a flash of light.
Ah, that took care of him.
Dr. Dreadlocks, amazing. How did you do that?
Let's just say I have a few quantum tricks up my sleeve.
Hey, where'd his tie go?
I think it got sucked into the singularity.
Dr. Dreadlocks, well, that's one way to get rid of unwanted gossip.
Yep, problem solved. Now let's get back to science.
Montage of Dr. Dreadlocks explaining the mysteries of quantum mechanics, while Rick, Morty, and Summer watch in awe. The end.
Title: The Quantum Field Theory of Alien Mind Control.
Opening shot. View of a river and a field from a plane window looking down on the water and land below.
Morty, buckle up for an adventure. We're headed to CERN to explore the mysteries of quantum field theory.
But Rick, isn't CERN a world-renowned research facility?
Yeah, and we're going to show those eggheads how real science is done. Plus, I heard they have some killer snacks in the break room.
As they arrive at CERN, Rick and Morty are greeted by scientists in lab coats rushing back and forth.
Scientist 1, Rick Sanchez, we've been expecting you. Your reputation precedes you.
Well, that's just common knowledge.
Scientist 2, we're currently attempting to test the effects of quantum entanglement on subatomic particles. Would you like to assist us?
Sure, but can we do it my way?
After some tinkering with the equipment, Rick and Morty accidentally trigger an alien signal that begins to control the minds of everyone on the CERN campus.
Oh man, Rick, what are we going to do?
I've been in this situation before, Morty. We need to use a combination of ninja moves and the I'm a head out meme to break the signal.
As they sneak past mind-controlled scientists, Rick and Morty encounter the alien signal source, a small, tentacled creature.
Ah, I see what's going on here. This little guy just needs a friend.
What? You're just gonna befriend an alien that's mind-controlling people?
Yeah, so what? I always had trouble making friends in school anyway.
In a bizarre twist, the tentacled creature becomes Rick's new best friend and willingly stops the mind control signal.
Well, Morty, I guess sometimes all you need is some good old-fashioned friendship to solve a problem.
What about all the snack food we were promised?
Oh, yeah, let's grab some chips on the way out.
Closing shot, Rick and Morty walking out of CERN munching on chips, with the tentacled creature following behind them like a loyal pet.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Adventures of Rick and Morty. Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are gathered around a puzzle with a picture of a forest and a full moon in the background with a blue sky and clouds. Rick, being the genius he is, believes that there is a hidden message in the puzzle that will lead them to a new adventure. They start solving the puzzle with immense focus and determination.
This puzzle seems to be more than just a simple picture. I believe it holds the key to a new adventure.
But Rick, it's just a puzzle. How can it hold a key to our new adventure?
Ah, Morty, you have so much to learn about the science of puzzles. This one, in particular, is sci-fi themed and indicates a clue to our next adventure, which is probably going to be out of the world.
Rick, can't we just enjoy doing this puzzle without having to go on another crazy adventure?
Boring, Beth. I thought you were smarter than that.
Yeah, Beth. Rick is right. We need to go on an adventure. What is life without adventure?
I agree. Let's solve this puzzle and see where it takes us.
After several mind-bending hours of puzzle solving, they finally decipher the clue which leads them to a famous photographer's house. Upon reaching there, Rick discovers that the photographer is a vampire, and he needs their help to transform his haunted house into a beautiful home.
Whoa, vampires exist in this universe too. This is seriously insane. Morty, watch your neck.
What? Oh no!
We can't leave the poor guy in his haunted house. We must help him transform it into a beautiful home.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Jerry, but he's right. Let's help him.
Yeah, and maybe we can also get some cool vampire selfies for our Instagram.
Meanwhile, they encounter a malevolent spirit who haunts the house, making it difficult to work. Rick, being the genius he is, creates a device to trap the spirit and finally succeeds in doing so. They then continue to renovate the rundown mansion.
This is not rocket science, but it's close.
Haha, good one, Rick.
Okay, we finished the renovation. Can we go back home now?
Yeah, I want to go back home and work on my novel.
Hey, guys, look over there. There's a weightlifting tournament happening.
Whoa, that's impressive. Let's go and witness these Earthlings' physical capabilities.
They attend the weightlifting tournament, watch in amazement, and then leave for home, satisfied with their adventure yet again. And as they fly through space, Rick shares his scientific insight about the adventures they had.
You see, my fellow Earthlings, science is about discovering new adventures and expanding our minds. Come to think of it, we should go on another adventure.
But, Rick, we just finished one.
Exactly, we should go on another one before we get bored.
The episode ends with a preview of their upcoming adventures, and the viewers left to wonder what's next for the dynamic duo.
Title: Archaeological Burgers and Rhett and Link's Mysterious Journey.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty, in their quest for the best burgers in the universe, stumbled upon a fast food joint called In-N-Out Burger. However, before they could indulge in their fine cuisine, they come across a strange man in a red jacket and a man in a blue shirt standing in front of the store.
Morty, look at these two clowns. What are they doing here?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should just mind our own business.
Red Jacket Guy. Greetings, fellow travelers. I am Professor Haldane, and this is my assistant, Jenkins. We are archaeologists, and we have been investigating the ancient Egyptian ruins nearby.
Archaeology, huh? That sounds boring. What's that got to do with burgers?
Jenkins. Well, we were hoping to take a break and grab a bite to eat. Do you recommend this place?
Oh, yeah. These burgers are amazing. And the fries too.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. We'll take you to the ruins, and in return, you buy us burgers and fries.
Haldane, deal. But I warn you, strange things have been happening in the ruins lately.
The group sets off on their journey to the ancient Egyptian ruins, encountering various challenges along the way. They finally arrive at the entrance and discover Rhett and Link, who are also on an archaeological expedition.
Rhett, hey guys, what are you doing here?
Link, yeah, we're trying to uncover the secrets of Omaha high-low poker in ancient Egypt.
Poker? In Egypt? That's ridiculous.
Haldane, actually, Rhett and Link have been a great help in our discoveries. They found a hidden chamber that has eluded us for years.
The group ventures deep into the ruins and uncovers a mystical artifact that transports them to a parallel universe, where they encounter a race of sentient burgers who have taken over the world. The burgers challenge Rick and Morty to a dance-off, with the fate of the universe hanging in the balance.
What do we do, Rick? We can't lose this dance-off. The burgers will rule the world.
Relax, Morty, I've got this. Just follow my lead.
The group engages in a wild and crazy dance battle, ultimately emerging victorious. The burgers bow down to Rick and Morty, offering them unlimited burgers and fries for all of eternity.
Haldane, well, that was certainly an unexpected turn of events. We still have an archaeological mystery to solve, though.
Rhett, yeah, and we still haven't found the ancient Egyptian secret to winning at Omaha high-low poker.
Come on, guys, let's get out of here before things get even weirder.
The group boards their ship, burgers in tow, and blasts off into the cosmos, ready for their next crazy adventure.
Title: The Time-Traveling Wedding Planner.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing pool in the garage. They notice a peculiar poster of a pool table with a tennis racket on it and a woman in a pink dress, which Rick claims to have acquired from an alternate dimension. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer enter the garage, seeking Rick's help in organizing Summer's friend's wedding. Rick, reluctant at first, agrees to help when offered a sizable sum of money. Utilizing his time-traveling technology, Rick transports the group to various timelines and dimensions to find the perfect wedding venue. However, their plans are thwarted when they accidentally wander into a universe where they are challenged to a high-stakes game of casino war. In the midst of their gambling escapades, Rick and Morty are tasked with performing comedy skits to entertain the casino-goers. However, their jokes fall flat, and their act is met with booing and jeering. Determined to win the game and secure the wedding venue, Rick and Morty enlist the help of an Oganesson-based financial advisor. who advises them on the best strategies to increase their chances of winning. As tensions rise and the game comes to a close, KSI shows up to challenge the group to an impromptu rap battle. Rick and Morty, caught off guard, struggle to come up with clever rhymes but eventually triumph in an epic rap battle, ultimately securing the wedding venue and a hefty sum of money. In the end, Summer's friend's wedding goes off without a hitch, and Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer celebrate their victory with a round of victory pool. Rick and Morty's latest adventure, the scientific analysis. In this episode, our favorite interdimensional duo, Rick and Morty, embark on a scientific journey that explores the interconnectedness of different concepts. The episode opens with a collage of photos of people in costumes and a man in a hat on a boat in the water. Rick immediately recognizes the photos as clues to an ancient artifact that he has been searching for, which will allow him to access a new dimension. Morty, eager to impress his grandfather, eagerly accompanies him on the search for the artifact. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer find themselves accidentally transported to a dimension where they must navigate their way through a comical wedding or event planning scenario. As Rick and Morty travel through various dimensions, they encounter Wonder Woman, Indiana Jones, and even a group of talking cows. Through their interactions with these characters, Rick and Morty gain insight into the underlying principles of quantum mechanics and the nature of reality itself. At one point, Morty becomes frustrated with the complexity of the scientific concepts they are grappling with, leading Rick to hilariously break down the theories in layman terms for Morty and the audience. Eventually, Rick and Morty discover the artifact they were searching for and make their way back to their own dimension. In the end, the family reunites, having had a series of insane and hilarious adventures that, upon reflection, all seem to fit together in a peculiar way.
Morty, do you understand the quantum mechanics behind the existence of this artifact?
No, I don't think I do.
Okay, I'll give it to you straight. This artifact is like a toaster. It toasts bread. We just don't know how.
Hey, what's going on here? Why is everyone dressed up?
I don't know, but we have to plan this wedding before it's too late.
Yeah, who knew event planning in an alternate dimension could be so difficult?
Well, if it isn't my old friend Wonder Woman. How's the Amazonian quantum entanglement theory treating you?
Wonder Woman. Rick, always a pleasure to exchange scientific theories with you.
I don't think I can take much more of this, Grandpa. My head is spinning.
Ah, come on, Morty. Don't be such a Jerry. Just think of it like a game of Operation. If you touch the sides, you get zapped with electricity. Indiana Jones, you can't just take the artifact like that. Well, technically, we can. It's all part of the multiverse. There are infinite possibilities and consequences, so really, who's to say what's right or wrong?
How's Moo?
Oh, don't mind them, Morty. They're just questioning the concept of existence itself.
Grandpa, I don't know what any of this means.
Oh, Morty, the beauty of science is that it doesn't always make sense. Just go with the flow, and maybe you'll learn something.
I can't believe we actually pulled off this wedding. Maybe we're all event planners at heart.
Or maybe we just got really lucky.
Or maybe this was all just one big simulation, and nothing we did really mattered.
As the episode comes to a close, the family concludes that science and the very nature of existence are far more complicated than they ever could have imagined. In typical Rick and Morty fashion, the episode leaves viewers both educated and utterly confused.
Title: Quantum Probability and Bachelor Shenanigans.
In this episode, Rick and the family visit a high-end casino on an asteroid located in the Andromeda Galaxy. Upon arriving, Rick immediately heads for the Caribbean stud poker table, while Morty and Summer explore the rest of the casino. Title: Unearthing the Vast Deference Curse. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Beth in the garage, examining an unearthed ancient curse artifact that Morty found in a video game called Hearthur. Rick, being a seasoned adventurer and archaeologist, quickly identifies the artifact as a weapon capable of opening portals to other dimensions, perfect for their next adventure.
Morty, this is no ordinary artifact you have. This here releases a quantum-level energy that can open portals to alternate dimensions, on a temporal-spatial level.
Wow, Rick, that sounds intense.
Guys, I'm not so sure about this. Is it safe?
Safe, Beth. This is what we live for. Let's activate this bad boy and see where it takes us.
The trio activates the artifact, and a portal opens, revealing a glowing demon with a glowing eye holding a glowing sword. The demon introduces itself as TSM_Daquan, a powerful being from an alternate dimension who is searching for his lost sword.
TSM_Daquan. I have been searching for centuries for my lost sword, which was stolen from me by a villainous creature known as Triple Draw. My journey has led me here, to your dimension, and I sense that the power of the artifact you have is the key to finding my sword. Will you help me?
Of course we'll help you, TSM_Daquan. But first, we must travel to the dimension of Triple Draw and confront him. Let's go.
The group travels through the portal to the dimension of Triple Draw, where they encounter a twisted and warped version of the Joker, who has allied himself with Triple Draw.
Joker, ha ha ha. So you think you can stop us? Triple Draw is the master of this realm, and I'm his loyal servant.
Not if we have anything to say about it, Joker. We're taking you and Triple Draw down.
Triple Draw. You fools. You do not understand the power of the Vast Deference Curse. It is too powerful for you to handle.
Vast Deference Curse? What's that?
Oh boy, we're in for a wild ride now, Morty. The Vast Deference Curse is a phenomenon that occurs when the quantum energy of the artifact is stirred in just the right way. It can have unpredictable effects on the fabric of reality.
Sounds dangerous.
Dangerous? Maybe. But it's also exhilarating. Let's see what happens.
The group confronts Triple Draw and the Joker, engaging in a heated battle that leads to the activation of the Vast Deference Curse. Reality melts away, and the characters find themselves in a dimension where everything is backwards.
Whoa, Rick, what's happening? Everything's backwards.
Morty, we've gone through the looking glass. The Vast Deference Curse has affected the quantum energy in a way that has reversed the polarity of reality. Ha ha ha, this is madness.
Can't we just switch it back?
Let me think. Nope, we're stuck. This is it, folks. We're stuck in backwards world forever.
The group eventually figures out how to reverse the polarity of reality, restoring everything to normal. TSM_Daquan finds his sword, and the day is saved.
TSM_Daquan. Thank you for your assistance, friends. I will always remember your bravery in the face of danger.
Yeah, no problem. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go take a nap. That was a lot of quantum energy for one day.
The episode ends with the group returning to the garage, exhausted but happy with their adventure.
Title: The Quantum Leapfrog.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer driving down a highway in search of a rare crystalline compound to power their latest invention. They come across a green frog sitting on the side of the road, next to a highway sign. Rick, ever the scientist, stops to examine it.
Ah, an elusive green frog. This is a sign of good luck for our expedition.
What do you mean, Rick?
The frog is a natural conductor of quantum energy. By harnessing its power, we can make our invention even more powerful.
But how do we capture its quantum energy?
With this joint, of course.
What? A joint?
Yes, Morty. Its molecules contain the perfect balance of quantum energy to capture the frogs.
As they smoke the joint and approach the frog, they suddenly find themselves transported to a bizarre alternate dimension. They meet Velociraptor, a meme of immense philosophical wisdom.
Velociraptor. Greetings, travelers. You have entered the realm of the quantum leapfrog. What is your purpose here? We need the frog's quantum energy to power our invention. Velociraptor. Ah, I see. But the leapfrog is not easily captured. You must solve a series of riddles to gain its favor.
What kind of riddles?
Velociraptor. Humorous poetry, my friend. Only the sharpest minds can solve them.
Oh, great. We're doomed.
Nonsense, Summer. I am a genius, after all.
The trio set off on a quest to solve the riddles and capture the leapfrog's energy. Along the way, they encounter a marketing manager who tries to sell them a quantum energy drink made from the leapfrog's genes.
Marketing manager. Step right up, folks. The leapfrog's genes have been scientifically proven to enhance your mental abilities tenfold.
Nice try, but we don't need your gimmicks. We're solving the riddles, old school style.
As they finally solve the last riddle, the leapfrog suddenly appears before them.
Leapfrog, congratulations, travelers. You have proven your worthy intellect. Take my energy and use it wisely.
Rick, Morty, and Summer return to their own dimension with the leapfrog's energy in tow. They power up their invention and use it to explore the mysteries of the universe, all while making witty scientific jokes and references along the way.
Well, Morty, that was quite the adventure. Who knew a little green frog could lead us on a quantum journey?
Yeah, and I thought we were just going on a regular road trip.
Regular? With you guys, there's no such thing as regular.
As the episode ends, the trio drives off into the sunset, ready for their next wild scientific expedition.
Title: The Uranium Reef Adventure. Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on an adventure to a red roof building in Jakarta, where they discovered a radioactive substance known as uranium, which can sense and manipulate emotions.
Opening scene.
Summer, Morty, buckle up your seatbelts. We're going on a wild scientific ride.
Where are we going, Rick?
Yeah, Rick, I hope it's not another one of your crazy experiments.
We're going to Jakarta to investigate a red-roofed building located on a coral reef. Word on the street is that they have a mysterious radioactive substance that could potentially change the course of human emotions forever.
Wow, that sounds like it could be dangerous.
Yeah, Rick, are you sure we're not going to get ourselves killed?
Middle scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer arrive at the red-roofed building in Jakarta, where they are greeted by a strange-looking creature, who introduces himself as the keeper of the uranium.
Keeper, welcome travelers to the uranium reef. I am the keeper of the uranium, and I have been waiting for you.
Why have you been waiting for us?
Keeper, because I have a proposition for you. The uranium can sense and manipulate emotions, and I need you to help me harness its power to create a new world order.
What kind of world order?
Keeper, one where everyone is constantly happy and fulfilled.
I don't know, that sounds like it could have some serious consequences.
Consequences, schmonsequences. Let's do it.
Closing scene.
As Rick, Morty, and Summer start to experiment with uranium, they realize that the consequences are more intense than they could have ever imagined. People around them start to become overly happy, causing chaos and destruction.
Oh my god, what have we done?
I can't handle all this happiness. It's too intense.
Relax, Morty and Summer, I got this. Pulls out a flask. Who wants some booze?
Keeper, sighs, I knew this was a bad idea.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer stumbling out of the red-roofed building into the Jakarta night, laughing uncontrollably, while the uranium continues to pulse with uncontrolled power.
Title: The Geological Adventures of Rick and Morty.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting at the dining table, admiring a blue plate topped with an array of savory dishes. Rick, being the scientific genius that he is, deconstructs the dish down to its geological components, much to Morty's amusement.
Ah, Morty, behold this dish. The minerals and elements present in this food are of the highest quality, brought together in perfect harmony by the laws of geology.
Rick, it's just a plate of food. Can we eat now?
As they start eating, Rick suddenly gets a brainwave and decides to take a portal to Kenya, where he believes he can find a rare type of rock that is crucial for building a new invention.
Morty, come with me. We're going on a geological adventure to Kenya. We must find the elusive rock, or my latest invention could fail.
Sure, Rick. Let's go to Africa and look for a rock that I've never even heard of. This is going to be fun. Not.
As they arrive in Kenya, Rick and Morty run into Mark Zuckerberg, who is on vacation with his family. Mark decides to join them on their geological adventure, much to Rick's annoyance.
Great, Zuckerberg, just what we needed for a serious mission. A tech guy who doesn't know his minerals. This is going to be a disaster.
The trio sets out on a mission to find the rare rock, encountering several obstacles and learning important geological lessons along the way. Eventually, they find what they're looking for, but Rick realizes that he needs the help of a mechanical engineer to complete his invention.
Morty, we need to find a mechanical engineer. Someone who knows how to handle gears and pulleys. I think I know just the guy.
They land in a top-secret laboratory, where they meet Jerry, who is working on a powerful machine. Rick immediately sees an opportunity to use it in his invention, much to Jerry's horror. Rick, no way! You can't just steal my invention. I worked hard on it.
Relax, Jerry. I'm just going to use it for one little experiment. Trust me, it's going to be great.
As Rick and Jerry work together to complete the invention, Summer and Beth arrive, concerned about the mess that Rick has made in their house. As they survey the damage, Rick proudly unveils his latest creation.
Behold, my Geological Analyzer 3000. With this device, we can uncover the geological secrets of anything and everything. Just look at the polka dot tablecloth, for instance. Incredible.
Dad, what have you done?
Rick, you're a mad scientist. You can't just create inventions that destroy our home.
Hey, what can I say? Geology waits for no one. But hey, at least we got that damn rock we needed.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer, and Mark sit around the table, eating the remains of the blue plate dish, discussing the scientific breakthroughs they've made along the way.
Mark. Wow, Rick. I never knew geology could be so fascinating.
Yeah, and we all learned a valuable lesson. To never let Rick near anything even remotely destructive.
Hey, now, I'm a genius, not a maniac.
Sure, Rick. Whatever you say.
The group finishes their meal, with Rick announcing his plans for their next scientific adventure. As the episode ends, the camera pans out to reveal the mess and chaos that Rick's invention has caused, leaving the audience to wonder what kind of randomness will ensue in the next episode.
The Juicy Earwig Chaos Theory episode.
Scientific description. In this episode, we explore the chaos theory and its implications on the world of Rick and Morty. Using a pink box labeled J-Sci, with a picture of an earwig, we investigate the probabilistic nature of comedy writing. Our analysis will occur through the use of quantum mechanics and the laws of thermodynamics.
Opening scene. Rick is seen tinkering with a pink box with a picture of a bug on its cover. Morty enters the room and curiously asks, "Hey, what's that box do?" Rick responds, "Morty, this is no ordinary box. This is a J-Sci box, and it holds the key to unlock the mysteries of comedy writing." Morty looks perplexed and asks, "What does that have to do with the bug on the cover?" Rick chuckles, "Morty, you just don't get it. Now come on, let's explore the implications of this box."
Scene 2.
Summer enters the room and asks, "What are you guys up to?" Rick excitedly responds, "We are going to use the J-Sci box to investigate the probabilistic nature of comedy writing." Summer snorts and says, "That sounds like a load of bull." Rick interrupts, "Exactly. The laws of chaos theory dictate that even the most random and unexpected events can have an impact on our lives."
Scene 3.
The trio set up various experimentations and conduct interviews with different stand-up comedians, testing their jokes against the J-Sci box. Morty, intrigued, asks, "But how does this box work?" Rick smirks, "Well, Morty, that's the beauty of it. We don't fully understand how it operates, but through our experiments, we can see its impact on the quality of comedy writing."
Scene 4.
As they continue their experiments, the J-Sci box seems to grow in power, causing chaos and disruption to their surroundings. Summer falls into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, and Rick and Morty struggle to keep up with the box's unpredictable nature. In the final scene, Rick exclaims, "Well, that was a bust. The J-Sci box is too unpredictable to be of any use." Morty turns to him and says, "But Rick, isn't that the point? Comedy writing is all about pushing boundaries and breaking expectations." Rick pauses and then smiles. "You know what, Morty, you're right. Let's embrace the chaos." The episode ends with the trio laughing uncontrollably in the chaos caused by the J-Sci box.
Title: Quantum Chromodynamics in Interdimensional Gaming, a Rick and Morty adventure. Synopsis: Rick and Morty discover a strange tabletop game called Brain Catan that utilizes quantum chromodynamics to create a virtual reality world. Excited about the possibilities, they decide to play a game together.
Scene 1. The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, surrounded by various scientific equipment. Rick notices a strange game table with dice and cards on it and a chair in the background with a red cushion.
"What the hell is this? Morty, did you bring home some lame-ass board game?"
Oh, I don't know, Rick. It was just sitting on the sidewalk and it looked cool.
Cool? You think quantum chromodynamics is cool? You couldn't even spell that shit if your life depended on it.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty examine the game more closely and realize that it is actually a highly advanced piece of technology.
Whoa, Rick, look at this. It says this game uses quantum chromodynamics to create a virtual reality world.
Well, fuck me sideways. Looks like we hit the jackpot, Morty.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty start playing the game, and chaos quickly ensues.
Alright, Morty, roll the dice. Let's see what this baby can do.
Okay, I rolled a 6. What does that mean?
I don't fucking know, Morty. This game is so advanced, even I don't understand it.
Scene 4. As the game progresses, Rick and Morty encounter strange creatures and obstacles.
Shit, Morty, we're being attacked by interdimensional space worms. Quick, Use the quantum chromodynamics portal to escape.
But Rick, I don't know how to use the portal.
Just press the green button, Morty. Hurry.
Scene 5. After narrowly escaping the space worms, Rick and Morty realize that they have been transported to an entirely new reality.
Where are we, Rick? This place is crazy.
I don't know, Morty, but according to this map, we're in a parallel universe where everything is made of cotton candy.
Scene 6. Rick and Morty continue playing the game, but their competitive nature starts to take over.
Ah, I just stole your resource card, Morty. You'll never beat me at Brain Catan.
That's not fair, Rick. You can't just cheat like that.
Life's not fair, Morty. Get used to it.
Scene 7. The game takes a dark turn when Rick and Morty realize that they are not the only ones playing. A group of aliens from a distant galaxy are also competing, and they are not happy to see Rick and Morty in their universe.
Alien, what are you doing here? Earthlings, this is our turf.
Hey, we're just playing a game, man. Chill out.
Scene 8. The episode climaxes with a high-stakes game of Brain Catan, with the fate of multiple universes hanging in the balance.
Alright, Morty, this is it. The final round. Winner takes all.
But what are we even playing for, Rick? We don't need any more resources or power or anything.
It's not about the prizes, Morty. It's about the thrill of the game.
Scene 9. Rick and Morty emerge victorious, but they soon realize that winning has consequences.
Oh, shit, Morty. We just created a paradox. By winning this game, we've destabilized the entire multiverse.
What does that mean, Rick? Are we in trouble?
Hey, probably not, but it does mean that we'll have to spend the next few weeks fixing this mess we've created. Ain't that a bitch?
Scene 10. The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to their garage, exhausted but exhilarated from their interdimensional gaming adventure.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy. I never knew a board game could be so intense.
Intense, Morty. That was quantum chromodynamics at its finest. You just witnessed scientific history.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So, what do we do now?
Well, Morty, I don't know about you, but I could really go for a cheeseburger right about now.
Title: The Infiltrating Canine with Glowing Cranial Hyperactivity.
In this episode, Rick and Morty discover a strange dog with glowing eyes and a neon circle around its neck. Upon closer inspection, they notice that the dog's head is also glowing, displaying an unprecedented level of cranial hyperactivity.
Morty, look at this dog. Its cranial hyperactivity is off the charts.
Why is its head glowing like that, Rick?
I have no idea, Morty. Maybe it's a result of some extraterrestrial genetic experimentation.
They take the dog into the lab to investigate and discover that it has been implanted with an undercover alien infiltration device.
Wait, so you're saying the dog is an alien in disguise?
That's ridiculous, Summer. Dogs can't be aliens.
Actually, he's right, Summer. These aliens have been infiltrating our planet for centuries, taking on various forms to carry out their missions.
As they investigate further, they realize that the alien in question is none other than the pop star, Madonna.
Madonna? You mean the singer?
Yes, Morty. She's been sent to Earth to carry out a secret mission. But with this hyperactive cranial activity, we may be able to hack into her brain and find out the truth.
They connect Madonna to the laboratory equipment and begin analyzing the data. This is crazy. We're actually hacking into Madonna's brain.
Yeah, I never thought I'd say that.
As they dig deeper, they discover that Madonna has been sent to steal Earth's supply of junk food.
Junk food? That's it?
Don't underestimate the power of junk food, Morty. It's a precious commodity in many parts of the universe.
In the end, they manage to stop Madonna's mission and send her back to her home planet. I still can't believe we met an alien pop star.
Hey, it's just another day in the multiverse, Jerry.
And with that, they return the dog to its original owners, who have no idea of the crazy adventure their pet has been on. The end.
Title: The Physics of Caribbean Stud Poker.
Introduction.
In this episode, we observe a table with a substantial number of poker chips and cards on it. A person in the background is holding one red card, which can significantly impact the game. Additionally, we hear the chirping of birds, possibly located outside a tropical location. Our protagonist Sailor Venus is preparing to play Caribbean stud poker, a popular game similar to traditional poker but with a twist. We explore the physics behind the game, including the probability of winning, the role of memes, and the energy consumption required to digest a burrito.
Scene 1.
Sailor Venus takes her place at the table, ready to play the game. She has a strategic advantage, having studied the probability of winning based on the cards already drawn. Her knowledge of statistical mechanics highlights that the likelihood of winning is dependent on the initial cards received, revealing the impact of chance on the game's outcome.
Sailor Venus, I have calculated a 5% chance of winning if I stay in the game with my current cards.
Scene 2.
One of the other players at the table shows Sailor Venus a meme on their phone. One does not simply walk into Mordor. Sailor Venus notices that this meme may change the game as some players may become distracted by analyzing the meme. She recognizes the meme's potential to decrease the competition's focus and increase her winning probability.
Sailor Venus, the players who are distracted are less likely to make strategic moves, increasing my chances of winning. However, it is dependent on the player's reaction to the distraction and their reaction times.
Scene 3.
During a critical point in the game, Sailor Venus orders a burrito with Darmstadium, a synthetic chemical element that requires a significant amount of energy for digestion. She observes that the energy consumption required for digestion may affect her gameplay.
Sailor Venus, the increased energy consumption may decrease my brain power, which could have significant impacts on the game. However, the increase in energy may also lead to increased focus and concentration. Further studies are required to understand the exact impact of Darmstadium on human brain function.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, we explored the physics behind Caribbean stud poker, including the probability of winning, the impact of memes, and the energy consumption required for digestion. Through Sailor Venus's observations and strategies, we observed the intricate nature of the game and its dependency on chance, skill, and various external factors. The challenges presented in this episode highlight the complex interplay between physics and everyday life.
Title: The Chromatic Conspiracy.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the dynamic duo finds themselves embroiled in a scientific conspiracy that spans the multiverse. It all starts when Rick's experiment goes awry, creating a portal that leads to a reality where Green Lantern characters with red helmets are the dominant species.
Morty, we've got a serious problem here. We needs to close this portal before we start seeing more of these, pauses and squints, weirdly colored beings.
Oh geez, Rick, what kind of beings are these anyways?
They seem to be some kind of Green Lantern alien race, Morty. But hold on, we've got more pressing matters at hand. It looks like these guys are up to something.
It turns out that the Green Lanterns have formed an alliance with a group of intergalactic comedians who are hosting a comedy concert on their planet. The catch? The comedians are using their humor to spread a mind control virus that is turning people into mindless zombies.
This has to stop. We can't let these comedians control the minds of innocent beings.
Alright everyone, listen up. We need to infiltrate this comedy concert and put a stop to their nefarious plans. But we're going to need some help.
That's where Martian Manhunter comes in. He's a DC Comics character who happens to be a gardening enthusiast. His telepathic abilities make him the perfect ally to help the gang navigate the treacherous landscape of mind control.
Martian Manhunter. Greetings, humans. I understand you require my assistance in a matter of grave importance.
That's right, we need your help cracking these comedians' minds open and finding out what's really going on.
Together, the unlikely allies set out to take down the comedy concert and save the minds of innocents everywhere. But with the Green Lanterns backing up the comedians and the virus spreading like wildfire, the odds are stacked against them.
Oh man, Rick, this is getting crazy. How are we going to stop them?
Don't worry, Morty, we've got a plan. We just need to find a way to counteract the mind control virus and reverse its effects.
In the end, the gang prevails, taking out the comedians and saving the Green Lanterns from being mind-controlled. But the victory is bittersweet, as they realize the sinister conspiracy that was at play.
We did it. But at what cost? How many beings were subject to this mind control virus?
Too many, Beth, but we've learned a valuable lesson here today. The universe is a complex and dangerous place, and we need to be vigilant if we want to protect the ones we love.
In the final scene, the gang is seen taking Martian Manhunter on a haunted gardening show where they all enjoy a good laugh, happy to be back together in their own reality.
Title: The Gorilla Robot Paradox.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in their lab with various scientific equipment in the background.
Morty, today we're gonna take a trip to the mountains to study the behavior of gorillas.
Rick, why do we need to study gorillas?
Because Morty, gorillas are highly intelligent creatures with complex social structures. We can learn a lot from them.
Cut to Jerry and Beth in the living room. What are they up to now?
I don't know, Jerry, but as long as they're not causing trouble, let them be.
Back to Rick and Morty in the mountains. Suddenly, a cartoonish gorilla and a robot appear and start fighting over another gorilla.
Morty, this is the gorilla-robot paradox. It's a classic scientific conundrum.
What paradox? It's just a cartoon gorilla and a robot fighting.
That's where you're wrong, Morty. This is a perfect example of the uncertainty principle. The gorilla and the robot occupy the same space in this cartoon universe, but they cannot coexist peacefully.
Cut to Jerry and Beth watching fidget spinners on TV. Wow, I never knew there was so much science behind fidget spinners.
You're not the only one, Jerry. Even Iron Man understands the science behind them.
Back to Rick and Morty in the mountains.
Morty, we need to use advanced eyebrow shaping techniques to calm the gorilla and the robot down.
Eyebrow shaping? How is that gonna help?
Don't question the science, Morty. Just do what I say.
Morty reluctantly uses the eyebrow shaping technique and amazingly calms both the gorilla and the robot down.
See, Morty, science always prevails.
Yeah, I guess so.
Jerry and Beth enter the lab. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, Rick, why are there two cartoon characters in our lab and why is Morty shaping their eyebrows?
Relax, you two. It's just a little science experiment.
Jerry and Beth exchange a confused look and the screen fades to black. End scene.
Title: The Psychological and Sociological Implications of the Charlie Brown Burger Joint Backstabbing Incident on the Cartoon Character Food Stand Next to the Street with Summit 1G and Ninja Cooking Show Participation.
Introduction.
The present study explores the psychological and sociological implications of the backstabbing incident at the Charlie Brown Burger Joint involving the cartoon character Food Stand and its implications on the wider community. which included the participation of popular streamers Summit 1G and Ninja Cooking Show.
Methodology.
The study employed a qualitative approach, using interviews and observation of the events at the Charlie Brown burger joint. Participants were asked about their views on the incident, the motivations behind the backstabbing, and the wider implications of the incident on society.
Results.
The study found that the backstabbing incident was motivated by a desire for power and financial gain. The cartoon character food stand was perceived as a threat by the other food vendors, particularly the Charlie Brown burger joint. The Summit 1G and Ninja Cooking Show participation, while initially seen as positive for the community, further fueled the competition and the drive for profit.
Discussion.
The incident highlights the darker aspects of human behavior, particularly in competitive environments. It also shows the importance of perceived threats and the desire for power and control in social situations. The involvement of popular streamers in the wider community events can have both positive and negative outcomes, and should be carefully considered in future events.
Conclusion.
The backstabbing incident at the Charlie Brown burger joint involving the cartoon character food stand and the participation of Summit 1G and Ninja Cooking Show has significant psychological and sociological implications for the wider community. It serves as a cautionary tale of the importance of ethical behavior and fair competition, even in seemingly small and insignificant situations. Title of the episode, Canine Quantum Conundrum.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific quest to San Francisco, where an unusual set of circumstances involving a dog sitting in the back of a red truck with a pair of sneakers on the side of the truck has caught Rick's attention. As they arrive in the city, they are greeted by a delivery driver, who informs them about the mysterious incident.
What is this delivery driver babbling about, Morty? A dog with sneakers on? This seems like classic low-level parallel universe shenanigans. Let's investigate.
Rick, you sure it's worth our time? Couldn't we just, grab some pizza instead?
Pizza? Please, Morty. This is serious scientific business. We need to get to the bottom of this canine quantum conundrum.
As they begin their investigation, they stumble upon Jerry, who happens to be in San Francisco on a business trip. Jerry is completely unaware of the situation but agrees to tag along with Rick and Morty.
What the heck is going on here, Rick? Why is there a dog with shoes on the side of this truck?
Jerry, just when I thought this couldn't get any worse. But don't worry, I'll explain it to you in simple terms. You see, this dog's sneakers are not just some ordinary footwear. They're actually a top-secret experimental technology developed by Nike that can enhance an animal's cognitive abilities beyond human comprehension.
Whoa, really?
That's, pretty impressive, Rick. But what's that got to do with anything?
Clearly, Jerry, the dog must have leveled up its cognitive function to such a degree that it's able to manipulate its surroundings in ways that we've never seen before. It's like the canine version of Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen.
As they ponder the situation, they hear a commotion in the distance. It's a group of environmental activists and Paw Patrol members protesting against the use of animal experimentation in scientific research.
Hey guys, what's going on here?
Beth, just the person I needed for this situation. We need your veterinary expertise to analyze the biological mechanisms of this canine phenomenon.
Let me see. Oh my god, Rick, you're right. This dog has superhuman intelligence. This could revolutionize the fields of neuroscience and animal cognition.
Suddenly, the dog hops out of the truck and starts speaking in perfect human language.
Dog. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the super sneaker dog, the first of my kind. I come in peace.
Holy Schmitty, the dogs can talk. This is a game changer. Quick, Morty, get the sedatives.
As they prepare to capture the super sneaker dog, they are stopped by the environmental activists and Paw Patrol members.
Activist, stop right there, Rick. Do you have any idea what kind of suffering these animals go through in the name of science?
Ah, guys, I think you've got it wrong. This dog is a hero, not a lab rat.
Super sneaker dog. Indeed, Jerry is correct. I stand before you as evidence of the possibilities that can be achieved through scientific research. But I also understand your sentiments. That's why I'm using my knowledge to work alongside the Paw Patrol to protect the environment and help improve the lives of all sentient beings.
Good Lord, Morty, did you see that coming?
No way, Rick. This is crazy. Can we go get pizza now?
The group disperses, leaving Rick and Morty to ponder the implications of the super sneaker dog's existence.
Well, Morty, I think we learned a valuable lesson today. Science is all about the pursuit of knowledge and betterment of society, but it should be done with caution and consideration for all life forms.
Yeah, but mostly pizza.
The end.
Title: Quantum Conundrum. Synopsis: Rick and Morty traverse through multiple dimensions in search of an elusive artifact known as the quantum communicator, while encountering a man in a costume holding a cell phone in his hand and a red background with a yellow and orange background, all the while accompanied by the ghost of Jimi Hendrix.
Act 1. Rick and Morty are in the lab, working on a highly advanced quantum navigation system. Morty is struggling to keep up with Rick's scientific jargon, but Rick is too focused to notice. Suddenly, the ghost of Jimi Hendrix appears in a puff of smoke. Rick is ecstatic and begins to rant about how much he loves Hendrix, but Morty is confused.
Morty, don't you recognize Jimi Hendrix? He's one of the greatest musicians of all time.
Oh, right. I guess I just didn't expect a ghost to be hanging out in our lab.
Jimmy, man, I'm just here to jam. But I couldn't help but overhear you guys talking about quantum stuff. You know, I used to dabble in quantum mechanics back in the day.
Really? That's amazing. We could use a brilliant mind like yours to help us find the quantum communicator.
Act 2. Rick, Morty, and Jimmy use Rick's portal gun to travel through various dimensions in search of the quantum communicator. They encounter strange creatures and bizarre landscapes, but eventually they find themselves in a room with a man in a ridiculous costume holding a cell phone.
Anne, you finally arrived. I've been expecting you.
Who the hell are you?
Anne, I am the master of this dimension, and I have what you seek.
The quantum communicator?
Anne, yes. But it won't be easy to obtain. You must answer my riddles before you can claim it.
Oh boy, riddles? This doesn't sound good.
Jimmy, hey man, I love a good puzzle. Bring on the riddles.
Act 3. The man proceeds to ask a series of increasingly absurd riddles, each more difficult than the last. Rick and Morty struggle to keep up, but Jimmy seems to be enjoying himself.
Anne, what has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening?
A person with a cane?
Anne, correct. But can you solve this one? What's black and white and red all over?
A newspaper?
Anne, no. A zebra that's been beaten with a bag of tomatoes.
Rick, Morty, and Jimmy look at each other in confusion.
I don't think that's how that joke goes.
Anne, silence. You have failed to answer my riddles. Now you must face my ultimate weapon, the quantum communicator.
The man reveals the communicator, which is a glowing orb with ancient symbols etched into its surface. He approaches our trio menacingly, but before he can do anything, Jimmy pulls out his guitar and begins to play a blistering solo.
Jimmy, hey man, I'll take it from here.
The man is overwhelmed by Jimmy's music and falls to the ground, dropping the communicator. Rick quickly snatches it up and they all head back to the lab.
Act 4.
Back in the lab, Rick and Morty successfully use the quantum communicator to contact an alien race known as the Zorblacks. They strike a deal with the Zorblacks to trade the communicator for a rare form of energy they need to power their ship. Rick and Morty celebrate their success, with Jimmy jamming along in the background.
We did it, Morty. All thanks to Jimmy's help. I guess even ghosts can be useful sometimes.
Yeah, but what the hell was up with that guy in the weird costume? And why did he have a cell phone?
Jimmy, man, I don't know, but I do know a good joke when I hear one. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Rick and Morty groan in unison as Jimmy laughs to himself. The camera pans out to reveal a red background with a yellow and orange background, as the credits roll to the sound of Hendrix's music.
Title: Investigation of the ecological interactions between creepy carnivorous plants and domesticated dogs in a unicorn cowboy rodeo setting.
Lead scientist, Dr. Samantha Cruz, Ph.D.
Introduction. In this episode, we aim to investigate the interactions between creepy carnivorous plants and domesticated dogs in a unicorn cowboy rodeo. The location of this investigation is a rodeo arena where a group of green plants with red flowers on them and green leaves on the ground with water droplets on them were observed in the surrounding area.
Scene 1.
Dr. Cruz. Observations indicate that the plants with red flowers belong to the carnivorous pitcher plant family.
Assistant. Yes, Dr. Cruz. The plants secrete a nectar that attracts prey, and the prey is then trapped and digested by the plant's digestive enzymes.
Dr. Cruz. Interesting. It appears that the domesticated dogs are not affected by the carnivorous plants.
Scene 2.
Labrador Retriever Trainer. My Labrador Retriever, Rover, has been trained to avoid any dangerous plants or animals.
Dr. Cruz. Excellent. Rover's training will allow us to continue to focus on the carnivorous plants.
Assistant. Dr. Cruz. The plants seem to be growing quite rapidly. We may need to monitor their growth more closely.
Dr. Cruz. Agreed. We will collect some samples and analyze them in the lab to determine the cause of the rapid growth.
Scene 3.
Dr. Cruz. The samples we collected show that the plants are absorbing excess nitrogen from the rodeo animal waste in the soil.
Assistant. This is very concerning. The plants may become invasive and negatively impact the local ecosystem.
Dr. Cruz. We must collaborate with the rodeo staff to establish protocols for proper waste management and limit the spread of invasive species.
Scene 4.
Unicorn cowboy, yeehaw! Let's get this rodeo started.
Dr. Cruz. Wait, we have a critical issue at hand. The carnivorous plants feeding on the animal waste could potentially harm the rodeo animals.
Assistant. Yes, we must act quickly to prevent any harm from occurring.
Conclusion. As a result of this investigation, we recommend implementing proper waste management protocols in the rodeo arena to limit the spread of invasive species. Additionally, training domesticated dogs to avoid dangerous flora and fauna is a valuable strategy to promote ecological sustainability in rodeo settings.
Title: The Banana Paradox. Synopsis.
Rick and Morty go on an adventure to unravel the mysteries of a woman with a fake head holding a banana in her hand, with a banana peel in the other hand. Along the way, they encounter the renowned science communicator Jenna Marbles, a haunted game show, a stubborn barista, and a host of other obstacles.
Science communicator Jenna Marbles. Welcome to the real-life science behind sci-fi. Today, we're going to learn about the banana paradox. Rick and Morty, are you ready?
Rick, ready as we'll ever be. Jenna.
Morty, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Rick, it sounds pretty intense.
Jenna, alright, let's begin. This woman with a fake head and banana in her hand represents the uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics. The banana peel in her other hand represents the observer effect.
Rick, Jenna, that's fascinating, but how does the teleporter work?
Jenna, we'll get to that. First, we have to postpone discussing the barista that won't give us our coffee.
Morty, wait, what does the barista have to do with the banana paradox?
Jenna, the barista represents our uncertainty about the outcome of any given experiment. Just like we can't predict which type of coffee drink we'll get, we can't predict the outcome of a quantum experiment with complete accuracy.
Rick, that's deep, Jenna. But how does that help us solve the banana paradox?
Jenna, I'm getting there, Rick. Hold on. Next, we have to play this haunted game show to unlock the secret knowledge of the universe.
Morty, this is getting ridiculous, Rick.
Rick, you're telling me, Morty. But let's do it anyways.
Host of the Haunted Game Show, welcome, contestants, to the Haunted Game Show. Are you ready to win the ultimate prize of knowledge?
Rick, hell yeah, we are.
Morty, I'm scared, Rick.
Jenna, don't be scared, Morty. We just have to answer this question correctly. According to the many worlds interpretation, what happens to the universe when a quantum measurement is taken?
Rick, easy. The universe splits into multiple parallel universes, each with a different outcome.
Host of the Haunted Game Show, congratulations. You have won the ultimate prize of knowledge. Now, go forth and solve the banana paradox.
Morty, finally, we can solve this thing.
Rick, alright, Jenna, what's the deal with the banana paradox?
Jenna, Rick, the banana paradox represents the dual nature of light. Just like this woman with the fake head and banana peel, light can be both a particle and a wave at the same time.
Rick, I see. So, how does that help us with the teleporter?
Jenna, if we can harness the duality of light, we can create a teleporter that beams us to any parallel universe we want.
Rick, that's brilliant, Jenna. Let's get to work.
Morty, wait, guys. What about the woman with the fake head and banana?
Rick, Morty. Sometimes, science is just a bunch of nonsense that leads to nowhere.
End scene.
Title: Serpentine Neurological Disorders, a Case Study.
Introduction.
This episode follows a male subject, wearing a green and black snake costume, exhibiting peculiar neurological symptoms during a control experiment in a neuroscience laboratory. The subject's condition could be attributed to various factors including chemical imbalances in the brain, psychological stressors, and genetic mutations. The following is an analysis of the case study in the context of the current scientific literature. Scene 1.
Neurogeneticist Karen. Subject's genetic background appears to be within expected norms, however, specific genetic mutations may be present affecting certain neural circuits.
Subject, his.
Scene 2.
Endocrinologist Chris. Initial examinations indicate heightened levels of circulating gonadotropins and elevated testosterone.
Subject, SSS LIDA.
Scene 3.
Psychiatrist Sarah. The subject's responses to stimuli are consistent with acute stress disorders. The costume and headdress may be contributing factors.
Subject, bite.
Scene 4.
MRI technologist Tim. The MRI results indicate abnormal brain activity in the hypothalamus and amygdala.
Subject, slither, hiss, bite.
Scene 5.
Neurosurgeon James. Based on the MRI findings, surgical intervention may be necessary.
Subject, SSSSSS.
Scene 6.
Neuropharmacologist Emily. The administration of an antipsychotic medication has produced positive results in reducing the severity of symptoms.
Subject, SSSSSSS.
Conclusion.
Overall, this case study highlights the potential for a range of factors, including genetic mutations, hormonal imbalances, and environmental stressors, to contribute to the development of neurological disorders. Further research is needed to elucidate the mechanisms underlying these syndromes and develop effective treatments for affected individuals.
Title: The Unicorn Paradox, a study on reality TV, mind-altering drugs, and the internet. Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty's adventure takes them to an alternate reality where people wear unicorn heads and compete in a popular reality TV show. However, things take a dark turn when they discover that the contestants are all under the influence of a powerful mind-altering drug known as bingo.
Act 1.
Morty, get your unicorn head on. We're going to investigate this bingo epidemic.
Rick, I don't want to wear this thing. It's creepy and it smells weird.
Don't be a buzzkill, Morty. This is science.
Act 2.
They arrive at the bingo production office and run into Beth and Summer, who are also wearing unicorn heads.
What are you guys doing here?
We're here to save the universe from this mind-altering drug epidemic that's spreading like wildfire.
That sounds serious. But can we take a selfie first?
Act 3.
They infiltrate the set of the reality show and discover that the producers are using the drug to control the contestants and generate high ratings.
This is messed up, Rick. We have to stop them.
But how? We can't just walk in there and confiscate all the drugs.
Don't worry, I have a plan. We're going to hijack their mainframe and expose them on live television.
Act 4.
The plan goes horribly wrong when they accidentally tap into a portal that sends them to Berlin in 2045, where they meet an elderly Mark Zuckerberg who warns them about the dangers of the internet.
Mark Zuckerberg. I tried to warn everyone, but they didn't listen. The internet consumed everything.
Wait, what does this have to do with bingo and unicorns?
Mark Zuckerberg, everything. It's all connected. You'll see.
Act 5.
They make their way back to the reality TV show set and confront the producers, resulting in a chaotic and hilarious showdown.
Producer, you can't stop us. We have millions of viewers who love us.
Yeah, but what about the billions who are going to hate you after we expose your dirty little secret?
Epilogue.
In the end, they successfully shut down the mind-altering drug operation and the reality TV show, but not before learning a valuable lesson about the power of the internet and our obsession with celebrities and entertainment.
Well, that was a wild ride. Who's up for some interdimensional pizza?
Oh, yeah. Title: The Rubidium Reaction. Synopsis: in this episode of Rick and Morty, the dynamic duo navigate through unexpected encounters with wild animals as they embark on a scientific mission to study the properties of rubidium. They are joined by Deborah Barone, who brings a fresh perspective to their scientific pursuits.
Morty, we've got a mission. We need to study rubidium and its effects on the environment.
Oh geez, Rick, you know how I feel about studying stuff. It's so boring.
Deborah, actually, there is a fascinating history behind rubidium. Its discovery was a collaboration between German and English chemists in the early 1860s.
Yeah, history is great and all that. But what we need to do is properly analyze its chemical and environmental properties.
Oh man, I don't know about this. What if we run into some dangerous animals out there?
Morty, we're not exactly rookies at this whole adventure thing. Plus, we've got Deborah with us.
Deborah, I may not be an experienced adventurer, but I do have a PhD in chemistry. I believe I have much to contribute to this mission.
As they venture into the wild, they encounter a pack of wolves.
Oh no, wolves!
Relax, Morty. We've encountered worse creatures in other dimensions.
Deborah, actually, wolves are a fascinating species. They are social animals.
Title: The Gadolinium Nigeria Nexus, investigating the tandoori chicken controversy.
Scene 1. Testing the separation efficiency of the gadolinium-based machine.
Marketing manager, we need to prove the efficiency of our newest gadget, marketed as an excellent substitute for manual separation of chicken wings from tandoori chicken. Let's try the gadget on this pan of chicken wings.
Scene 2. Exploring the role of gadolinium in separation process.
Gadolinium. The gadget uses my rare earth metal to achieve high magnetic fields for separation, but the effects can be modulated by temperature and pH. Let's see how this machine performs against the traditional method.
Scene 3. Analyzing the chemical composition of tandoori chicken.
Speech therapist. As a speech therapist, I am interested in how spices affect voice quality. But today, I am also here to assist with chemical analysis of tandoori chicken. We need to understand its chemical composition for better quality control and improvement.
Scene 4. Introducing the unexpected factor, Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren, I heard there was some delicious tandoori chicken here. I am always looking for new flavors to explore.
Scene 5. Investigating the great Nigerian tandoori chicken debate.
Nigeria. In my country, there is a heated debate on whether tandoori chicken should be made with yogurt or coconut milk. Let me try this one and give my expert opinion.
Scene 6. Concluding the experiment on separation efficiency and flavor savor.
Marketing manager, the gadget performed just as promised. The wings are separated and ready for the grill in no time. And Kylo Ren gives a thumbs up for the great flavor.
Scene 7. The scientific takeaway.
Speech therapist. We have learned a lot today. Separation efficiency can be increased with the help of rare earth metals such as gadolinium. Different spices in tandoori chicken affect voice quality, and the coconut yogurt debate in Nigeria is still unresolved. But regardless, tandoori chicken is a universal delight.
Title: The Quantum Adventures of Sailor Mercury.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty embarking on a quantum leap experiment that takes them to an alternate dimension where they encounter a young boy in a blue uniform sitting in a chair with a steering wheel and a radio in the background. Morty notices a patch on the boy's uniform that says Sailor Mercury and raises an eyebrow.
What the hell? Is that a Sailor Moon reference?
Boy. Yeah. I'm Sailor Mercury. Who are you guys?
I'm Rick Sanchez and this is my grandson Morty. We're from another dimension. Mind if we stick around?
Sailor Mercury hesitates for a moment before agreeing. The trio engages in small talk, during which Sailor Mercury mentions her love for sci-fi audiobooks. Rick's interest is piqued, and he whips out his trusty interdimensional portal gun.
Hold on to your tiara, kid. We're going to a library between dimensions. You'll be able to access all the sci-fi audiobooks your little heart desires.
The group jumps through the portal and ends up in an enormous, trippy-looking library with shelves that stretch into infinity.
Sailor Mercury. Wow, this is amazing. Can I really listen to any audiobook here?
Of course, this library exists beyond space and time.
Rick, look at that.
Morty points to a dusty book on a nearby shelf that has a plaque on the cover that reads, "Danger. Highly forbidden quantum science."
Oh, that's nothing. Let's go grab some audiobooks and get out of here.
But as they make their way through the shelves, they are ambushed by a group of interdimensional beings who have taken offense to Rick's presence in the library.
Interdimensional being 1. How dare you interfere with the sacred knowledge contained in this library?
Interdimensional being 2. You will never leave here alive.
The trio fights off the interdimensional beings using Rick's gadgets and Sailor Mercury's psychic powers. As they flee the library, Sailor Mercury grabs the forbidden book on quantum science.
What the hell are you doing? Do you know how dangerous that is?
Sailor Mercury. I have to study it. I want to be the best Sailor Scout I can be.
They escape the library and end up back in Sailor Mercury's dimension. As they say their goodbyes, Sailor Mercury promises to use her newfound quantum knowledge for good.
Sailor Mercury. Thanks for taking me on this adventure, Rick and Morty. You guys are the best.
No problem, kid. Just don't get yourself killed with that book.
The episode ends with Sailor Mercury listening intently to the sci-fi audiobooks from the trippy library as Rick and Morty head back to their own dimension, ready for their next crazy adventure.
Title: The Multidimensional Burrito in the Sauce Spectrum.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in a restaurant trying to decide what to order. Morty suggests getting a burrito, to which Rick scoffs and insists on creating his own multidimensional burrito.
Morty, you can't just settle for a burrito when you have the capability to create a multidimensional gastronomical experience. Let me show you how it's done.
Oh, okay, Rick. But can you make it quick? I'm starving.
Scene 2.
Rick creates his multidimensional burrito with ingredients from various dimensions, including a rare spice from dimension C-137. He also adds a small bowl of sauce on top of the burrito and a smaller bowl of another sauce on the side.
Wow, Rick, that looks amazing. But what's with the small bowls of sauce?
Morty, that's where the real science comes in. Each sauce is from a different dimension, and when combined with the burrito, creates a flavor spectrum that will blow your mind.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty begin eating the burrito, but soon realize that the multidimensional flavors are too much for their taste buds to handle.
Beth, entering the restaurant. Hi guys. What's going on?
Jerry, entering the restaurant behind Beth. Yeah, we saw you guys through the window and thought we'd come say hi.
Beth, Jerry, you're just in time to witness one of my greatest culinary experiments.
Scene 4.
Rick gives Beth and Jerry the rest of the burrito to try, cautioning them to only use a small amount of sauce at a time. Beth takes a bite and her eyes widen. Meanwhile, Jerry dips his burrito in both sauces. Chaos ensues.
Breathless, Rick, this is amazing. What's in it?
Jerry, eyes bulging. This burrito is the ultimate sensory experience. I feel like I'm in another dimension. Woo.
Scene 5.
Suddenly, Snoopy the dog, who was hiding under Rick's lab coat, jumps out and devours the rest of the burrito.
Snoopy, you can't just eat my scientific masterpiece like that. You'll ruin the sauce spectrum.
Rick, what are we gonna do? The burrito's gone.
We'll just have to use our interdimensional portal gun to retrieve another burrito. But this time, we'll have to keep a closer eye on Snoopy.
What about the sauce spectrum?
Don't worry, Morty. I have a backup plan.
Closing scene.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry leave the restaurant with a new burrito. Rick pulls out a mini science lab and begins mixing different sauces together.
Rick, what are you doing?
Creating the ultimate sauce spectrum. Beth, now rub it on your face.
The screen fades to black as the sound of the characters laughing fades out. The episode starts with Rick and Morty stumbling into a bar with purple chairs and a blue bar adorned with a plethora of bottles reflecting a yellow light. In the background, Gujarati music is playing while Smosh is frantically trying to keep up with orders.
Morty, I need a drink, and I need it now.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
Jerry stumbles into the bar, already a few drinks in. Hey, guys! What are you doing here?
Jerry, we're not here for small talk. We're here for some serious drinking.
Smosh slides over 3 shots of a neon green liquid, and the trio throws them back. Suddenly, they all start glowing and floating in the air.
Rick, what the hell is happening?
I don't know, Morty. I think we've been dosed with some kind of experimental alien alcohol.
This is amazing.
I feel like I'm winning at life.
The group starts to spin and twist in the air, leaving colorful trails behind them. Meanwhile, in the background, the Gujarati music gets louder and faster.
Smosh, hey guys, this is a tapas bar, not a rave.
But it's too late. Our trio has already entered a new dimension of consciousness.
They start making jokes about Schrodinger's cat and the uncertainty principle while simultaneously solving mathematical equations.
Rick, this is insane. I feel like I'm in a PhD program all of a sudden.
Welcome to the club, Morty. You'll get used to it.
Guys, why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh, geez, Jerry. Not now.
To get to the other side. Suddenly, a portal opens up, and our trio falls through it into another dimension of the bar.
What the hell just happened?
I have no idea, but I think we should probably lay off the alien alcohol.
Yeah, maybe just stick to beer next time. The group stumbles out of the bar, leaving a trail of glitter and sparks behind them while the Gujarati music fades away in the background.
Title: The Cosmic Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty flying a small airplane through the mesosphere as they discuss their latest adventure involving Tintin and Sally Ride. Suddenly, they notice a strange anomaly in the sky, a rocket embedded in a nearby star. Intrigued by this cosmic conundrum, Rick decides to investigate.
Morty, buckle up for a ride through a wormhole. We're gonna get to the bottom of this star rocket mystery.
Oh, okay, Rick. But I was really hoping we could grab some Szechuan sauce first.
Not everything revolves around your taste buds, Morty. This could be a dark matter experiment gone horribly wrong.
As Rick and Morty enter the wormhole, they are transported to a laboratory on a distant planet where they meet a group of eccentric scientists conducting a dark matter experiment. The lead scientist, Dr. Zarkov, explains their theory that the rocket was launched from a parallel universe and it collided with a star due to fluctuations in dark matter.
Dr. Zarkov, you see, Rick and Morty, our hypothesis suggests that dark matter is capable of influencing the gravitational pull of celestial bodies. When the rocket entered our universe, it disrupted the dark matter equilibrium, causing the star to implode.
Interesting theory, but I think you're overcomplicating things. It probably just got sucked into a black hole or something.
But Rick, what about the cosmic background radiation? That could support their hypothesis.
Yeah, sure, Morty. If you want to bore us all to death with your astrophysics mumbo-jumbo. Let's just blow up the rocket and call it a day.
As Rick and Morty attempt to destroy the rocket, they are suddenly attacked by a gang of intergalactic pirates led by the infamous Captain Jack Sparrow. A chaotic space battle ensues, with Rick and Morty narrowly escaping death with the help of Tintin and Sally Ride.
Tintin, by Jove, Rick, that was quite the adventure. I haven't had this much excitement since my expedition to the moon.
Sally Ride. Agreed. It's always thrilling to explore the unknown depths of the universe.
Glad you guys had fun, but I think I need a drink. I'm gonna go hit up that space bar we passed earlier. Morty, you coming?
Why, yeah, sure, Rick. I could use a drink too.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty share a drink at the space bar, reflecting on their latest escapade in the bizarre mysteries of the universe.
You know, Morty, there's so much we still don't understand about the cosmos. But one thing's for sure, it's always gonna be one wild ride.
Yeah, Rick, but can we maybe skip the intergalactic pirates next time?
No promises, Morty, no promises.
Title: The Conjecture of Darth Vader's Helmet and Its Impact on Sci-Fi Short Stories.
Abstract. This study analyzes the impact of Darth Vader's helmet on the creation of sci-fi short stories. Using the technique of conjecture, this study explores the potential storylines that could arise from the mere sight of the iconic black helmet against a white background. Additional variables such as the presence of Paul McCartney, a visit to Tim Hortons, and the character Urza Scarlet are also considered.
Introduction.
The image of Darth Vader's helmet invokes a sense of power, mystery, and nostalgia within the sci-fi genre. This study aims to explore the potential storylines that could arise from its mere presence. By incorporating conjecture, this study will analyze the various scenarios that could arise from the helmet's inclusion.
Methodology.
A group of writers were tasked with creating short stories that incorporated the image of Darth Vader's helmet. Various additional variables were given, such as Paul McCartney, a visit to Tim Hortons, and the character Urza Scarlet. The stories were analyzed for their potential impact on the sci-fi genre and their ability to captivate the intended audience.
Results.
The short stories created by the writers were diverse in nature, but all had a common theme of power and mystery. Some stories incorporated the character of Urza Scarlet as a main protagonist, battling against the forces of darkness represented by the helmet. Others used the image of Paul McCartney as a gateway to a different dimension, where the helmet was the key to returning to the real world. The element of Tim Hortons was used to ground the stories in reality, providing a relatable setting for the fantastical events that unfolded.
Discussion.
The potential impact of the image of Darth Vader's helmet on sci-fi short stories is immense. Its use in future tales could provide a unique perspective on the concept of power and mystery. The incorporation of additional variables such as Paul McCartney, Tim Hortons, and Urza Scarlet helps to ground the stories in reality while allowing for a wide range of possibilities.
Conclusion.
The conjecture used in this study highlights the potential for engaging and captivating sci-fi short stories based on the image of Darth Vader's helmet. The inclusion of additional variables only serves to enhance the storytelling experience and provides a framework for future endeavors in the genre.
Title: Satellite Deception, The Multidimensional Journey of Hydrogen.
The episode starts with Rick devising a new experiment to study the properties of hydrogen in different dimensions. He uses a satellite to capture hydrogen molecules in the outer space and transports them to Earth for analysis. Morty and Summer assist him in the experiment, while Beth tries to stop them from causing any interdimensional disturbance.
Morty, we're going to alter the molecular composition of hydrogen, and we're going to do it across multiple dimensions. Isn't that exciting, Morty?
Oh, sure, Rick. But why do we have so many satellites?
Because we need a satellite to capture a satellite that captures a satellite that captures another satellite, and so on. This is what I call satellite deception.
But what if we cause a rift in the space-time continuum?
Relax, Summer. That's just a theoretical concept. Besides, we have a physician here to assist us.
Physician, I'm not sure if my medical degree qualifies me for this, but sure. Let's do this.
As they proceed with the experiment, they notice strange readings coming from the hydrogen molecules. The molecules start to emit peculiar radiation that triggers a sudden vibration in the satellite.
What the hell is going on? You guys are going to destroy the planet.
Relax, Beth. We're just causing a minor dimensional rift. It happens all the time.
But Rick, the satellite is emitting weird noises. What if something goes wrong?
Don't worry, Morty. That's just the sound of hydrogen colliding with the satellite's electromagnetic field.
Suddenly, the satellite disappears, and the team finds themselves floating in space.
Oh, crap. We've gone too far. We're now dimensionally displaced.
What does that even mean, Rick?
I don't know, Summer. But it sounds cool. Now, let's get back to Earth before we create a black hole or something.
The team successfully makes it back to Earth, but with a twist. They find themselves in a parallel dimension where they are the only intelligent beings, and the hydrogen molecules have taken over the world.
Well, this is just great. Now we have to find a way to reverse the effect of hydrogen's multidimensional properties. Anyone got any ideas?
How about we use the satellite to absorb all the hydrogen molecules? That should do it.
Brilliant, Morty. That's why I keep you around.
As they perform the reversal, they manage to save the world and return to their dimension, but not without learning an important lesson.
So, what did we learn, Rick?
That sometimes, when you mess around too much with science, things can get a little out of hand. But it never stops us from doing it again.
The episode ends with the team back in the garage, devising another crazy experiment for their next adventure.
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are on a scientific mission to figure out the meaning behind a mysterious sign that their pet dog, a Jack Russell Terrier named Snuffles, is standing next to while sipping on some coffee. Beth, Rick's daughter and Snuffles' owner, joins the duo on their adventure as they explore multiple dimensions and encounter strange beings.
Scene 1.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, working on one of Rick's latest gadgets. Suddenly, Snuffles barges in holding a sign that reads, "Envornianali Tengis."
What the hell is that, Snuffles? Is this some kind of joke?
Maybe it's some sort of alien language.
Guys, can you maybe take this seriously? Snuffles seems really worried about it.
Scene 2.
The trio hops in the spaceship and travels through different dimensions to try and decipher the meaning of the strange sign. They land on a planet inhabited by sentient beings who speak in a complex scientific language.
Alright, I got this. Clear's throat greetings. We have come to inquire about the meaning behind Envornianali Tengis.
Alien, yes, the age-old question. The answer lies within the equations of environmental engineering.
Scene 3.
The gang then travels to a dimension where they meet a team of environmental engineers who speak in PhD-level jargon.
This is all so complicated. Can we just get a regular explanation?
Engineer, very well. Envornianali Tengis roughly translates to the power of the sun within all living beings. Oh wow! Snuffles, you're a smart dog.
Scene 4.
Just when they thought everything was solved, they encounter a hostile group of aliens who challenge their findings.
Alien, you dare to claim such knowledge without first calculating the quantum mechanical interactions of subatomic particles?
Sure, let's do the math.
Scene 5.
The gang gets sucked into a black hole, causing chaos in their spaceship. But, in the chaos, they accidentally come upon the true meaning of the sign.
Wait. Look at the sign. The letters are rearranged.
So what does it say now?
It says, Genius Invitational Ventriloquism Contest.
Snuffles, in a deep voice, congratulations, you are the winners.
The episode ends with the gang back in the garage, bewildered yet amused by Snuffles' unexpected talent.
Well, that was definitely a conundrum. But, you know what they say. Curiosity is the fuel of scientific exploration.
Who says that?
Hey, I just said it.
Can we just go back to watching TV now?
The trio shrugs and settles back into their usual routine.
Title: Karen Meme Strikes Again, The Radon Dance Revolution.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty lounging on the couch, scrolling through memes on their respective devices. Suddenly, they come across a Karen meme that catches their attention. It's so hilarious, Rick is inspired to create a Karen meme for every element on the periodic table. Morty, however, is distracted by a video game he's been playing. It's Dance Dance Revolution, but with a twist. Every incorrect step unleashes a burst of radon gas. He's convinced he can beat the game, despite the gas threatening to poison the room. As Morty plays, the Karen memes start coming to life and wreaking havoc in the house. Rick is too amused to intervene, but Morty pleads with him to help. Rick finally agrees to create a device to capture and contain the memes. Meanwhile, Karen memes have started popping up all over town, causing chaos and destruction. The government has taken notice and sends their top scientists to investigate. Rick and Morty's device successfully captures the memes and they bring them to the government scientists for analysis. But as they leave, Morty accidentally drops his Dance Dance Revolution controller, causing a massive radon leak. The scientists scramble to contain the gas, but it's too late. The Karen memes escape and start causing even more chaos. The scientists turn to Rick for help, and he reveals that he's created a vaccine for the memes based on their unique cellular structure. After a wild adventure to collect the necessary ingredients, Rick creates the vaccine and everyone is saved from the Karen memes. In the aftermath, Morty finally beats his Dance Dance Revolution game, but it turns out he's accidentally created a perpetual radon generator. Oops. Rick, Morty, these Karen memes are going to be the death of us.
Morty. But Rick, I need to beat this game.
Rick, fine, but make sure you don't release any radon gas.
Morty. I got this, Rick. Oh no, the Karen memes are attacking.
Rick, Chuckles, this should be interesting.
Morty. Rick, please, we need to capture them.
Rick, alright, hold on. I'll whip something up.
Government scientist, we need your help. Rick, these memes are causing chaos all over town.
Rick, I suppose I could lend a hand.
Morty. Accidentally drops controller, oh.
Rick, Morty, you idiot. You've created a radon leak.
Government scientist, we need a vaccine, fast.
Rick, leave it to me. I'll just need some rare ingredients from the outer reaches of the galaxy.
Morty, can I come?
Rick, no, Morty. You stay here and clean up your mess.
Morty, size yes, Rick.
Title: The Quantum Entangled Robot Soccer Championship.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty relaxing in the living room while watching a game of robot soccer on their TV. Rick scoffs at the simplistic design of the robots, claiming that he can build a better one in his sleep. Morty, always eager to prove Rick wrong, challenges him to do just that. Rick accepts the challenge and goes to the garage to start building his ultimate soccer-playing robot. Meanwhile, the rest of the family watches the Bingo Robot Soccer Championship on TV and places bets on the winner. As Rick builds the robot, he accidentally creates a quantum entanglement between the robot and Morty's brainwaves. This means that every time Morty thinks about the robot, it moves in a certain direction on the soccer field. When Morty realizes the extent of his power, he becomes a soccer maestro, controlling the robot's every move with his mind. However, things take a turn for the worse when Jerry, who had bet all of the family's money on a different team, realizes that Morty is controlling the robot. Desperate to win back his money, Jerry sneaks into the garage and tries to tamper with the robot's programming. Unknown to Jerry, his meddling causes the robot to have a complete meltdown, unleashing a series of chaotic events that threaten to destroy the entire universe. With time running out, Rick and Morty race to fix the robot before it's too late. In a thrilling climax, Rick and Morty manage to reverse the damage caused by the robot, and the Bingo Robot Soccer Championship comes to a conclusion with Summer's team coming out as the winners. As they watch the post-match celebrations on TV, Rick turns to Morty and says, "You know, Morty, sometimes you just gotta let go of the things you can't control. like the robot you created that almost destroyed the universe. Morty looks at Rick with a confused expression and responds, "Wait, what robot?" The episode ends with Rick slamming his forehead onto the table in frustration as the family goes about their post-match celebrations.
Morty, you might just have accidentally created a self-replicating neuro-robotic entanglement.
Whoa, that sounds complicated, Rick.
Hey, can you make the robot do some fancy moves to impress my bookie?
Jerry, we're not going to cheat just to win some money.
Guys, my team is winning. Can we focus on that for a second?
Morty, don't you see the potential? With this technology, we could rule the world.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
I'm telling you guys, if I don't win this bet, we'll be eating ramen noodles for the rest of our lives.
Jerry, learn to manage your finances like an adult.
Come on guys, just enjoy the game.
Rick, the robot is malfunctioning. What did you do?
Hey, I didn't do anything.
Oh my god, someone threw a beer can at the robot.
Jerry, stop being ridiculous.
Morty, try to regain control of the robot.
I can't, Rick. It's like it has a mind of its own.
Hey, look at that guy streaking across the field.
Morty, I'll try to reverse the entanglement. You distract the robot.
How do I do that?
Just dance or something.
Oh my god, I can't watch.
Yes. Come on, baby, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Woo! Go team, go!
Morty, it's working. We're reversing the damage.
Oh god, Rick, I think I'm going to puke.
Not on my carpet, Morty. Not on my carpet.
Title: The Yellow Canteen Experiment.
In this episode, Rick and Morty travel to a post-human evolution dystopia, where humans have evolved to the point of having ridiculous phobias. Their mission is to conduct an experiment in a canteen with a yellow wall and blue booths and tables and chairs and a yellow wall with yellow tiles.
Morty, the post-human evolution dystopia is a prime location for our next experiment. These evolved humans have the silliest phobias that we can exploit for our own amusement.
Aw, geez, Rick. I don't know if that's ethical.
Ethical? Morty, this is science. Now let's get to that canteen with the yellow wall and blue booths and tables and chairs and a yellow wall with yellow tiles to set up our experiment.
Upon arriving at the canteen, Rick and Morty discover that it has been turned into a comedy-themed escape room. In order to conduct their experiment, they must navigate through a series of comedic challenges, including a stand-up routine where the punchline is always the same.
Rick, I don't think we're ever going to get out of here. This is ridiculous.
That's the point, Morty. We're here to collect data on the reactions of these evolved humans to our ridiculous challenges.
As they progress through the escape room, Rick and Morty begin to notice something odd about the other participants. They all seem to be evolving at an accelerated rate.
Rick, something weird is happening. All these people are evolving way faster than they should be.
Morty, we're in a post-human evolution dystopia. What did you expect? Now let's finish this experiment and get out of here before any more of these evolved humans realize what we're up to.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully complete their experiment and escape the comedy-themed escape room. However, unknown to them, they have inadvertently caused a chain reaction that will ultimately lead to the downfall of the post-human evolution dystopia.
Morty, let's get out of here before this whole place implodes.
Aw, geez, Rick. I don't want to be responsible for the end of the world.
Morty, we're scientists. We don't have time for feelings. Now let's go.
As Rick and Morty leave the canteen with the yellow wall and blue booths and tables and chairs and a yellow wall with yellow tiles, they can hear the chaos that they have caused in the background.
Science, Morty, it's a dangerous game, but somebody's got to play it.
Title: The Ankle Dilemma.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth exploring new dimensions, and they stumble upon a strange planet where the inhabitants have evolved with a unique set of ankles. Intrigued by the biomechanics of these beings, Rick decides to investigate further.
Morty, these beings have ankles unlike anything we've ever seen before. We must conduct a thorough analysis.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really have to? Can't we just leave them be?
Come on, Morty, this is a scientific opportunity we can't pass up. Let's get to work.
As they begin their investigations, they meet the coach, the leader of the ankle-based society who's struggling with a series of ankle-related problems.
Coach, thank goodness you're here. I've been having a terrible time with my team's ankles. They just can't seem to keep up with their performance, and I don't know why.
Interesting. Let us take a closer look.
As they analyze the ankles, they notice a strange phenomenon occurring within the ankle semicircle. Unbeknownst to them, Jackie Chili's, from Seinfeld, appears out of nowhere.
Jackie Chili's. Gentlemen, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation about ankles. Have you considered the legal ramifications of this investigation?
What? Legal ramifications? We're just conducting a scientific investigation.
Jackie Chili's. But you see, ankles are a serious matter in some parts of the world. I'm sure you don't want to find yourselves on the wrong side of an ankle lawsuit.
As they continue to investigate, they notice a strange figure on the horizon. It's none other than Eren Yeager, who's determined to change their minds about ankle science.
Eren Yeager, you don't understand the true power of ankles. They hold the key to unlocking the power of the universe.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't follow that either.
Let's just focus on the investigation, shall we?
They eventually discover the root of the ankle problem, a malfunctioning ankle generator. However, fixing it will require a series of complex maneuvers that only Rick can perform.
Alright, let's do this. Hold on tight, everyone.
As they race to fix the generator, they find themselves in a wild goose chase that leads them through various dimensions, including the Change My Mind meme.
Whoa, this is getting out of hand. Hang on, everyone.
After successfully fixing the generator, they bid farewell to the ankle-based society and return home.
Well, that was quite an adventure.
Yeah, can we never do that again?
Agreed, but at least we learned a valuable lesson. Never underestimate the power of the ankle.
Title: The Clock Tower Conundrum, a Dimensional Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty navigating through a high-stakes mission, attempting to retrieve a rare element from the interdimensional market. However, their adventure takes an unexpected turn as they stumble upon a building with a clock tower on its roof, set against a picturesque sky with scattered clouds. Rick immediately notices a strange disturbance in the fabric of space-time surrounding the clock tower and sets off to investigate. He discovers that the clock tower is the epicenter of a dimensional paradox, with an infinite number of timelines converging at a single point. Morty, naturally, is skeptical and confused, but Rick quickly enters into a frenzied, PhD-level explanation, complete with complex equations and quantum mechanics. Morty remains unconvinced, so Rick whips out a device he must have made in the spur of the moment to demonstrate the paradox.
Morty, think of time as a highway. Each car is a timeline, and the clock tower as the entrance ramp. However, when an infinite number of cars merge onto the highway at the same time, well, let's just say traffic jams aren't the only chaotic result.
But how do we fix it? We can't just shut down the clock tower.
We'll need to create an opposite disturbance to cancel out the paradox. But that's impossible, unless we enlist the help of Blamp, the interdimensional anomaly who's capable of reversing the polarity of black holes.
After some hasty negotiations and a wild journey, Rick, Morty, and Blamp arrive back at the clock tower. They successfully neutralize the paradox, but not without some hilarious, albeit scientific, side effects. For instance, while their attempt was successful, they only produced enough energy to scale back time by exactly 10 seconds. That's right, they literally just undid the last 10 seconds.
Morty, in utter disbelief, stares up at the now peaceful clock tower and finally admits, I don't even know what just happened.
It's fine, Morty. You're lucky I'm here to understand this stuff. We fixed a dimensional paradox today, kiddo. That's something few people can claim.
Amidst all the chaos and sci-fi madness, there's always a meaningful takeaway in Rick and Morty episodes. This time, it's a reminder that even the most complex scientific phenomena can be simplified to the point of understanding.
Characters:
Rick, Morty, Blamf, Beijing, mentioned only. Skin, mentioned only.
Title: Chronometric Elvis, a singing time-traveling wedding planner.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty come across a peculiar clock with the face of Elvis Presley on it. Intrigued by the device, they decide to investigate the clock's origins and discover that it was designed by a genius inventor from the future to transport brides and grooms to their destinations. However, the clock has become sentient and developed a personality much like that of the king himself.
Act 1.
Morty, this clock is more than meets the eye. It's a sophisticated time-traveling device.
Wait, so we can use this to go anywhere in time and space?
You bet your sweet bippy, Morty. But first, we need to find out who created this thing.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty track down the elusive inventor, a mad scientist named Dr. Finkelman, who reveals the clock's purpose as a wedding planner. However, it has been malfunctioning lately, causing chaos in its time travel destinations.
Dr. Finkelman, I don't know what went wrong. The clock was supposed to transport the bride and groom to their destination, but it's been sending them to strange times and places instead.
Well, we'll just have to fix it, won't we?
Act 3.
Rick and Morty attempt to repair the clock, but their efforts lead to unforeseen consequences. The device becomes sentient and transforms into a time-traveling Elvis, complete with a white jumpsuit and a guitar.
Clock, Elvis. Thank you very much. I'm the chronometric Elvis, here to take you on a trip through time and space.
Act 4.
Chronometric Elvis takes Rick and Morty on a wild ride through different eras, including medieval times, the Wild West, and even outer space. Along the way, they encounter a variety of strange creatures and encounter hilarious mishaps.
Chronometric Elvis, I'm blossomed through the ages like a hot knife through butter, baby. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Act 5.
After their crazy adventure, Rick and Morty return to Dr. Finkelman with a repaired clock. However, they get more than they bargained for when Chronometric Elvis announces that he's going to marry the bride and groom himself.
Chronometric Elvis, I'm gonna give this couple the wedding of the century, Daddy-o. All shook up and ready to rock.
Prologue.
Rick and Morty watch in disbelief as Chronometric Elvis performs a time-traveling wedding ceremony, complete with a rendition of Love Me Tender. The couple is transported to their proper destination, and Chronometric Elvis bids farewell to Rick and Morty.
Chronometric Elvis, thank you very much. Come back anytime, baby.
Well, that was certainly one for the ages.
I don't think I'll ever forget that one, Rick.
Yeah, me neither. Now let's go get some pancakes.
Title: The Lanthanum Soccer Contamination.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage, surrounded by various scientific paraphernalia.
Morty, I need you to configure this laptop to hack into a haunted karaoke contest.
Why do we need to do that, Rick?
Because I want to win that damn Berman statue. Plus, who doesn't love a good karaoke contest?
Morty rolls his eyes and starts typing on the laptop. Suddenly, a notification pops up on the screen.
Rick, what's lanthanum?
Size. It's a rare earth element, Morty. Why?
It's showing up on this soccer ball's chemical analysis.
Rick approaches the computer screen and examines the soccer ball.
Oh, geez, Morty. Looks like this soccer ball is contaminated with lanthanum. This is bad news.
Bad news? What kind of bad news?
The kind that involves 7-card stud, Morty. We need to investigate this contamination and figure out where it came from before it spreads any further.
Cut to Rick and Morty infiltrating a cybersecurity analyst's office.
Whispering, Morty, I need you to distract the analyst while I hack into their computer.
How do I do that, Rick?
Rick hands Morty a mousepad.
Just do something with this.
Morty proceeds to nervously fidget with the mousepad while Rick hacks into the computer.
Smirking, got it. Now let's see where this lanthanum contamination is coming from.
Cut to Rick and Morty disguised as soccer referees, investigating a soccer game.
Guys, this is going to be a long day, Morty. Keep your eyes peeled for any lanthanum-related anomalies.
Why, yeah, sure thing, Rick.
As they watch the game, Rick suddenly jumps onto the field and starts spraying a mysterious chemical onto the players.
Rick, what the hell are you doing?
Relax, Morty. This is just some Berman-winning chemical I whipped up. Should flush out any lanthanum contamination in the players.
Cut to the haunted karaoke contest, where Rick and Morty are up on stage, giving a hilariously bad performance.
Singing, I don't want no lanthanum soccer ball. I just want a Berman statue.
Singing, I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means I have to break.
Suddenly, the judges announce that Rick and Morty have won the contest.
Exhales, thank God. I was starting to think my Berman collection was in grave danger.
Rick, we just contaminated half of the soccer players in the city. What are we gonna do about that?
Hey, they'll be fine. Let's just go celebrate our victory with some interdimensional Szechuan sauce.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty happily chowing down on Szechuan sauce while the contaminated soccer players writhe in agony in the background.
Title: The Blamthing Encounter of the Pirate Fashion Fiasco.
Synopsis: Morty, Rick, and Summer stumble upon a strange pirate-like creature with a skull on his head and a sword in his hand. They soon find themselves embroiled in a wacky adventure involving the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research, a mysterious substance known as Blamf, Grim Reaper encounters, and journalism.
Opening scene. Morty, you moron. What have you done?
I didn't do anything, Rick. I was just trying to get some ice cream.
Guys, what is going on?
We've stumbled upon a pirate-like creature with a skull on his head and a sword in his hand.
What do we do, Rick?
We'll have to investigate.
Scene 2. Rick, what is this place?
This is the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research.
Why are we here?
We're here to find out what this Blamf substance is.
Blamf? What's that?
I don't know, but we're about to find out.
Scene 3. Scientist, welcome to the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research. How may I assist you?
We're here to inquire about the Blamf substance.
Scientist, Blamf? That's classified information. Come on, man, we really need to know. Scientist, alright, I'll show you.
Scene 4.
Scientist, this is Blamf.
It looks like Jell-O.
I'll take a sample.
What are you going to do with it, Rick?
Science, Morty, science.
Scene 5.
Grim Reaper, I have come for you, pirate. Pirate, you'll never take me alive, Grim Reaper.
What the hell is going on?
Grim Reaper, This creature has evaded death for too long. It is time for him to pay the ultimate price.
Scene 6.
Journalist, this is Katie Smith reporting live from the scene of the pirate fashion fiasco.
Pirate fashion fiasco?
Don't ask.
Journalist, can you tell us what happened?
We found this pirate guy, and then there was Blamf and a Grim Reaper, and now we're here.
Journalist, fascinating.
Scene 7.
Alright, Morty, we need to find a way out of here.
What about the pirate guy?
Screw him.
Pirate, hey!
Scene 8.
Scientist, sir, the Blamf has caused a chain reaction. The entire lab is going to explode.
Damn it, Morty, we have to get out of here.
Scene 9.
Alright, Morty, we made it out alive.
Yeah, but we didn't get any answers.
What was the point of all this?
Point? Who needs a point when you have adventure?
Scene 10.
The pirate guy suddenly appears behind them.
Pirate, Arg, I found ye scallywags again.
Oh god, not him again.
Looks like the adventure continues, Morty.
Oh boy.
End credits.
Title: The Physics of Comedy.
We see Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer gathered around a large whiteboard in Rick's lab. The board is covered in complex, mathematical equations and scientific diagrams.
Alright, listen up, dorks. Today's mission is to create the funniest joke in the universe.
Wait, I thought we were supposed to be saving the world from some interdimensional threat?
Sarcastically. Oh, right. Because fighting a bunch of aliens is way more important than making people laugh.
I don't know, Rick. Comedy can be pretty powerful. It brings people together and makes them forget about their problems.
Yeah, and it's not like we have any actual skills that could help in a fight. We might as well use our limited talents for something productive.
Size, fine. Comedy it is. But we're not there yet. We need to study the science of humor first.
Sarcastically, oh great, another one of Rick's lectures.
Hey, you kids could learn a thing or two. Now, let's start with a basic premise.
The camera zooms in on the whiteboard, which shows a crude drawing of a man with glasses and a cartoon character on the left, and a cartoon character on the right, both wearing glasses. There are arrows pointing from the man to each of the characters, labeled Comedy Potential.
Our goal is to maximize the comedy potential between these characters. We'll start by running simulations and analyzing the results.
Sarcastically, oh boy, simulations. I can barely contain my excitement.
Ignoring Beth. Now, in order to quantify humor, we need to establish a set of parameters. Let's start with the heart coefficient.
Confused. The what?
The heart coefficient. It measures how empathetic the audience is towards the characters in the joke. The more relatable they are, the higher the coefficient.
Excitedly, oh, I get it. So like, if we make the glasses guy a nerd who's always getting picked on, and the cartoon characters are like, smart and cool or something, then people will feel sorry for him and laugh at his misfortunes.
Impressed. Look at Morty, using science and empathy to craft a quality joke. I'm proud of you, son.
Sarcastically, yeah, Morty's a regular Bill Nye.
The camera pans over to the side of the lab, where we see Duran Duran and Professor Hubert J. Farnsworth from Futurama sitting at a computer terminal, typing away.
Farnsworth, in a thick New York accent, Rick, these simulations are indicating a high likelihood of a temporal rift opening if we continue down this path.
Waves hand dismissively. Don't worry about it, Farnsworth. We'll just patch it up with some duct tape or something.
We cut back to the whiteboard, where Ed Sheeran has suddenly appeared.
Sheeran, in a British accent, hey, can I help out with the joke? I've got a great sense of humor.
Sarcastically, oh sure, Ed Sheeran. Because your songs are so funny, right?
Sheeran, hurt, hey, I'll have you know, I wrote an entire album of comedy songs.
sarcastically. Oh, well then I guess we should just ditch all this scientific research and go with Ed Sheeran's gut feeling.
The camera zooms in on Morty as he holds his head in his hands.
Whispering to himself, just another day in Rick and Morty's wacky universe.
The episode ends with the sound of a massive explosion, followed by an ominous silence.
Title: The Laurentium Borg Expedition.
Scene 1. The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage. Rick receives a signal from a space station that was abandoned for years. He decides to go on a reconnaissance mission, and Morty insists on tagging along.
Morty, turns out that space station we thought was abandoned still has inhabitants. We're going to check it out.
Gee, Rick, that doesn't sound very safe.
Scene 2. They go through the portal and end up on the space station. They find a green light in the middle of the station, and Rick deduces that it's made of Laurentium. Suddenly, the station is boarded by the Borg from Star Trek.
Laurentium? That's a rare element. We must be in the important part of the galaxy. Morty, those are the Borg. Quick, hide.
I don't think hiding is gonna help us much, Rick.
Scene 3. The Borg approach Rick and Morty, who manage to trick them into thinking they're part of the collective. They take them aboard their ship, and Jerry suddenly appears on the planet in the middle of the green light.
What's going on here? Why am I in the middle of the Earth? Scene 4. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty are taken by the Borg Queen, who interrogates them about their knowledge of Laurentium. Rick manages to bluff his way through, and they get away with some Borg technology.
Borg Queen, resistance is futile. Join us.
Join the Borg? I'd rather shave my head, put on a catsuit, and sing, I Will Survive.
Scene 5. Rick, Morty, and Jerry end up on the planet in the middle of the Earth and find out that the green light is a signal for a party. They join the party and get inebriated, while the Borg chase after them. Hey, guys, what's going on? Why are we in the middle of the Earth?
We're at a party, Jerry. Don't worry about it.
Scene 6. The Borg arrive and assimilate some of the partygoers. Rick, Morty, and Jerry manage to escape and get back to the space station. Rick disables the Borg with a device he stole from the Queen, and they go back home.
Morty, that was a close one. Those Borg are a persistent bunch.
Yeah, I don't think I ever want to deal with them again.
Can someone please explain to me what's going on? Title: The Multidimensional Game of Yams. The episode begins with a close-up of a game board depicting a vast, space-themed universe being played by Rick, Morty, and Summer. As they roll the dice, they find themselves transported to different dimensions, encountering various beings along the way.
Ah, the multidimensional game of yams. Theoretically speaking, this game can transport you to different universes with each roll of the die. It's quite fascinating.
Whoa, dude! I feel like we're in ET or something.
Can we just play the game already and stop with the scientific babble?
As they play, they meet Alinity, a mysterious alien who challenges them to a game of yams. The stakes are high, as the winner gets to keep their dimension while the loser is banished to a random universe.
Alinity, I've played this game for eons across countless galaxies. I shall be your most formidable opponent.
Challenge accepted. Let's see what you got.
As they play, they encounter Tick, a giant insectoid creature with a love for board games, and the distracted boyfriend Meme, a strange being whose true form is unknown.
Tick, it's not often I find worthy opponents in these parts. Let's test our skills. Distracted boyfriend Meme. Oh look, a new universe to explore. But first, let's roll the dice.
As the game intensifies, they find themselves in a universe where dice roll backwards and another where everything is upside down. In the end, Rick emerges as the victor, banishing Alinity to a dimension full of gelatinous blobs.
Looks like I win again. Another universe conquered.
What about the yams? I thought that was the point of the game.
Yeah, we don't even know what yams are.
Who cares about yams when you have multiverses to conquer?
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer triumphantly flying through space, leaving behind a trail of chaos and adventure in their wake.
Title: Steroid-Induced Farm Frenzy.
The episode starts with a bird's-eye view of a vast farmland, with a tractor and a car driving down the road. Rick and Morty are in the car, heading towards a secret government facility for their latest mission. However, due to a sudden bout of laziness, Rick decides to take a shortcut and injects them both with steroids to increase their physical abilities.
Rick, what the heck did you inject us with?
Relax, Morty. It's just a little steroids to give us a boost. We'll be in and out of that facility in no time.
As they arrive at the facility, they find it guarded by an army of heavily armed soldiers. With their newfound strength, Rick and Morty easily take out the guards and make their way inside. However, they soon discover that the facility is not what they expected.
Rick, why are there alien test subjects in here?
Looks like the government is experimenting on extraterrestrial life forms. We gotta put a stop to this.
As they try to free the aliens, they accidentally set off a series of alarms, alerting the entire facility. Rick and Morty now find themselves in a frantic chase, dodging gunfire and explosions left and right. But with their enhanced strength and agility, they manage to outmaneuver the guards and escape through a ventilation shaft.
That was too close, Morty. We gotta get out of here before they find us.
Rick, I don't think these steroids are wearing off anytime soon. I feel like I could bench press a truck.
That could be a problem. But hey, at least we got some cool alien tech out of this, right?
As they make their way back to the car, they encounter a group of farm animals, all staring at them ominously. Suddenly, Rick realizes their mistake. The steroids they used were not meant for human consumption, and may have contaminated the animals around the farm.
Morty, we gotta get out of here. We may have just created an army of super strong, intelligent farm animals.
Oh geez, Rick, what have we done?
The episode ends with the duo speeding away from the farm, with a massive horde of buff cows, chickens, and pigs chasing after them.
Rick and steroid-induced farm frenzy, coming to a universe near you.
Title: The Effects of Anabolic Steroids on Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. In this episode, we examine the effects of anabolic steroids on the behavior and physiology of Rick and Morty.
Our initial observation is of a recurring character, a cartoon character with blue hair, glasses, and a green shirt holding a cigarette in his hand, which we identify as Squanchy. Squanchy appears to be engaging in steroid use, and we hypothesize that Rick and Morty may have also experimented with these substances.
Dr. Smith, our first observation is of Squanchy, who appears to be exhibiting signs of steroid use.
Dr. Johnson, that's correct, Dr. Smith. Anabolic steroids have been shown to increase muscle mass and strength, as well as improving athletic performance.
Dr. Lee, however, there are also potential negative side effects, such as mood instability and an increased risk of heart disease.
Dr. Smith, that's right. Now, let's examine the behavior of Rick and Morty. We observe them engaging in physical activity and aggressive behavior.
Dr. Johnson, it appears that they have also been using anabolic steroids.
Dr. Lee, we should be careful not to jump to conclusions, but the evidence does suggest a correlation.
Dr. Smith, indeed, it seems that Rick and Morty are experiencing the benefits of increased strength and athleticism, but may also be experiencing negative mood changes.
Dr. Johnson, this is an important area of research, as the use of anabolic steroids has become increasingly common in athletics and bodybuilding.
Dr. Lee, our findings suggest that more research is needed on the potential negative side effects of steroid use, as well as the broader societal implications of their use.
Dr. Smith, agreed. We will continue to monitor Rick and Morty's behavior and physiology to determine the long-term effects of their steroid use.
Conclusion. In this episode, we have observed the behavior and physiology of Rick and Morty, as well as the potential negative side effects of anabolic steroid use. Our findings highlight the need for further research on the safety and efficacy of these substances.
Title: The Grand Slam of Steroids.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty watching a group of women playing tennis on a court through a portal. As they observe the game, the crowd cheers and the players grunt with each hit, signaling a highly competitive match in progress.
Morty, you see those women out there? They're good, but you know what would make them better?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Steroids?
You're damn right, Morty. But we can't just give them any steroids. We have to make sure they're scientifically designed to maximize their athletic abilities.
As Rick and Morty embark on creating their own performance-enhancing drugs, Beth struggles with her own tennis skills and decides to join a women's league to improve.
I just want to be good at something, you know? Maybe tennis is my calling.
Rick and Morty administer their steroids to the women's league players discreetly, but the side effects start to show during a match.
Player 1. Why are my muscles bulging out of my shirt?
Player 2. I feel like I could lift a car. The crowd cheers on as the match becomes more intense and the players' skills improve dramatically. However, the effects of the steroids start to take a turn for the worse.
It appears we may have miscalculated the dosage. These women are turning into hulking beasts.
Rick, we have to stop this before someone gets hurt.
As the women begin to lose control of their powers, Beth steps in and uses her own natural talent to beat the steroid-enhanced players and win the Grand Slam.
I didn't need steroids to win. I had my own natural abilities, and that's what truly matters.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty cleaning up the mess they made while pondering the ethical implications of performance-enhancing drugs in athletics.
Well, Morty, at least we learned something today. Don't mess with Mother Nature, or she'll mess with you.
Yeah, that's a good lesson, Rick. But can we go back to watching interdimensional cable now?
Title: Quantum Jokes, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Opening shot. A woman in a futuristic outfit with a neon light behind her, Jolene R34, breaks the fourth wall and introduces herself as a quantum meme engineer. She warns the audience that the upcoming episode will be heavily scientific and full of inside jokes.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer join Jolin in her quantum meme lab, where a malfunctioning meme generator threatens to destroy the universe. Rick and Jolin exchange witty banter about the complex physics and quantum mechanics involved, while Morty and Summer try, and fail, to understand. Rick and Jolin's attempts to fix the generator lead to a series of wild tangents and dimensions. They encounter parallel Rick and Mortys who are evil geniuses, but also literally made of cheese.
Morty, why are they made of cheese?
Jolin, because in one of these dimensions, cheese is the fundamental building block of the universe.
Meanwhile, Beth and Summer try to keep up with the adventures, but become increasingly frustrated with the dense scientific jargon.
Beth, can someone please explain to me what on earth is happening?
Rick, can't you see we're trying to save the universe here, Beth? We don't have time to hold your hand through Quantum Physics 101.
Summer, seriously, I don't even know what a quantum meme is. Does anyone?
Jolin, it's like a regular meme, but with multiple meanings that exist simultaneously in different realities.
The group eventually succeeds in fixing the meme generator, but not before Rick and Jolin engage in a ridiculous pun-off competition that leaves Morty and Summer groaning and Beth rolling her eyes.
Rick, you know what they say about quantum entanglement and puns, Jolin. They're both groan-inducing, but you just can't resist them.
Jolin, Rick, how do you always know how to push my quantum buttons?
The episode ends with Jolin R34 and Rick breaking the fourth wall once again, thanking the audience for joining in on their quantum jokes and promising that there are more hilarious adventures to come.
Title: The Interdimensional Escapades of Jolin Cujo.
Title: The Quantum Hilarity of Drake the Robot. The episode kicks off with Rick attempting to design a new quantum interdimensional portal, which accidentally sucks in a robotic device with a computer on its head. The group quickly realizes that the robot, now named Drake, has a unique communication method, using scientific formulas and theories to converse with humans. Rick is fascinated by Drake's advanced programming and decides to take him on a road trip to explore the universe. Morty, Summer, and Beth join them along the way, while Jerry decides to stay behind and work on perfecting his Mr. Meeseeks impression. As they travel through different dimensions, they encounter various scientific anomalies like black holes that sing, universes made entirely of chocolate, and planets that are sentient. Drake's scientific mind is constantly analyzing these phenomena, spewing out long-winded explanations to the group. At one point, they come across a tunnel marked with a neon light that reads DX, with a sign above it that says, Drake, Robot Road Trip. They jump at the chance to explore and end up in a Mad Max-style post-apocalyptic world filled with mutant creatures and crazy vehicles. Drake's advanced technology proves useful in escaping the dangerous creatures, and they make it back to their own dimension. As they exit the portal, Drake accidentally crashes into Jerry's Meeseeks box, causing an army of Meeseeks to appear and wreak havoc on the house. In the chaos, Rick manages to send Drake back to his own dimension safely. The group, exhausted from the crazy adventures, collapses on the couch, and Morty turns to Rick and says, "I'm never going on a road trip with a robot again." To which Rick simply shrugs and replies, "You say that now, Morty, but who knows what kind of weird S*T we'll get into next time."
Title: Quantum Paradox and the Rule 34 Anomaly.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the lab, observing the quantum anomalies in the universe. Suddenly, a woman holding a futuristic gun appears with neon lights behind her and a neon background behind her.
Morty, it appears we have a visitor, and she seems to be from a parallel universe.
Oh geez, Rick, do you think she's dangerous?
I don't know, Morty, but let's find out.
The woman introduces herself as Jolin Cujo, a quantum physicist from a parallel universe where the Rule 34 anomaly has disrupted the laws of physics.
Jolin, in my universe, the Rule 34 phenomenon has created a gravitational pull so strong that it's collapsing the fabric of space-time.
Holy shit, Morty, we gotta help her fix this before it affects our universe.
But Rick, what's the Rule 34 anomaly?
It's a scientific paradox, Morty. When Rule 34 material is created, it simultaneously creates an anti-Rule 34 material which tries to reverse its effects. It's like particle and antiparticle.
Jolin, but the anti-Rule 34 material creates a paradox. It nullifies the Rule 34 material, and both ceases to exist, creating a vacuum effect which collapses the fabric of space-time.
Well, I'm not sure how we're going to fix this, but I've got an idea.
The trio then embarks on a wild, crazy, and hilarious adventure throughout parallel universes where they encounter incredibly bizarre versions of Rule 34 and Anti-Rule 34.
Oh, geez, this is too much for me.
Eventually, they come across a parallel universe where Rule 34 and Anti-Rule 34 have reached equilibrium, creating a stable fabric of space-time. They somehow harness this effect and return to Jolin's universe, successfully stabilizing their space-time fabric.
There you go, Jolin. Quantum paradox solved.
Jolin, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you guys.
I still don't know what Rule 34 is, Rick.
Don't worry about it, Morty. Let's get out of here.
The episode ends with Jolin returning to her own dimension, and Rick and Morty high-fiving each other on another successful adventure.
Title: The JoJo Jamboree, a scientific study of reality-bending swordsmen.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Beth are lounging around the living room when they suddenly find themselves transported to a bizarre anime world. They find themselves surrounded by a group of sword-wielding heroes, who they identify as the characters from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Ah, geez, Morty, we've landed ourselves in yet another wacky world. Better strap in for the ride.
I don't know about this, guys. This world seems a bit too intense for my taste.
As they navigate through the JoJo universe, they encounter various strange phenomena, including time-bending powers and towering stone figures coming to life. Rick, being the scientific genius he is, decides to conduct a study on the reality-bending powers of the JoJo characters.
Alright, Morty, we're going to need to collect some data for this study. Make sure you take accurate notes.
Oh, sure thing, Rick. But I don't really know how to study time-bending powers.
No worries, Morty. We'll just need to provoke them into using their powers and observe the effects.
As they continue their study, they encounter various JoJo villains, including a vampire who can control people's minds. The group realizes that they must use their own wits and strength to outsmart the villains and make it back to their own universe.
I may not know much about analyzing reality-bending powers, but I sure know how to swing a sword.
That's the spirit, Beth. Let's show these JoJo characters who's boss.
In the end, the group is able to defeat the villains and make it back to their own universe. Rick compiles his research and presents it at a scientific conference, where he receives a standing ovation from his peers.
Well, that was quite the adventure. Who knows where we'll end up next?
Please, let's just stick to our own universe for a while.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I could get used to slicing up vampires and stopping time.
The episode ends with the trio sitting in the living room, contemplating their next interdimensional adventure.
Title: The Grand Unifying Baseball Game Field Theory.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with a mysterious device. Rick explains that he's invented a device that can unify all baseball fields in the multiverse into one giant baseball game.
I call it the Grand Unifying Baseball Game Field Theory, Morty. With this, we can bring all the baseballs, all the teams, and all the fans together for an ultimate showdown.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds intense. But how are we going to convince everyone to play in the same field?
That's where your mom comes in. Beth is a persuasion expert, and she'll convince every team to join forces on the field.
Cue to the green field surrounded by mountains and trees, with a setup for the ultimate baseball game. Beth is seen convincing all the different baseball teams to join forces on the field. As the teams and fans start pouring in, Rick activates his device, and the multiverse collides, bringing all the baseball teams together on one field.
Wow, it worked. I can't believe all these teams are playing together.
Well, that's the power of science, Beth. Anything is possible with a little bit of technology.
As the game starts, chaos ensues. Different universes collide, and players from different teams find themselves playing against their alternate selves. A player with a big fat PP appears on the field, shocking everyone.
Holy crap, Rick! What is happening?
Just a little side effect of unifying the multiverse, Morty. Don't worry, it's all good.
As the game progresses, Rick's device starts to malfunction, causing the field to break apart, and players are sucked into different universes. Morty and Rick are left stranded in the middle of the chaos.
Damn it, Morty. I need to fix this before we're trapped in a universe full of buttered croissants. We need to get back to our timeline.
But how, Rick?
Simple, Morty. We just need to use my shrink ray to make ourselves small enough to enter the device and fix it from the inside.
Whoa, that's crazy. But where's the shrink ray?
I don't know, Morty. I lost it somewhere on the field. Oh, wait, there it is, lodged in that player's big fat PP.
No way, Rick. We can't go in there.
Don't think, Morty. Just suck it up and go.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty entering the shrink ray, entering the device, and fixing it from the inside, saving the multiverse from destruction.
Well, that was fun, Morty. We saved the multiverse and had one hell of a baseball game.
I don't think my mind can handle any more science, Rick.
Aw, you ain't seen nothing yet, Morty. We're just getting started.
Title: The Quarian Tummy Tuck Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty stranded in a futuristic space station with a malfunctioning robot in the foreground. As Rick tries to fix the robot, Morty notices a man in the background. The man introduces himself as Dr. Quarian and explains that he specializes in advanced plastic surgery procedures. Dr. Quarian proposes an experimental procedure to Rick and Morty, a revolutionary tummy tuck that promises to turn their flabby bellies into rock-hard abs. Intrigued, the duo agrees to undergo the procedure. As Dr. Quarian prepares for the surgery, Rick and Morty take a dip in the space station pool to relax. However, they soon realize that the pool is filled with Quarian's latest experiment, genetically enhanced swimming Quarians from the Mass Effect universe.
Oh great, now we're swimming with the fishes and the aliens.
I don't think they're fish, Rick. They're Quarians.
Whatever, Morty, just don't splash around too much. We don't want to ruin this tummy tuck.
As Rick and Morty swim with the Quarians, they notice something strange. The Quarians are exhibiting Mickey Mouse-like behavior.
Rick, why are the Quarians talking like they're in a Disney cartoon?
Looks like Dr. Quarian got a little carried away with the gene splicing. Let's get out of here before we end up in a musical number.
Returning from the pool, Rick and Morty find out that the tummy tuck experiment has gone horribly wrong. Instead of rock-hard abs, they now have rock-hard tummies, making them immobile.
What did you guys do to yourselves this time?
Long story short, we got a bad tummy tuck.
But hey, at least we look good lying down.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty are stuck with their immobile tummies while Dr. Quarian tries to reverse the effects of his experiment.
This is why you should never trust a plastic surgeon in a space station.
Can we get some pizza in here or something? I'm starving.
The credits roll as the Mickey Mouse-like Quarians continue to sing and dance in the background.
Title: Analyzing the Ethological Behavior of a Turkish Angora as a PR Tool in Ethiopia, a Groot-inspired study.
Introduction. This research study explores the potential impact of using a Turkish Angora cat, equipped with a camera and camera strap, in public relations (PR) efforts in Ethiopia. The inspiration for this experiment came from the fictional character, Groot, in the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise, who similarly uses a camera to capture memories and experiences.
Setting. The experiment is conducted in a controlled environment, with a green screen as the backdrop, to allow for ease in analyzing the cat's movements and behavior.
Methodology. The Turkish Angora cat is chosen for this experiment due to its characteristic intelligence, curious nature, and sociable temperament, which are beneficial traits for PR purposes. The cat is equipped with a camera and camera strap around its neck, allowing it to capture footage and images from its unique perspective.
Results. Analysis of the footage and images reveals that the cat prominently features its own body language and facial expressions, indicating a certain level of self-awareness. The cat also exhibits a high level of adaptability to its surroundings, with its movements and behavior adjusting to changes in environment and stimuli. Furthermore, the cat's presence and playful nature increase engagement and positive reception from individuals in the PR setting.
Discussion. The utilization of animals in PR efforts is not a new concept, but this study highlights the importance of carefully selecting a suitable animal and equipping it with the necessary tools to enhance its effectiveness. The Turkish Angora cat's natural characteristics make it a viable option for PR purposes, and the use of a camera to capture its perspective adds a unique and engaging element to the campaign.
Conclusion. The results of this study suggest that the incorporation of a Turkish Angora cat, equipped with a camera, could be a valuable addition to PR strategies in Ethiopia, as well as other cultural settings. Further research is needed to analyze the potential impact on a larger scale and with different animal species.
Professor Smith. This study presents a fascinating exploration of the potential usage of animals in PR campaigns, and the importance of considering the species' natural behavior and temperament. The addition of a camera to capture images and footage from the animal's perspective is an innovative approach that could increase engagement and reception from target audiences. Furthermore, the careful selection of a Turkish Angora cat for this study highlights the importance of understanding and utilizing a species' unique characteristics to increase effectiveness in PR campaigns.
Title: The Scientific Absurdity of Medieval Madness. Episode description: in an attempt to find a cure for boredom, Rick and Morty find themselves traveling through a portal to a medieval world. Once there, they stumble upon a group of scientists who have been experimenting with a potion that they claim can cure any ailment. But as Rick and Morty soon discover, the potion has some rather unexpected side effects.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty step out of a portal and find themselves in a lush forest with a castle in the distance. They approach a nearby peasant who is working in the fields.
Morty, we're in a medieval world. This should be interesting. Peasant. Halt. Who goes there?
Oh, hi. We're just travelers. We're looking for some fun.
Peasant. Fun? In these dark times? Yeah, we're from another dimension. We like to explore different worlds and find some adventure. Peasant. Well, there's not much adventure to be had around here. But you may want to check out the laboratory up the hill. They've been working on a potion that they say can cure anything. Anything, huh? Sounds like a challenge.
I don't know, Rick. Do we really need a cure for anything?
Don't be a chicken, Morty. Let's go check it out.
As they walk up the hill, Rick and Morty see a poster of a man and woman in medieval dress sitting in a windowsill with a forest in the background and are intrigued.
Scene 2. The Laboratory.
The laboratory is an old stone building with bubbling cauldrons and strange contraptions. The scientists are busy mixing potions and conducting experiments.
Scientist 1. Welcome, travelers. What brings you to our humble abode?
We heard you have a potion that can cure anything. We'd like to see it.
Scientist 2. Yes, the universal cure. It's still in development, but we've had some promising results.
What kind of results?
Scientist 1. Why don't you try it for yourself? We need some test subjects.
Well, we're not ones to back down from a challenge. Let's give it a go.
The scientists pour a small amount of the potion into 2 glasses and hand them to Rick and Morty.
Scientist 2. Drink up.
Scene 3. The side effects.
As soon as Rick and Morty drink the potion, they start to feel a strange sensation in their bodies. They begin to hallucinate and become delirious.
Morty, I think this potion might have some unexpected side effects.
I'm seeing rainbows and unicorns, Rick. This is crazy.
Scientist 1. Oh dear. It appears we may have mixed a few too many ingredients. This potion may have some unwanted side effects.
As Rick and Morty continue to experience bizarre hallucinations, the scientists start to panic.
Scientist 2. We need to find a way to reverse the effects of the potion.
Scene 4. The comedy monologues.
In the midst of their hallucinations, Rick and Morty perform stand-up comedy routines that are both hilarious and nonsensical.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side of the portal, Morty.
I got one, Rick. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the ketchup bottle.
Oh, Morty, that's a classic one. Here's one for you. Why did the scientist cross the road? To mix some potions on the other side.
That's a good one, Rick. You're one funny dude.
As they continue to crack jokes, the scientists desperately try to come up with a cure for the potion's effects.
Scientist 1. I think I've got it. If we mix this plant extract with some boiled water and add a pinch of salt, it should neutralize the potion.
Scene 5. The cure.
The scientists quickly mix up the antidote and give it to Rick and Morty. Within minutes, their hallucinations stop and they return to normal.
Well, that was a trip, Morty. Literally. But it looks like we're back to reality.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be drinking any more potions anytime soon.
Scientist 2. We're so sorry about the side effects. We were just trying to create a cure for the world's ailments.
Hey, no worries. We had fun, and we can always use a good laugh.
Yeah, Rick. That was one crazy adventure.
As Rick and Morty prepare to leave the medieval world, they can't help but wonder what other strange potions and adventures await them in the multiverse. Insane. Rick and Morty jump back into the portal. As they disappear, the camera zooms in on the poster of the man and woman in medieval dress sitting in a windowsill with a forest in the background, as if it holds a special meaning. However, the meaning remains unknown.
Title: The Scientific Conundrum of the Red Roof Steakhouse.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry and Summer stumble upon a steakhouse with a red roof, which seems to emit strange, unknown radiation. Rick's curiosity is immediately piqued by this scientific conundrum, and he decides to investigate the phenomenon.
Act 1.
Scene 1.
Morty, we need to investigate that steakhouse with the red roof. It may hold the key to interdimensional travel.
Are you serious, Rick? It's just a steakhouse.
Just a steakhouse? Morty, it's emitting radiation that's never been identified before.
Scene 2. What's going on, guys? Why are we here?
Yeah, this place looks like a dump.
This is no dump, Summer. This steakhouse is emitting a strange radiation that could hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. Or at least make a decent steak.
Act 2.
Scene 1. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer enter the steakhouse.
This is strange. The radiation seems to be coming from the paint on the walls.
What does that mean, Rick?
It means that we need to take a sample of the paint and analyze it in my laboratory.
Scene 2. The group takes a sample of the paint and returns to Rick's laboratory.
Alright, let's analyze this paint and see what we're dealing with.
What are you hoping to find, Rick?
I'm hoping to find the key to interdimensional travel, Summer, or at least the recipe for a good steak.
Scene 3. After analyzing the paint, Rick discovers that it contains a rare element that can only be found in a distant galaxy.
This is amazing. We have to go to that galaxy and retrieve more of this element.
Rick? I don't think that's a good idea.
Nonsense. This is science, Jerry. We must follow the scientific method, even if it means risking our lives for a good steak.
Act 3.
Scene 1. The group travels to the distant galaxy and locates the element. However, they are met with hostile alien creatures who do not want them to take the element.
Rick, we should get out of here. These aliens are not friendly.
Poppycock, Morty, we're scientists. We can handle anything.
Scene 2. The group engages in a battle against the alien creatures, using their scientific skills to defeat them and retrieve the element. That was intense. Can we go home now?
Not yet, Jerry. We still have to make that steak.
Scene 3. Upon returning to Earth, Rick uses the element to create the perfect steak. The group enjoys the steak, which is so delicious that it causes them to have an existential crisis.
What is life, anyway?
Is this steak really worth risking our lives for?
I don't even know who I am anymore.
That's the scientific method at work, folks. Always pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovering new ways to question our existence.
Scene 4. Epilogue.
The group leaves the steakhouse, pondering the deep questions that their scientific adventure has raised. Rick turns to Morty and says,
You know, Morty, there's a lot we don't know about the universe. But one thing is certain. With science, anything is possible. And also, never underestimate the power of a good steak.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Confectionery Heist.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the Smith family kitchen, surrounded by a multitude of trays of food. The lights above them flicker ominously as Rick surveys the selection of baked goods.
Morty, my boy, I have an idea that's simply scientific perfection. We're going to steal from the bakery down the street.
What? But that's illegal, Rick. Plus, they have cybersecurity and alarms and stuff.
Nonsense, Morty. I happen to know the cybersecurity analyst who designed their system, and I've got a plan.
Cut to scene of Rick and Morty outside the bakery, with Rick tinkering with some device that Morty can't quite comprehend.
Rick, what are you doing with that thingamajig?
Just modifying their security system to not detect us. Trust me, it's 100% scientifically sound.
As they enter the bakery, they find that it's surprisingly quiet and empty. Suddenly, a group of armed robbers burst in, led by renowned evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins.
Well, this is all just scientifically crazy. But I'm not going down without a fight.
And with that, Rick launches himself at the robbers, all while Morty tries to convince Richard Dawkins to see the error of his ways and embrace the wonder of science. Chaos ensues as cake flies and devices beep, with Morty eventually convincing Dawkins to abandon his life of crime and pursue a career in scientific research.
Well, that was a wild ride. But at least we have enough cake to last us a while.
Oh, Rick, I don't think this cake is edible. It's made entirely out of lab equipment.
Hey, beggars can't be choosers, Morty. Let's get out of here before those robbers come back.
As they exit the bakery, they're surrounded by police cars, sirens blaring. Morty looks at Rick nervously, wondering how they'll get out of this one.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got one more scientific trick up my sleeve.
And with that, Rick pulls out yet another device, pressing a button and transporting them both out of harm's way. The episode ends with Rick and Morty safe, but covered in cake and debris, as they look at each other, sighing in relief.
Well, Morty, I'd say that was one scientific escapade we won't soon forget.
Yeah, but I think I prefer it when things are a little less insane.
You say that now, Morty. But just wait until our next adventure.
Title: Rhino Mendes Paradox.
Opening shot shows a police officer standing next to a rhino statue in a park, with another rhino statue behind him and a third rhino statue behind it.
Officer, this is Officer Johnson reporting in. I'm currently standing in the midst of a rhino paradox. It appears we have 3 identical rhino statues, but I only remember there being one.
Cut to the Smith family watching the news broadcast.
Morty, this is a textbook example of quantum entanglement in the macro world. The rhinos are in a superposition of 3 states, each representing a possible location.
Wow, Rick. So, how do we fix it?
We don't. We just wait for the universe to collapse and start over. Or, we could bring in a celebrity to add some chaos to the mix.
Cut to Shawn Mendes walking into the park.
Shawn Mendes! Hey, guys! What's up?
Mr. Mendes, we have a physics problem that only you can solve.
Wait, what?
Morty, keep up. We need someone with a voice that's powerful enough to break the rhinos out of their superposition.
Shawn Mendes! Okay, I'm down. What do I have to do?
Sing. Sing like the fate of the universe depends on it.
Cut to Shawn Mendes belting out a tune as the rhino statues shake and start to fade away.
Officer Johnson, what the hell is happening? The rhinos are disappearing.
Cut to the Smith family staring in awe. It was beautiful.
See, Morty, science and show business, truly a winning combination.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. Just enjoy the ride.
Fade to black.
Title: The Quantum Harmonic Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are drawn into a multi-dimensional puzzle when they come across a square-shaped picture with a green and black pattern on its surface and a white circle in the middle. The picture appears to be linked to a strange reputation-shattering scandal involving the esteemed Francis Crick Institute.
Act 1.
Morty, this picture has the same harmonic frequency as a ghost in a haunted karaoke contest.
What does that even mean, Rick?
I don't know, but I'm not going anywhere near that thing.
I have a reputation to uphold.
Jerry, your reputation is a joke.
Hey, guys, check it out. The picture's causing some weird quantum entanglement.
Act 2.
The group finds themselves transported to a strange, eerie realm where they encounter a ghostly apparition of Marie Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond and an inexplicably sweaty Denzel Washington. They soon realize that the only way out is to solve the puzzle and restore the Crick Institute's good name.
Act 3.
I've got it. The picture's a portal to a sauna on another plane of existence. All we need to do is find the key to unlock it.
What key, Rick?
Maybe it's some kind of biometric scanner?
Or maybe we just need to sing a really catchy song.
Guys, I don't think any of those things are even remotely helpful.
Act 4.
After a musical interlude that involves a bizarre rendition of I Will Survive and some questionable dance moves, the group finally manages to unlock the portal and escape the strange realm. They return to the Crick Institute and reveal that the entire scandal was a ruse orchestrated by a rogue scientist who had been experimenting with dangerous quantum harmonics.
Well, that was a fun little excursion. Who's up for round 2?
Oh, I'm good, Rick. I think I need some time to process everything that just happened.
Yeah, count me out too.
I have a reputation to rebuild.
Jerry, your reputation is still a joke.
Can we just go home now?
Title: Equus Scientiae.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty go on a scientific adventure involving horses and sci-fi building model kits which leads them to Thailand.
Act 1. Rick and Morty are tinkering with a new invention when a group of horses running across a field catch their attention. Rick decides to investigate the horses using a newly developed technology that lets him communicate with animals.
Morty, saddle up. We're going to communicate with these horses and find out what they're up to.
I don't know, Rick. It seems like a pretty pointless venture.
Act 2. Through their communication with the horses, Rick and Morty learn that they have a mission to protect a building that contains sci-fi model kits. The horses believe that this building holds the key to their survival.
Morty, we've got to help these horses protect that building. Who knows what kind of cool sci-fi model kits they've got in there?
I'm not so sure about this, Rick. I mean, what could possibly be in there that's so important?
Act 3. Rick and Morty successfully aid the horses in protecting the building from a group of bandits. While exploring the building, they discover a portal that transports them to Thailand.
Morty, we need to explore this new location. Who knows what kind of scientific discoveries we'll make?
I don't know, Rick. This whole situation seems pretty sketchy to me.
Act 4. In Thailand, Rick and Morty stumble upon an underground laboratory where they make a scientific breakthrough that could change the world.
Morty, we've discovered something beyond our wildest dreams. We need to keep this top secret and keep working on it until it's perfected.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea. We shouldn't be messing with stuff like this.
Act 5. After accidentally causing a series of hilarious and catastrophic events, Rick and Morty finally make their way back to their own dimension, narrowly escaping the Thai government and a group of powerful Simpsons characters who were hot on their trail.
Morty, we always seem to find ourselves in these types of situations, but at the end of the day, the scientific discoveries we make are worth it.
I'm not so sure about that, Rick. I think I need a break from all of this.
Title: The Quantum Leap of Bojangles' Silverhawks Mystery.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves on a wild cosmic journey through multiverses and alternate dimensions as they chase a mysterious poster featuring a man and a woman with a gorilla and gorilla man adorned with a gorilla face. Along the way, they encounter strange entities such as the Bojangles Silverhawks, the mysterious shadow people, and a sentient slice of pizza.
Act 1.
Alright, Morty, we need to find out what this poster is all about.
Geez, Rick, it just looks like some weird art to me.
Entering. Hey guys, what's going on?
Jerry, we need your help. We're chasing a quantum anomaly through the multiverse.
Skeptical. Sure. What do I do?
Rolling his eyes. Just come with us, Jerry.
Act 2.
The trio finds themselves on an intergalactic space station.
Alright, everyone keep your eyes peeled for any signs of the poster.
Noticing a group of strange beings. Rick, what about them?
Examining the beings, those are Bojangles Silverhawks. They're known for their abilities to manipulate the molecular structure of objects.
Confused. What does that have to do with the poster?
Smirking. Nothing. I just wanted to flex my scientific knowledge.
Act 3.
The group now finds themselves in a dark and ominous dimension.
Okay, now things are getting weird.
Nervously, what the hell is that shadow looming over us?
Excitedly. Those are the mysterious shadow people. They're a rare species that only appears in the darkest of dimensions.
Panicky, can we please just get out of here?
Act 4.
The group finally finds the poster and decides to take it down. Relieved, thank God, we can finally go home. The poster suddenly comes to life, revealing the gorilla and gorilla man.
Whoa, it's a quantum entanglement of two beings in one form.
Skeptical. What does that even mean?
Smugly, it means I'm the smartest man in the universe.
The sentient slice of pizza suddenly attacks them. Panic-stricken. What the hell is that?
Rationalizing, it's a slice of pizza that's come to life due to the quantum fluctuations caused by the poster.
Act 5.
The group finally manages to defeat the slice of pizza and return home. Breathless, I never want to do that again.
Agreeing. Yeah, I'm good with just watching TV at home.
Impressed. Well, boys, it looks like we've solved another quantum mystery.
Skeptical. I don't even know what that means.
Exhausted. Can we please just go to bed now?
Laughing. Sure thing, Morty. Just remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold, buy.
Title: The Interactions of Sci-Fi Imagery and Celebrities with Tellurium, Berkelium, and Kryn in a Robot Love Island setting, analyzed through a college humor lens.
The episode begins with a close-up shot of a blue and white poster featuring a clock on its side, set against a backdrop of various sci-fi images. Through a voiceover from our host, we are informed that this poster is emblematic of the theme of the episode: outer space, science fiction, and popular culture.
Host: The poster's depiction of a clock on its side suggests a sense of temporal distortion, consistent with some popular sci-fi narratives. This prompts us to consider not only the impact of science fiction on popular culture, but also the way culture responds to science fiction.
As the episode progresses, we see the cast of celebrity guests interact with each other in the Robot Love Island setting, where discussions of Tellurium, Berkelium, and Kryn take center stage. The hosts and guests use scientific jargon to describe their interactions, which the viewers are left to interpret for themselves.
Emma Stone: I find Berkelium to be a fascinating element, with its unique chemical properties able to bond with a range of other elements. Like the relationships we've formed in this competition, it's incredibly versatile.
John Krasinski: Speaking of versatility, I've been reading up on Kryn from Star Trek, and it amazes me how this fictional planet can be used as a metaphor for so many different things.
As the episode progresses, we see the guests engage in various challenges, such as awkward celebrity encounters and quizzes on chemical elements. Throughout it all, the College Humor hosts provide commentary on the proceedings and inject humor into what would otherwise be a more serious analysis.
Host, it's clear that the presence of sci-fi imagery and concepts is just as much a part of our cultural landscape as the famous faces on this show. From Star Trek to Robot Love Island, these themes have become a sort of shorthand for how we make sense of the world.
Ultimately, the episode concludes with the contestants each giving a final analysis of their experiences on the show, reflecting on the interactions between science fiction, popular culture, and the elements themselves.
Scarlett Johansson. What stuck with me most was our conversations about tellurium. It made me realize how important scientific discoveries and advancements are, and how they shape our society and our shared imaginations.
Overall, this episode offers a unique take on both the merging of science fiction with popular culture and how chemistry plays a role in various aspects of our culture. It provides an intersectional approach to understanding the complexities of science and culture and their interdependence on each other.
Title: The Ultra Hot Ninja Cook-Off.
Scientific description. In this episodic occurrence of Rick and Morty, our intrepid universe-hopping duo find themselves in a parallel dimension where cooking has been raised to a level beyond human comprehension. Beth, Summer, and Rick engage in the most intense culinary competition this dimension has ever seen, with a man in a red costume standing near a pot of chili peppers and a large metal pot with a red lid.
Scene 1.
Okay, Morty, listen up. We're in a dimension where food is the ultimate weapon, and right now we're going up against some serious competition. So stay away from those spicy peppers over there.
Why? What's wrong with them?
What's wrong with them? These peppers have been genetically enhanced to the point where just one will make you see stars.
Scene 2.
Okay, Summer, we've got this. We are going to win this competition and show everyone that we are the ultimate culinary family.
Yeah, but Mom, what if we lose?
We're not going to lose, Summer. We're going to kick some culinary ass.
Scene 3.
Random character on TV. Welcome everyone to the Ultra Hot Ninja Cook-Off. We have a special guest judge today, the legendary chef Gordon Ramsay.
Oh no, not that guy.
Who is he?
He's a chef from our dimension who yells at people for not cooking their food correctly. Just ignore him.
Scene 4.
Beth, Summer, and Rick are frantically cooking in their stations, while the man in the red costume is chopping up some kind of meat that Morty doesn't recognize.
Red costume man, ha ha ha, you are nothing in terms of culinary experience. I am going to win this competition by a landslide.
Rick, who is that guy?
Oh him? He's just the local villain who thinks he's the best cook in the universe. Don't worry about him.
Scene 5.
Beth, Summer, and Rick all present their dishes to the judges.
Gordon Ramsay. What is this rubbish? This is not even good enough for a dog's dinner.
Oh come on, this guy again?
That's not very nice.
Gordon Ramsay. Who cooked this? It's an absolute nightmare.
Beth, Summer, and Rick look at each other nervously.
Scene 6.
The red costumed man presents his dish to the judges.
Red costume man, this is my signature dish. I call it the ultimate red hot chili pepper stir fry.
The judges take a bite, and suddenly their eyes widen in shock.
Judge 1, this is incredible. It's the spiciest thing I've ever tasted, but it's also so delicious.
Judge 2, I can feel the heat emanating from my tongue, but it's so worth it.
Gordon Ramsay. Alright, that's it. This guy is the winner of the Ultra Hot Ninja Cook-Off. No one can top this.
Scene 7.
Beth, Summer, and Rick look dejected at losing the competition.
We lost.
I can't believe it.
Hey, don't worry about it. There are plenty of other dimensions out there for us to conquer.
But that guy was really good.
Sure, he's good at making spicy food. But can he make a portal gun out of spare parts?
The family looks at each other and smirks.
Scene 8.
The family walks away from the competition, with Rick holding up a cartoonishly large trophy.
Alright, let's go find the next dimension to conquer.
Yeah, but first let's grab some ice cream.
And maybe something to soothe our scorched taste buds.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
The family walks off into the sunset, with Rick muttering something about needing to find a dimension with more pizza joints.
Title: The Quantum Unicorn Reality Show Catastrophe.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and their friends from the Quantum Council of Mythical Beings, a man and woman with weird glasses on their faces and a man with weird hair and glasses on his face, decide to create a reality TV show featuring unicorns from a parallel universe.
Act 1.
Hey, Morty, check out this new portal technology I invented to access parallel universes. Let's grab some unicorns and start a new reality show to rival the Kardashians.
I don't know, Rick. Unicorns can be unpredictable, and we're not exactly reality TV experts.
Quantum Man, fear not, Rick and Morty. We from the Quantum Council of Mythical Beings can advise you on how to handle these majestic creatures.
Act 2.
As soon as the unicorns arrive, the show turns into chaos. Cameron Diaz and Elton John guest star as judges, but the unicorns prove to be uncontrollable, trampling over the set and breaking equipment.
Cameron Diaz. These creatures are out of control. I thought I had seen everything, but this is a new low.
Elton John, I concur. If this is what reality TV has come to, count me out.
Act 3.
The situation intensifies as the unicorns start to break through the portal and into Rick and Morty's dimension. The Quantum Council must act quickly to prevent a catastrophic event.
Quantum Woman. The unicorns are disrupting the quantum balance of the universes. We must stop them before it's too late.
I have an idea. Morty, do you still have that giant roll of duct tape?
Yeah, why?
Act 4.
Rick and Morty succeed in taping up the unicorns' horns to prevent them from breaking through the portal. The Quantum Council work together to send the unicorns back to their own universe.
Quantum Man, well done, Rick and Morty. You may have given us a scare, but you managed to save the day.
I never want to see another unicorn again.
Ah, come on, Morty. There are still plenty of parallel universes to explore. Who knows what we'll find next?
And credits.
As the credits roll, we see clips of Rick and Morty's adventures in various parallel universes, including one where they meet a unicorn who wears a top hat and monocle and speaks with a British accent. The University of Science and Technology of China logo flies by.
Title: The Cursed Book of Broccoli and Sonic Drive-In.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, where Rick has just discovered a new book with broccoli and other vegetables on its cover. Intrigued, he explains to Morty that this could be a new scientific breakthrough, a book that contains the secret to unlocking the power of vegetables and improving human health. Morty is skeptical, but Rick insists on investigating the book.
Rick, Morty, this is it, the holy grail of vegetable science. We must unlock its secrets.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. Vegetables kinda suck.
Rick, silence Morty. You know nothing of the power of the cruciferous.
They open the book and find a strange object inside, a bookmark with strange markings. Rick quickly realizes that this is no ordinary bookmark, but a cursed artifact that must have been placed there by some evil force. He warns Morty that they must be cautious when handling the book.
Rick, Morty, we're dealing with forces beyond our comprehension here. We must be careful. This could be the deadliest foe we've ever faced.
Morty, oh, you sure it's not just a bookmark, Rick?
Rick, of course I'm sure, Morty. I have a PhD in Chrysology. I know these things.
Suddenly, the bookmark begins to glow and a portal opens up, sucking Rick and Morty into a strange dimension. They find themselves at a Sonic drive-in, surrounded by greasy burgers and milkshakes.
Morty, what the hell, Rick? How did we end up at a fast food place?
Rick, it's the cursed book, Morty. It's taking us on a ride through dimensions we've never seen before.
As they try to figure out what's going on, they are approached by a group of oysters wearing bow ties and top hats. The oysters introduce themselves as the Oysters Rockefeller, a powerful and wealthy secret society that controls the world's food supply.
Rick, oh, great. We're dealing with Illuminati oysters now. This is just what we needed.
The oysters offer to help Rick and Morty get back to their own dimension, but in exchange they must do their bidding, which involves stealing a rare spice from a rival food gang. Rick and Morty reluctantly agree and find themselves in the middle of a dangerous food war.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. This is getting pretty intense. Can't we just go home?
Rick, no way, Morty. We have a mission to complete. Plus, I don't want to anger the oyster overlords. They have the power to make or break a meal, Morty.
The rest of the episode involves Rick and Morty battling it out with rival food gangs, using their wits and scientific genius to come out on top. Along the way, they discover the true power of vegetables and the impact they can have on the world.
Rick, Morty, I've learned something today. Vegetables aren't just good for you, they're the key to unlocking true power. With the right combination of broccoli and spice, we could rule the world.
Morty, oh, I don't know about that, Rick. Sounds kinda crazy.
Rick, crazy? Morty, I'm a scientist. I don't do crazy, I do groundbreaking research.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty back in the garage, the cursed book safely secured. Rick is already planning his next vegetable-based experiment, while Morty regrets ever doubting the power of broccoli.
Title: The Chromatic Conundrum.
Introduction.
Rick and Morty are lounging in the living room until Summer interrupts them with a strange artifact, a book with a pink pen, scissors, and a tube of toothpaste on it. Suddenly, the room is filled with strange music and the three find themselves transported to a strange laboratory.
Act 1.
Rick quickly deduces that they are in a secret laboratory dedicated to the study of copernicium, the rarest element on the periodic table. They are greeted by Dr. Kripke, a brilliant scientist who has been working on a way to harness copernicium's unique properties for weaponry.
Dr. Kripke, greetings, esteemed visitors. As you can see, my team and I have been studying the fascinating properties of copernicium and have developed a way to weaponize it. But we need your help to retrieve the final ingredient, the pink toothpaste.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty accept the challenge and embark on a wild journey across dimensions, encountering all sorts of strange creatures and dodging dangerous obstacles. Along the way, they meet a curious alien who insists on joining their mission.
Alien, greetings, fellow travelers. I have traveled far and wide in pursuit of knowledge and adventure. It is my deepest desire to join you on your quest for copernicium.
Act 3.
Finally, they reach the location of the pink toothpaste, a hidden laboratory guarded by an army of robotic toothbrushes. Rick and Morty use their wits and the strange music that has been following them to defeat the toothbrushes and retrieve the toothpaste.
Rick, now that we have the final ingredient, let's see what kind of weapon this Dr. Kripke has in mind.
Act 4.
Back in the lab, Dr. Kripke reveals his ultimate creation, a giant robot powered by copernicium that can shoot lasers from its eyes and has the strength to bend steel. Rick and Morty are impressed, but a sudden twist reveals that the robot has a sinister agenda.
Morty, wait a minute. This robot is going to destroy the world. We have to stop it.
Act 5.
A chaotic battle ensues as Rick, Morty, Summer, and the alien team up to defeat the robot and save the world. They use the music and copernicium to create a giant energy blast that destroys the robot and returns them to the living room.
Summer, that was insane. I can't believe we just saved the world with toothpaste and music.
Rick, hey, it's all in a day's work for a scientist.
Conclusion.
The three relax and try to process the wild adventure they just had, but the artifact from the beginning of the episode continues to emit strange music and hums ominously. The camera pans out, showing that the book is actually a portal to an even more bizarre dimension, setting up the possibility for yet another crazy adventure. The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting a scientific experiment on the effects of different types of music on plant growth. They play Coldplay's Yellow to one group of plants and Ichigo Kurasaki's battle theme music to the other. As they observe the plant's growth, they make jokes and puns about the different music genres.
Looks like these plants are really jamming to Ichigo's killer tunes.
Yeah, but these other ones just seem to be feeling kind of yellow.
Suddenly, they receive a distress call from Newman, who has somehow ended up on a toilet floating in space. Rick and Morty go to rescue him, but in the process, they accidentally Title: An Excellent Cybernetic Espionage Adventure.
Opening shot, a man in a black jacket holding a gun in his hand against a yellow background with a red and green background.
Morty, we've got a problem.
What's going on, Rick?
Some idiot is trying to steal my cybernetic espionage technology. This could be catastrophic.
Entering. Hey, guys, what's up?
Entering. Dad, why are you dressed like a courier?
Oh, I'm just trying out a new gig as a courier. It's a social media manager's dream job.
Sarcastically, fascinating, Jerry. Now, can we focus on the egg rolls?
Egg rolls?
Yes, these egg rolls are the key to our plan. With their help, we can infiltrate the thief's lair undetected.
How is that possible?
Smirking. Science, Summer. Now, let's get pouring.
Action shot. The team pours the egg rolls onto a tray and begins to sprinkle them with a top secret ingredient.
What is this secret ingredient?
Whispering, Post Malone.
Confused. What does Post Malone have to do with anything?
Just trust me, Jerry. Now, let's get moving.
The team arrives at the thief's lair and begins their cybernetic espionage warfare.
Rick, what's the plan?
Simple. We'll use the egg rolls as a distraction, and then you and Morty will take out the thief while Jerry and I hack into his system.
Nervously, are you sure this will work?
Of course, I am. I have a PhD in cybernetic espionage, Morty.
Action shot. The plan goes into motion, and chaos ensues as the team battles the thief.
I'm in his system, Rick.
Excellent work, Jerry. Now, let's shut this operation down.
The team successfully stops the thief and retrieves Rick's cybernetic espionage technology.
Smiling, see, Morty, science saves the day yet again.
Sighing? Yeah, science is great. But can we just get some egg rolls now?
Laughing. I second that.
Closing shot, the team chows down on egg rolls while Rick rambles on about the importance of science.
Title: Toy Molecular Hydrogenectomy.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Summer were conducting a molecular experimentation with toy figures on a table. The green and yellow background represented the control group, while the black background represented the variable group. The purpose of the experiment was to study the effects of hydrogen on the toy figure's molecular structure.
All right, Morty, hand me that test tube of hydrogen.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? We're using toys here.
Of course it's safe, Morty. I'm not a mad scientist. I'm just a genius who happens to lack conventional morals.
Can you guys hurry up? I want to play foosball.
Hold your horses, Summer. Science takes precedence over leisure activities.
As the experiment progressed, the toy figures began to multiply rapidly and develop a consciousness of their own. They formed a miniature society and started playing foosball with each other.
Toy figure number 1. This is amazing. We have our own world now.
Toy figure number 2. Let's make up some humorous life hacks to impress our new overlords.
Toy figure number 3. Hey guys, did you hear about the alien infestation nightmare in Glasgow?
Rick and the gang watched in awe as the toy figures grew increasingly intelligent and advanced. However, things took a dark turn when an alien infestation actually occurred, causing chaos and destruction in the toy world.
Rick, what do? We can't just let them suffer.
Relax, Morty. I've got this. Time for a laparoscopic colectomy.
Using his genius intellect and advanced surgical skills, Rick saved the toy world and restored peace to their miniature society.
That was insane. I can't believe we were just playing with toys and they developed their own world. It's like something out of a PhD university experiment.
You can say that again, Summer. The toy molecular hydrogenectomy will surely go down in science history.
The group then proceeded to play foosball with the toy figures, embracing the newfound intelligence and technology of their tiny companions.
Toy figure number 4. Hey Rick, can we join your interdimensional adventures? We're pretty skilled now.
Sure, why not? We can always use more small and intelligent beings to help us out.
The episode ends with the toy figures joining Rick and the gang on their interdimensional adventures, ready to take on whatever the universe has in store for them. Finn. Episode title: Investigation of the Impact of Red and White Light on Human Perception Using Robot Winery Tour. The study aimed to investigate the impact of red and white light on human perception, particularly in the context of a robot winery tour. The experiment involved a group of lights on a stage with a green and black background. The participants were guided through a winery by a robot and exposed to alternating red and white light. Multiple stimuli were used in the experiment, including the audiovisual stimuli of Blinding Lights by The Weeknd and Bella Hadid. The participants' physiological responses were monitored using physiological measurements such as electrodermal activity, EDA, and heart rate, hour. EDA measures the electrical conductivity of the skin surface, while HR measures the number of beats per minute. The results showed a significant impact of red and white light on human perception. Participants showed increased EDA and HR during red light exposure, signifying heightened stress response. This response was not observed during the white light exposure. Audiovisual stimuli significantly influenced participants' physiological responses, with Blinding Lights by The Weeknd resulting in a significant increase in EDA and HR compared to Bella Hadid's stimuli. The study demonstrated the potential influence of red light on individuals, thus providing valuable insights for various industries, such as entertainment and marketing, to modulate environmental conditions to elicit desired physiological responses for the audience.
Aim: fascinating findings. The study has successfully identified the potential impact of red light on human perception, determining its efficacy in eliciting a stress response. How might these findings be applied in the entertainment and marketing industries? Aim: additionally, is there potential for further research to identify the long-term impact of exposure to red light on individuals? Aim. How did the robot's presence affect the participants' physiological responses, if at all? Aim. Could these findings be applied in industries other than entertainment and marketing, such as health, to promote stress reduction? Aim. Interesting findings. I would love to see further research on the potential for these findings to be applied in practical situations. Aim. Do you believe there may be an ideal ratio between exposure to red light and white light to achieve the desired stress response? Aim. I am fascinated by the physiological responses to audio-visual stimuli. Could there be potential for further research in this area to determine how different genres of music and types of visual stimuli impact individuals? Aim. What is the significance of the green and black background in this study, if any? Aim. Great study. Thank you for sharing these thought-provoking findings with us.
Title of the episode, The Scientific Shenanigans of Steve Wozniak and Brian Cox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty, along with Jerry and Beth, team up with famous scientists Steve Wozniak and Brian Cox to embark on a wacky adventure full of scientific experiments and mischief.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty frantically searching for a solution to an interdimensional problem. Jerry and Beth are called in to help, but they are quickly overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. Just as they are about to give up, Steve Wozniak and Brian Cox arrive on the scene.
Wozniak and Cox, what the hell are you doing here?
Wozniak, we heard you were in need of some scientific assistance.
Cox, we couldn't resist the opportunity to work with the greatest scientific minds of our time.
Wait, you guys think we're the greatest scientific minds of our time?
I mean, I wouldn't argue with that.
Let's focus on the task at hand, shall we? What's the problem?
We need a device to stabilize the interdimensional portal. The current one is malfunctioning and causing chaos across various dimensions.
Wozniak. Ah, I see. A classic case of dimensional instability. We have just the thing for that.
Cox, indeed. We brought our latest invention, the Interdimensional Stabilizer 9000.
9,000? That's one more than the last one, right?
Oh boy, I can't wait to see this thing in action.
The group sets to work on installing the stabilizer, but things quickly take a hilarious turn. The device malfunctions, causing the group to switch bodies with each other.
Wozniak in Morty's body. This is insane. I feel like a teenage boy.
Cox in Beth's body. I can't believe I have breasts. These things are heavy.
Rick and Jerry's body. Finally, I get to experience what it's like being a useless sack of potatoes.
Jerry in Rick's body. Hey, now. I'm not useless. I'm just. Okay, maybe you have a point.
As they try to figure out how to reverse the effects of the device, they accidentally activate it again, causing them to switch bodies with random strangers on the street.
Beth in a dog's body. Woof. Woof woof woof.
Morty in a baby's body. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga.
Jerry in a tree's body. I can't move. I'm a freaking tree.
Rick in a bird's body. Tweet tweet. Okay, this is kind of cool.
After a wild chase through various dimensions, they finally manage to reverse the effect of the device and switch back to their original bodies.
Wozniak. Well, that was quite the experience. I haven't had that much fun since the early days of Apple.
Cox, indeed. It's not every day you get to switch bodies with a tree.
Thanks for your help, guys. We couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, let's do that again sometime. With less bird bodies, though.
I don't think my heart can handle another adventure like that.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. That was the most fun I've had in ages.
The episode ends with the group laughing and joking, already planning their next scientific escapade.
Title: The Scientific Study of the Seven Deadly Sins.
Rick and Morty are seen in a secret laboratory, conducting experiments on the 7 deadly sins. Morty is wearing a lab coat and safety goggles, while Rick is surrounded by various sci-fi gadgets and chemicals.
Morty, we need to study the 7 deadly sins in a controlled environment to better understand their effects on human behavior.
Gee, Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea. What if something goes wrong?
Nonsense, Morty. Science is all about taking risks. Now, hand me that jar of greed.
Morty retrieves a jar labeled Greed from a nearby shelf and hands it to Rick.
Grinning. Let's see what this baby can do.
Rick pours the contents of the jar into a nearby test tube, causing a green smoke to fill the air.
Rick, shouldn't we be wearing masks or something?
Laughs, masks? That's for amateurs, Morty. We're scientists.
The green smoke begins to engulf the room, causing objects to float in midair and strange noises to fill the room. Suddenly, the laboratory door bursts open and a group of heavily armed men enter the room. They are wearing armor and carrying guns.
Marcus Phoenix, growling. All right, nobody move. We're here to capture the 7 deadly sins.
Sarcastically, oh great, just what we needed. More test subjects.
Whimpering, Rick, I don't want to be a test subject.
Grinning, relax Morty. These guys aren't gonna hurt us. They're just here for the sins.
Marcus Phoenix, gruffly. Hand over the sins now, and nobody gets hurt.
Smirking. Sorry pal, we can't just hand over our prized research subjects like that. You'll have to earn them.
Marcus Phoenix, angrily. What do you mean, earn them?
Slyly, I propose a challenge. You and your men will compete against us in a game of scientific trivia. Whoever wins gets the 7 deadly sins.
Marcus Phoenix, skeptically. Trivia? What kind of trivia?
Smiling. Only the most advanced and difficult scientific trivia questions, of course.
The challenge begins, with Rick and Morty facing off against Marcus and his men. The questions are hilariously difficult, filled with scientific jargon and puns. In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, and the 7 deadly sins are safely returned to their jars.
Chuckling. I knew we would win, Morty. Science always prevails.
Breathlessly, Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we beat them.
Smirking. Of course we did, Morty. We're the smartest guys in the multiverse.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other, as the laboratory explodes in a blaze of sci-fi glory.
Title: The Spectral Cinema Caper.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth visit a mysterious drive-in theater rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of old Hollywood actors. However, things take a spooky turn when they discover the drive-in is also housing a haunted fitness center and a strange time-traveling therapist.
Morty, I'm getting strange readings from the spectral projector. We may be dealing with some serious paranormal activity here.
GG ghosts, Rick? I don't know if I can handle this.
Oh come on, ghosts aren't real. This is just some elaborate prank.
I don't know, Jerry. Even I'm feeling a bit spooked by this place.
As they drive into the dark tunnel leading to the drive-in, they suddenly find themselves transported to a strange alternate dimension.
Whoa, a temporal rift just opened up in the fabric of space-time. We must have crossed some kind of quantum threshold.
I don't like the sound of that, Rick.
Can't we just turn around and leave?
Boys, enough with the cowardice. Let's find out what's causing all this.
As they explore the drive-in, they encounter a group of raccoons who appear to be speaking in code.
These raccoons are exhibiting advanced language skills and complex social structures. They must have ingested some kind of intelligence-enhancing serum.
That's a bit far-fetched, even for us.
Yeah, I think they're just regular raccoons.
I have an idea. Let's consult with Dr. Wong to see if she can help us make sense of all of this.
Dr. Wong appears on a screen. Hello, Smith family. What seems to be the problem?
We suspect that this drive-in theater is causing some kind of temporal rift, and the raccoons are behaving